Han San was frozen as he watched Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing's bodies becoming one. The process was pretty much like how Han Sen could combine himself with Little Angel. But when Han San combined with Little Angel, Han Sen's body was the primary controller. Little Angel was secondary. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing were equals. They completed each other. Before, whenever Han Sen looked at Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon, he had always thought they were so pretty that any man could fall for them. Even Han Sen caught himself watching them, now and again. After all, everyone liked to admire pretty women. When Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon completed themselves, Han Sen no longer felt as if he was looking at a human. The beauty of the being that emerged was unearthly. A sword fairy stood in front of him. She was so pretty that she no longer looked like something that belonged in this world. The black hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were like pools of black water. It looked as if she could see into the bottom of a person's heart with a mere glance. She could look so deeply into a person that it was almost frightening. There wasn't a single blemish on her face, and every inch of it was amazing. If people saw her, they would feel ashamed simply for being in her presence. They would deem themselves unworthy. Gu Qingqing was beautiful, but she never used her looks to put pressure on other people. This person now, though, was different. Her divine beauty was naturally suffocating. Of course, the most oppressive thing about her wasn't just her looks. It was her scary sword mind. Han Sen thought he was very good at sword skills. His sword mind could compete with the sword mind of a deified being, after all. But this woman's sword mind made Han Sen's sword mind look dim by comparison. It was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. It is a perfect sword fairy, Han Sen thought, despite the fact that she was holding a white paper umbrella instead of a sword. Do you know what I want to do now? Suddenly, Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing spoke to Han Sen. What would you like to do? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Kill you, the woman said as she looked at Han Sen. Stop joking around, Han Sen said. Although he was pretty sure she wasn't serious, he couldn't actually discern her emotions or gauge how she was feeling. Regardless, she did have a proud look about her. Han Sen had never witnessed that level of pride before. She was like some goddess perched in a lofty realm, despising the commoners beneath her, or anyone who was not worthy of being in her presence. The woman shook her head and seriously said, I'm not joking. I really want to kill you. Not just you. I want to kill every living creature in this world. You are all so ugly in my eyes. You are all so imperfect. I cannot accept these imperfections I am forced to witness. I have held it in for so long, stopping myself from killing people. Han Sen looked at her with shock. He realized that she wasn't joking. Right now, he was in trouble. Pang! The woman's body suddenly split in two. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing splintered into their separate bodies again. They looked very pale and ill. Now you know why you must kill one of us and keep our personalities uncombined. If we are one, things will end up that way. We will have a personality that is untouchable and entirely ruthless. That personality is obsessed with perfection, and it will seek out and destroy all it deems imperfect. We combine very well, but there are dark thoughts deep within our genes that are brought to the surface. We can suppress the slaughterous desires for the moment, but we have no idea what the future may bring, Gu Qingqing said. So, if only one personality is alive, we won't have this problem? Han Sen asked with a frown. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't want to become murderous perfectionists. Even if it guaranteed survival, that wasn't a life that they wanted to lead. They would become a demon that sought the destruction of pretty much everything. The rest of their lives would be one of battle. What kind of sword fairy is this? It's just an evil swordswoman. Han Sen had a wry smile. Looking at Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. When they combined, they didn't just have an ugly seek and destroy heart. They had a terrifying level of talent that could probably make their sordid wishes come true. After they combined, they were still king class. But after getting a good look at their willpower, it was easy to guess they would one day become deified. At that point, they would become even more frightening. Both Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were supremely talented. Even more frightening, they both had super god bodies. When those combined, they would be even more perfect than they were now. Han Sen didn't know how the two super god bodies might exist together, but anything was possible. Regardless of how exactly the combination happened, their talents would make them scarier than any human or spirit that existed. That was an undeniable fact. After you guys combine, will you two still have your super god bodies? Han Sen asked the pair. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon nodded. They didn't speak, but Han Sen knew how scary the confirmation was. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen and said, I'm sure you understand the gravity of the situation now. If we don't combine, we will die. We estimate we will live no longer than another year. But if we do agree on a combination, the result still isn't a good one. We might not die, but many others would. We have killed before, but we find the thought of such a pointless, murderous existence to be abhorrent. We don't want a life based on killing. Maybe that won't happen. Maybe when you do fully combine, that desire to kill will disappear. Han Sen tried to offer them comforting words. That is impossible, Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng said at the same time. They looked at each other, and then Elysian Moon said, We want to live, but we don't want to become someone like that. So only one of us can be permitted to live. If a winner doesn't come about through our battles, then we will allow you to decide. With your involvement, one of us is sure to be a clear victor. You should decide which of us should live. Han Sen sat in his chair, unmoving. He hadn't expected Elysian Moon to say something like this. He was closer to Gu Qingcheng, though. He knew that deep inside of himself, some part of him wished for her to be the one who would live. But Elysian Moon wasn't his enemy. He didn't want her to die. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng nodded. Sadly, he said, Why do you have to make me decide this? Because you are the only one capable of killing us, even if we want to fight back. So, this is a decision only you can make, Elysian Moon said emotionlessly. She said it as if this was none of her business, like she was reading the headline of a particularly boring newspaper. Han Sen felt a headache coming on. He was very strong even here. In the sanctuaries, he was more like a god. It turned out, however, that there were problems even a god couldn't solve. This is harder than choosing between a mother and wife who have fallen into a stream. It is too fucking hard. Han Sen couldn't help but swear. He wasn't just deciding who to save. He was deciding who to murder. The two beautiful women looked like flowers made of jade, and Han Sen couldn't turn his back on either of them. He wasn't their enemy, so he couldn't simply choose which one should die. But when he thought about the arrogant, perfectionist, bloodthirsty being they combined to become, he knew that he had to do something. It wasn't just the other races of the universe that would fall under their wrath. Eventually, they would go after humans as well. What should we do? Han Sen looked at Gu Qingcheng and then at Elysian Moon. They looked extremely similar to each other. Their presences, however, were different. Gu Qingcheng was mysterious, but she didn't distance herself from everyone. Elysian Moon was as cold as ice, and looking at her gave people the feeling that they were being shut out. Han Sen could tell the two apart, though, and he would never mistake one for another. When they both combined and became one, their presence was completely different. The woman they made felt like a fairy. She was a being that didn't care about anything in the world. That coldness was chilling to see. Which of us do you choose to kill? Elysian Moon asked when Han Sen remained silent. I'm not killing anyone. To be honest, even if I agreed to kill you, I don't think that's something I could make myself do. Han Sen shook his head. Then would you prefer to watch us fight each other to death or die of old age? Elysian Moon asked emotionlessly. That doesn't matter. I think there might be a road out of this mess. It is worth a try, at least, Han Sen said hesitantly. What road do you mean? Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng looked up with interest. After a moment of thought, Han Sen said, The aging problem is being caused by the flaws in your genes. If you can fix these flaws, then there is no reason for you to fight to your doom. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. If things were that simple, we wouldn't have been fighting in the first place. My genes are included in Elysian Moon's spirit stone. And Elysian Moon's genes contain the sword fairy I created. We both have a part of each other, and because of that, parts of ourselves are missing. We can't use the genes of other creatures to fix problems that are inherent in our own. I know. Hansen nodded, sighed, and said, my method isn't for you to combine with the genes of another creature. My method can fix your genes as they are. What do you mean? If we could fix our genes, we wouldn't be stuck in this situation, Elysian Moon said, tilting her head to the side. You're both missing a part of yourselves, and the parts you're missing are the parts you gave to each other. That means you aren't complete. But you both still contain the missing components of each other. All you need to do is fill in the gaps. I can try to activate both of your gene potentials, which might allow your incomplete genes to repair themselves. I'm not sure if it will work, but it is something we should at least try. The method Hansen was proposing would require the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra's area. He would push their self-cogwheels in an attempt to force their genes to evolve. The Blood Pulse Sutra's area power was little more than a nudge. Whether or not it worked would be determined by the possibilities harbored by the genes that required fixing. Therefore, Hansen couldn't promise that he would succeed. It was a chance for them, though. It was something they had to try before they resorted to the more sordid solutions. If it worked, they could both live. You can fix the flaws of our genes? Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's beautiful eyes were staring at Hansen. I can't promise you it will work, but there is no harm in trying, Hansen said. Try it then, Elysian Moon said immediately. We'll test it on you first. Come over here, Hansen said, looking at Elysian Moon. Is there a risk to this process? Gu Qingcheng asked. There is no risk. While there is a chance that it won't succeed, failure shouldn't result in any harm to your bodies, Hansen said. Elysian Moon walked over to Han's senator. Her voice was completely level as she said, a long time ago, you were rather unfond of me, weren't you? It is good that I'm in danger, is it not? If I am dead, then you can be free. Elysian Moon was saying this to Gu Qingcheng, not Hansen. Gu Qingcheng moved her lips, but no words were spoken. Don't worry, only good things can happen to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to try this. Hansen understood what the two women wanted. He smiled at Elysian Moon. Stop talking crap. Let's get on with it. Even when I was a spirit, I was never afraid of death, Elysian Moon said, meeting Hansen's eyes. Hansen smiled, lifted his right hand, and pressed his fingers to Elysian Moon's forehead. Then he started to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He made his self-cogwheel connect with Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel. Then he started to spin them. Don't try to resist my power. Try to accept it and move with it. A blood godlight formed on Hansen's hands, and the light seeped into and melded with Elysian Moon's body. When the blood light entered her, Elysian Moon's self-gene power was activated. The dusty self-cogwheel started to spin a little. Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel was blue. It had old-fashioned symbols inscribed upon it. Hansen didn't know what they meant, but he knew that it was the source of Elysian Moon's power. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel began to accelerate, the old-fashioned symbols shone brightly. They were like a sun. The light blurred as the self-cogwheel spun. Blue lights rose from the cogwheel, dyeing Elysian Moon's flesh and cells a weird shade of blue. The woman looked like a blue crystal statue. The color was rather ghostly, and Elysian Moon no longer looked like a person. She was like some sort of phantom or the crystal statue of a witch. And before long, the crystal started to melt. No, rather than melting, it was like dirt was being washed off of the crystal statue, layer by layer. It was like a flower shedding its wilted petals. Gu Qingcheng watched Elysian Moon, and Han's senator. Her face was always impassive. But right now, she looked nervous. The crystalline Elysian Moon's blue light began to fade. The blue light dissolved into dust, and Elysian Moon's body changed as the light peeled away. She was starting to become someone different from who she was before. Hansen was so happy. Elysian Moon's genes were starting to change. That meant his Blood Pulse Sutra was working. Even if he was unable to fix them entirely, this process was still going to benefit Elysian Moon's body. But Elysian Moon wasn't like Lando, who was a top-half deified. Rather than leveling her up, Han Sen's power simply improved her genes. Her talent and powers were increasing. Buzz. A strange sound came from Elysian Moon's body, like a sword was being unsheathed. A scary sword mind blossomed from her, and the ghostly air shifted around her. The weird blue light faded further. Describing Elysian Moon was difficult, because she now looked like a ghost woman from hell. Right now, Elysian Moon looked like a cold fairy in the moonlight. She seemed distant, but not in a way that would frighten people. When Elysian Moon's self-cogwheel changed, the genes of her body changed more. Her sword mind became stronger and stronger, slowly climbing closer to the strength of the being that she and Gu Qingqing created when they combined. Buzz. A blue umbrella was unleashed. It automatically opened over Elysian Moon's head. The sword mind of the umbrella became heavier. The sword mind was surging throughout Elysian Moon's body, spurring it on to change even more. Gu Qingqing was as shocked as she was happy. Even if she didn't have the power of the Dongxian area to show her exactly what was happening, she could tell that Elysian Moon's body was becoming stronger. It was becoming even more perfect. That was especially true of the sword mind. It was the sword fairy picture she practiced, but different. Elysian Moon was now just like the sword fairy she had once imagined. Only instead of holding a sword, she held a paper umbrella instead. The umbrella was like a sword. The ribs of the umbrella were like individual blades, and they all combined to make an amazing umbrella sword. As the umbrella sword changed, Elysian Moon's body altered as well. The sword mind became almost tangible. The umbrella sword generated a sword sun and wrapped up Elysian Moon inside it. When the blue sword sun finally dimmed, Han San and Gu Qingqing saw a cold, blue fairy. She was standing still, clutching a blue umbrella. It looked as if she no longer had to eat food, and she was like a goddess from the Moon Palace. Han Sen was shocked. He could no longer feel Elysian Moon's sword mind now, but the fact that she could hide it from his detection made it even scarier. As he looked over Elysian Moon now, Han Sen felt that she was no weaker than the figure she became when combined with Gu Qingqing. Aside from having just one Super King body, her power should have been just as strong as it would have been if combined. But its nature was also different from the power that the combination being possessed. The Blood Pulse Sutra is such a powerful geno art. Why can I not use it on myself? Han Sen felt very troubled by this. The geno art he practiced could pass genes to his children and help others in their evolution. He only received a small benefit himself, and he couldn't use it to level up any faster. In truth, Han Sen had simply misunderstood the concept of the geno art. Every time he practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, it was slowly modifying his genes. The Blood Pulse Sutra helped his genes develop better, but it worked slowly. When Han Sen used his power on others, the results were just faster and easier to see. It looked so weak, as it didn't seem to directly benefit Han Sen himself. And that was why the Blood Pulse Sutra was so scary. The results the Blood Pulse Sutra created reached far beyond the geno art itself. The real purpose of the Blood Pulse Sutra was to break the limitations of one's blood lineage. So, the geno art wasn't limited to a certain set of skills or techniques. Rather, the Blood Pulse Sutra had the potential to expand one's practice endlessly. Most ordinary people would never accomplish much in their lifetimes. They would work for the necessities of survival, and they would live within the confines of predetermined limits. Most people were complacent, so they never put their full effort into transcending those limits or breaking the glass ceiling. But some special people would end up doing things that others would consider unbelievable. Their success was never guaranteed, though. What people could do was unknown because the future itself was unknown. The Blood Pulse Sutra sought out ways for people to rise throughout their lives, and it tried to figure out the unknowns of the future. That was why it never limited the people that practiced with it. And unlike humans, who often got discouraged by failure, the Blood Pulse Sutra never stopped trying. It was always there to help in the background. A more modern way to explain this would be to say that Han Sen's practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra put him at the zenith of what technology could achieve. The people he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra on would receive the best of what technology could provide. However, the person would only receive the best of what Han Sen had managed to discover. He couldn't impart technologies that he himself hadn't yet explored. Did it work? Han Sen looked at Elysian Moon, who had finished changing. Elysian Moon shook her head. My body has become stronger, but I can still feel a connection with her. The need to combine with her is still there as well. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, that feeling is still here. Han Sen comforted them by saying, maybe it is because your genes have yet to finish being repaired. That is why the feeling is still there. Perhaps you need to wait until your genes have finished, and then that feeling will be gone. Gu Qingqing was confused, but she didn't resist Han Sen's power. Just like Elysian Moon, she walked in front of Han Sen and accepted the power of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Her self-cogwheel was different from Elysian Moon's. Gu Qingqing's self-cogwheel was green. She also had symbols that began to glow on the cogwheel. Even though Han Sen couldn't directly interpret them, he had the overwhelming feeling that the symbols meant sword. Gu Qingqing's evolution process was similar to Elysian Moon's. Her body changed continually, becoming stronger and stronger. Her sword mind grew more powerful as well. When the old, bronze sword appeared, a strong sword mind wrapped her up. Inside it, she kept changing. But the changes happening to her were different from those that Elysian Moon experienced. Gu Qingqing was already a very holy woman, and when her body changed, her presence changed as well. That holy presence was still there, but it was now so much harder to feel. It was very mysterious. If Gu Qingqing used to be a fairy, then right now, she was becoming a goddess cloaked in fog. Her presence was half-transparent. It made others want to see her real face and pull down the facade she hid behind. She was so pretty, and yet, she was so blurry. She was beautiful and mysterious. Even Han Sen, as he stared at her, thought to himself, what a beautiful, dangerous woman. If this was in ancient times, she would destroy a country worse than Deji did. No, this is the era of the Geno universe. If the scary elites of the universe saw her like this, it wouldn't lead to the destruction of a country. Could spark a war. It could destroy far more than just the lives of a single system. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at her for another couple of minutes, then turned away. How do you feel? Han Sen lowered his head and frowned. Gu Qingqing sighed and said, I'm afraid you have made things worse. My body has evolved so much and so has Elysian Moon's. If we combine now, the damage created will be 1,000 times more terrible. Han Sen's face changed upon hearing this. Clearly, their connection was still there. But Han Sen wasn't ready to give up yet. Even if your connection is still there, if you guys stop getting old, you don't need to combine. Therefore, all is fine. I don't know. We would have to test such a system for a while and see if we get older, Elysian Moon said. Let's just give it a try. If this method doesn't work, then we'll have to look at other options again, Han Sen said, quietly praying that they wouldn't continue to get older. If this failed, there was nothing else he could do. 2 days later, Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were happy to report to Han Sen that they had not grown any older. Although their connection was still there, they no longer had to combine if they wanted to survive. Han Sen let out a long sigh. This was the best result he could have hoped for. If the problem hadn't been resolved when he completed their genes, he had no other ideas on how to fix the issue. In the meantime, he spent all his energy practicing Big Destroyed. As he attempted to practice Big Destroyed safely, he wasn't putting in enough power to fully cast Big Destroyed. But as time passed, and he practiced more and more, he was able to generate Big Destroyed's light. But the Big Destroyed light he created wasn't even enough to kill a duke in its current state. That meant it couldn't be used to consume king-class xenogeneic genes. Progress was progress, though, and his advancement thus far made Han Sen happy. If he could successfully activate Big Destroyed's godlight, that meant developing power and control with the technique was only a matter of time. Han Sen kept practicing Big Destroyed. As he got used to how Big Destroyed's godlight worked, he grew more and more powerful with it. Han Sen used king-class xenogeneic genes to practice. A month later, his Big Destroyed godlight could digest king-class xenogeneic genes. It turned them into a pile of dust that was smaller than a speck of powder. He used consume to eat the king-class xenogeneic genes that he had ground up with Big Destroyed. When he tested the process, Hansen noticed his digestive speed had increased. Within a day, he was able to absorb a dozen king-class xenogeneic genes that had been ground up into a powder, earning a dozen king genes. Ha ha ha! Big Destroyed is different. Right now, I still haven't mastered the technique, but if I can practice and take Big Destroyed to the max, I think I'll be able to absorb king-class xenogeneic genes incredibly quickly. I might even be able to eat 100 king-class genes in a single day. Hansen was delighted. Within a few days, his Dongxian Sutras area had broken through to another tier. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing wanted to go to the core area to hunt xenogeneics. When they told Hansen where they were, he discovered that they were close to his Jadeskin spawn point. He had them wait there for him and he entered the core area himself. He found Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon, and after the rendezvous, they went out to hunt core xenogeneics. Most people never really worried about the future. They only worried about the present. Hansen had lots of king-class xenogeneic genes, but his Big Destroyed and Consume were getting stronger and stronger. If he was able to break down 100 genes a day, eating 1,000 king-class xenogeneic genes would only take a week and a half. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were first-tier kings, but their powers exceeded what the average first-tier king could do. They were practically the same as Hansen had been at his first tier. Their skills and area powers were very good, so killing king-class xenogeneics was a trivial affair. But their digestion speed was much slower than Hansen's Consume. Even if Hansen used Big Destroyed to break their xenogeneic genes down for them, they could only digest one per day. Hansen wasn't in a rush, but Likir was. She had been there for a whole month, waiting on Dollar's return. Not even the flicker of his shadow showed up, though. It was like he never planned on coming back. Likir's teeth itched. That asshole. Likir sat in the front of her ship, gritting her teeth and looking up into the sky. If he showed up, she'd probably have to fight off the urge to smack him. Little sister, this is bad. The very high should be emotionless, but you are very emotional right now. This is bad for you. A very pretty woman appeared on her ship. She stood behind Likir and looked at her. Third sister, why are you here? Likir turned around to find a green-clothed woman standing behind her. The woman was pretty, but she was emotionless. Her face was like ice. I hear you have selected your target. Let me see how your silkworm is. The woman said coldly. Good or bad? It doesn't concern you. Likir lifted her lips. The woman, seeing Likir's face, shook her head. You're displaying too many emotions. Your practice of the very high talents isn't up to par. I'm worried about you failing, or resorting to selecting a poor silkworm that can't do anything in service of the very high. Good or bad? It is none of your business, Likir insisted. Third sister didn't become angry. She acted as if she hadn't heard Likir at all, and emotionlessly said, It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I am your third sister. I cannot let you walk along this path of constant failure. Before she could reply, third sister continued, Okay, now tell me, where is this person you've chosen? Let me see if he is capable of serving the very high. He isn't here right now, Likir said. Why not call him over? Third sister said. I haven't told him I am claiming him. I can't contact him. If you are so smart, why don't you go and find him for me? Likir snarled. You are so slow. You still haven't claimed him? What have you been doing all this time? Third sister frowned. She wasn't happy with Likir's progress. Likir blushed. She had spent so much effort trying to convince Hansen, but it never worked out. She hadn't told him who she was, and thus, she couldn't claim him. Third sister looked at Likir's face but did not say anything. Something in her eyes swirled, looking as if a spinning galaxy was residing with them. Tell me who your target is. Third sister's eyes looked very magical. If you are so smart, why don't you guess who it is? Likir said in a sulky manner. Again, third sister didn't become angry. She just reached her hand out and grabbed one of Likir's hairs. Then, she stared into that strand of hair with her shiny eyes. Her spinning galaxy-like eyes revealed the image of Likir. The image danced as if the woman was rewinding time, revealing what Li Qiu had been doing. Everything she had done in the past few days played before the woman's eyes. Time quickly went back to when she parted ways with Han Sen. He is your target, yes? Dollar. I have heard his name, right? He came first in the Geno being scroll. He defeated Lone Bamboo, third sister said, her voice neutral. Then she stopped looking. Her eyes returned to normal, and the strand of hair turned to dust in her hand. Third sister, how could you read my past without my permission? Li Qiu sounded annoyed. Behavior like this doesn't belong in the very high. Third sister shook her head, ignoring Li Qiu's protest. The stars in her eyes were still spinning when she spoke to herself, saying, "Let me help you take a look at what this dollar is doing. I will see if he can be your silkworm." Her eyes spun and the lights in them flashed. A shadow that looked like Han Sen appeared. Han Sen was out hunting xenogeneics with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. All of a sudden, though, he felt a strange movement in his sea of soul. Han Sen was surprised by this, and so he looked inside himself. There, he saw the black crystal armor twitching slightly. For an instant, some sort of vortex appeared around his body. The vortex only lasted for a second, though. Then, the black crystal armor returned to its usual motionless self, as if nothing had occurred. What the hell? Han Sen wondered as he glanced around. He didn't see anything dangerous. Far away, in a certain system inside the core area, third sister's eyes looked magical. The shadow of a man appeared and began to grow clearer. The image was on the verge of revealing his face. Arg! Suddenly, third sister screamed and cupped her hands over her eyes. Third sister, what happened? Li Qiu was shocked. There was blood seeping out of the gaps between third sister's fingers. Someone broke my scrying skill. Who is this dollar? Third sister lowered her hands. Her eyes were red, and tears of blood were rolling down her face. Li Qiu was shocked seeing this. Third sister's very high sense was much stronger than her own. The powerful very high had only just used her scrying skill, and her eyes had been injured. It was difficult to believe. Dollar is dollar. He said he is human. Li Qiu realized she actually knew nothing about dollar. What is a human? This dollar isn't someone ordinary. He broke my scrying skill. He must have some sort of deified protecting him. How could someone who doesn't even have a name possess deified protection? Third sister gritted her teeth as she spoke. I don't know. Li Qiu's face kept changing. She hadn't expected dollar to have such a mysterious background. Both of them spent some time trying to guess where dollar had come from. Third sister didn't dare try to steal a look at him again, though. As a result, neither of them could come up with a solid idea for who he truly was. I want to see who he is. Third sister lowered her hands emotionlessly. Her eyes had recovered a little. They weren't bleeding, but they still looked injured. She planned on waiting with Li Qiu for dollar to show up so she could find out who he was. Han Sen did not know the situation of Li Qiu and third sister. He was busy killing xenogeneics with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Along the way, he kept practicing using his teleportation talents and Big Destroyed in combat. Although he was growing more familiar with both skills, he needed to test out their practical applications in real fights. While the three were fighting a metal wolf, someone appeared before them. When that person laid eyes on Han Sen, he was immediately recognized. Han Sen, you aren't dead? When he realized someone else was there, Han Sen stopped using his teleportation skills and Big Destroyed. Turning to take a look, he noticed it was the Extreme King's princess Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Sen with a conflicted expression. She thought Han Sen had been killed by Bai Yi. She had always wanted to help Han Sen and herself. She even wanted to save Bauer. Little did she knew that it wasn't Bai Yi that had killed Han Sen. It was Han Sen that killed Bai Yi. And then Bai Wei thought about the things Han Sen had done. She couldn't believe the fake prince claimed an Extreme King's alpha statue and did so many horrible things in his time with her people. The scariest thing about him was the fact that he escaped the wrath of the Extreme King without being damaged. And he traveled through the Tianxia system while the Extreme King were pursuing him. He had done so many shocking things in the universe that it was hard to fathom. He even grabbed Bai Wuchang and held him as a hostage. Ultimately, the Extreme King couldn't do anything to him, and above all, they'd lost track of him. Thinking about what Han Sen had accomplished in recent times, Bai Wei felt as if her own experiences were nothing. No matter how bad her situation became, at least she was a bona fide royal amongst the Extreme King. She would always have resources, and no one would dare try to take her life. Han Sen was just an outsider, and yet, he had become a very famous character in the historical annals of the Extreme King. She was a real royal, and yet, compared to Han Sen, it was like he was in the sky and she was stuck on the ground. There was no way she couldn't do all the things he could. She believed. In the time since they had last met, Bai Wei had changed a lot. Those changes had happened because she had pondered these questions thoroughly. It was all due to Han Senator, so Bai Wei had very complex emotions when it came to confronting Han Sen again. Seeing him there now, Bai Wei had no intention of attacking. "Congratulations, you have now reached king class." Han Sen bowed before Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at Han Senator a while later. She said, "Just go, and don't ever let me see you again." But Han Sen still went on to say, "I will never forget how you took care of me and my daughter. If you need anything in the future, have someone deliver a message to me. I will do whatever I can, and I will put my utmost effort into not disappointing you." Han Sen still really liked Bai Wei. After all, she had tried her best to save Bauer. He had always felt as if he owed her something. "When we meet again, we will be enemies and not friends," Bai Wei said. Then, she turned around and flew away from Han Sen in the opposite direction. "Then let us hope we never meet again." Han Sen, Gu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon also flew away. The three of them were traveling through space when Elysian Moon suddenly stopped. She floated and pointed in the direction of a planet. "There is something amiss up ahead. What is wrong?" Han Sen didn't sense anything unusual coming from the planet. His Dongxian area still couldn't reach that far. Elysian Moon frowned and said, "I don't know, but I can sense that an extremely dangerous presence resides on that planet." "Is it a xenogeniac or some other sort of creature?" Han Sen asked. "It should be a xenogeniac," Elysian Moon said quietly. Han Sen's eyes brightened. "A xenogeniac is great. You guys hang back while I go take a look." Han Sen readied himself to attack when suddenly, a bunch of people came flying over. They were clearly coming toward Han Sen. "Demons?" Han Sen frowned upon seeing the people with purple horns approach. "I am Ji Yongsheng. I have admired you for a long time, and finally, I have the chance to see you in person. This is a great privilege." A half-deified demon bowed to Han Sen. The demon man looked very pale and very handsome. He was very polite, too. It would be hard to find a reason to hate him. "Thanks." Looking at Ji Yongsheng, Han Sen knew he must have been quite famous amongst the demons. Otherwise, kings and half-deifieds wouldn't have been following his leadership. Han Sen thought to himself, "That demon protector Moldo wanted me to come and bless a prince of the demon. It cannot be this guy, can it?" After Ji Yongsheng bowed before Han Sen, he looked at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Something strange passed through his eyes, but it only happened for a second. No one noticed it. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng frowned. They were sensitive enough that they noticed the glance that the man directed toward them. Although Han Sen saw it, he said nothing. Considering the beauty of the two women, it would be weird if men didn't have any reaction towards them. The demon and humans looked alike. Their definitions of pretty were similar, so it wasn't strange that a demon man would be drawn to the appearance of a human woman. Attraction was one thing, but it would be a different matter if the demons tried to make a move. If Ji Yongsheng didn't do anything stupid, Han Sen wouldn't begin a conflict himself. Ji Yongsheng turned away from Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, then said to Han Sen, "Teacher Han, Mr. Moldo might have spoken to you before about how he hoped that you could bless me. Do you have time now?" "Ah yes, Moldo mentioned that." Han Sen went quiet for a moment, then he told Ji Yongsheng, "I told Mr. Moldo before that my blessings can affect others, but I cannot make people deified. Becoming deified is all about the potential of one's genes. I understand, but I would be very grateful if you were willing to try to help me. Whether we succeed or not, it is the thought and effort that counts." Jiangshang was maintaining his politeness quite well. Hansen laughed. There is no need to say that. We are merely trading. I will still charge you. That is okay. Tell me if there is something you want. If I can pay it, I won't disappoint you. Jiangshang responded quickly. Hansen shook his head. We can talk about the price later. I haven't yet fully recovered from the blessing I gave Lando. It will take another 4 months for me to recover enough that I can bless someone else. We can talk about it then. In truth, Hansen could use his Blood Pulse Sutra power whenever. That didn't mean he wanted to keep using it, though. If he did, its value would drop off substantially. Up until now, Hansen had only used it on Lando, Gu Qingcheng, and Elysian Moon. He wanted to use it on Little Silver, too. Hansen wouldn't use it on Bauer or Linger, because they were so talented themselves. They had so many possibilities, and the use of the Blood Pulse Sutra could limit their development. Little Silver's talents were a bit on the weak side. The Blood Pulse Sutra could only do good for him. Okay, if you don't mind, though, I can protect you. I won't let anyone disturb whatever you are doing in the meantime, Jiangshang said with a look of sincerity. Thank you, but no thank you. We are only here to hunt xenogeneics. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be together. Hansen didn't want a bunch of people following him. In that case, I will contact you at a later date. This is my contact information. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask, Jiangshang said, before taking his people with him to depart. He didn't say anything about wanting to loot xenogeneics. After Jiangshang left, Elysian Moon coldly grunted and said, That guy doesn't seem very likable. You will probably end up meeting a lot of other people you hate, Hansen said, with a shrug of his shoulders. Their own beauty might have been their biggest challenge. In that universe, many races looked just like humans, including the Rebate, the Demons, the Sky, and the Extreme King, to name a few. Their definition of beauty was quite similar, and so the two girls were undoubtedly quite eye-catching to those of such races. From what we have seen, we should learn from Dollar and wear armor, Gu Qingcheng said, glancing at Hansen. I'm afraid wearing armor won't help. Your bodies are quite distinctive, and even if others cannot see your faces, your curves are sure to attract men. Your appearance makes quite an impact. Hansen laughed. If we are that sexy, why aren't you affected by us? Elysian Moon asked, corking her lips into a half-smile. I'm different. People like me are so faithful and loyal. I'm just a good man, so a few looks here and there keep me happy. I'm afraid you'll never meet another man like me in the universe, Hansen joked. Gu Qingcheng smiled but said nothing. Elysian Moon looked at him with disdain, and she said, You're just a creep who has no balls. You call yourself a good man? PFF. After that, she ignored Hansen and resumed her flight. What's wrong with her? Since when did I become a creep? Hansen looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng laughed and raised an eyebrow at him. Not saying another word, she flew after Elysian Moon. Hey, what is wrong with you both? Hansen was so depressed. Although Gu Qingcheng said nothing, he felt as if he had been bullied. Jiangshang and his demon allies didn't venture far. When Hansen and the others departed, Jiangshang spoke to a king in his entourage and said, You go home and bring me my demon doll. If my father asks, tell him I need it. The demon king was shocked, and so he said, Are you going to attack Hansen? I can't believe that I encountered him here. This is a very rare opportunity. We were unable to find him in the systems of chaos, but now we have a second chance to snare him, Jiangshang said in a hard voice. Please think about this, sir. The Extreme King sent deifieds after him, and even they were unable to capture him. Only half deifieds can come to the core area. I don't think you have what it takes to catch Han's Senator if he knows that we have tried to snare him. I do not think he will ever spare the time to bless you, the demon said. That's why I'm going to use the demon doll. It is deified. Attacking Hansen will be a guaranteed success. And even if it fails, Hansen will have no clue it was us who used it, Jiangshang stated flatly. But the demon doll is the demon's. The demon king wished to say something, but Jiangshang cut him off. Just bring me the doll and stop your protesting, Jiangshang snapped. Yes. The Demon King didn't dare disobey a direct command. He opened his core area hall and returned to the demon realm. An hour later, the core area hall's door opened again. The demon had returned, but with someone else in tow. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been very surprised. Kings could only use their power to open a personal door to the core area. No other creature should have been able to enter through that same door. That Demon King brought a creature through the door with him. Even the Extreme King wouldn't have been able to believe their eyes if they had seen this. The creature looked humanoid. Because it was wrapped up in black armor, it was impossible to tell exactly what it looked like. It just stood behind the Demon King. "Sir, I have brought you the Demon Doll." The Demon King brought the Demon Doll before Ji Yongsheng, then raised both hands, presenting a purple horn. The purple horn was around 1 foot long, and its surface was ribbed like a screw. It was crescent-shaped, and many strange symbols were carved around its top. It looked so pretty, but also so mysterious. The horn looked like the horns on the heads of demons like Ji Yongsheng. Ji Yongsheng didn't know what it was. Ji Yongsheng took the purple horn and turned it over in his hands. Then he spoke to the Demon Doll. "Listen to my commands and go." Ji Yongsheng's eyes flashed with purple. A purple aura rose from his hands, then swept into the purple horn. That weird and beautiful purple horn glowed and flashed. The weird symbols across it started to release a demonic smoke. The Demon Doll flashed with purple. It zoomed off in Han Sen's direction at a blistering speed. "Sir, you must be careful. We cannot allow any other race to end up capturing the Demon Doll." The Demon King looked worried as he spoke. "Don't worry. With the Demon Doll's power, even if I cannot get Han Sen, what else in the core area could threaten it?" Ji Yongsheng looked annoyed. The Demon King nodded and retreated. After that, he said nothing more. A shoal of shark-sized, mechanical demon fish were flying through space. As they headed for Han Sen, they spat out scary streaks of lightning, turning the system into an electrified ocean. Seeing the ocean of lightning bearing down on them, Elysian Moon summoned a blue oil paper umbrella in her hands. After the umbrella was opened, a sword light was unleashed. It blocked all the streaks of lightning from hitting the umbrella. The three of them were shielded by it, too, which meant the lightning was of no concern to them. Gu Qingcheng lifted a hand, unleashing countless sword lights. Swords of all kinds appeared around her, like a galactic waterfall of blades being fired at the mechanical demon fish. In a second, over 100 of the demon fish were chopped to pieces. "Your 1,000-sword area is very powerful," Han Sen complimented her. The shoal of mechanical demon fish had 3 kings. They couldn't block Gu Qingcheng's attack at all, though. Gu Qingcheng's area was overbearing. "Is my area weak or something? Is that what you're trying to say?" Elysian Moon asked in annoyance. Han Sen opened his mouth to respond, but Elysian Moon was staring out into empty space. Han Sen and Gu Qingcheng turned to look at what might have caught her attention, and there, they saw a black shadow drawing toward them. It wasn't moving quickly, it was just sort of floating through space. After a while, the shadow flew close enough that they could see it clearly. That man in black armor didn't mean to stop, however. He was still coming for Han Sen. "Why have you come here, and why are you going after me?" Han Sen asked, looking at the man in black armor. But the black armor man didn't react. It was as if he hadn't heard Han Sen, and still he approached. Han Sen noticed the being was only looking at him. Han Sen was the man's target, and the man was coming right for him. Seeing the black armor enter their radius, Han Sen spoke again. "You should stop right there." The armored man behaved as if he hadn't heard a thing. He didn't stop, and he even raised a fist to punch Han's senator when that punch was unleashed. His entire body disappeared from the vision of all those who watched. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Han's senator. That violent fist of his was about to strike Han Sen's head and rattle his skull. Very powerful teleportation. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon's eyes widened. They weren't sure how the armored man had come right before Han Sen like that. It was quite bewildering. According to the theory, there were 2 types of teleportation. One of them was a speed-type teleportation, and the other one was a space-type teleportation. When a teleportation skill was used, there were distinctive traits that distinguish one type of teleportation from the other. Speed-type teleportation only required a strong eye to follow its movement, so you could still see it. Space-type teleportation was different. When space and air were broken, a space shockwave was released. It took time to build up that wave. Even skills like God's Wander had this flaw, but the shockwave of God's Wander was small. It didn't take much time to activate, so it would be difficult to feel. But this armored man, from the time he lifted his fist to when he appeared before Han Sen, did not leave any trace of his teleportation. There was no shockwave or anything. It was like he was just there, not giving anyone a chance to react. Dong! Han Sen raised his fist to block the armored man's attack, but his entire body felt electrified on contact. It was extremely powerful, and the strike sent him flying away like a falling star. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon looked shocked. They knew how strong Han Sen was. Although he was just a fourth-tier king, he was as strong as a half-deified. No power should have been able to beat Han Sen unless it was a half-deified with a focus on raw power. The armored man punched Han Sen and sent him flying once again. The power that the armored man wielded had to be amongst the greatest any half-deified could wield. It was nuts. Without hesitation, Gu Qingqing drew her sword. A mysterious trail followed the bronze blade as the old sword moved to strike the armored man. When she used the old bronze sword, countless sword shadows were unleashed in 8 directions. It was like a galaxy of blades were sent soaring over toward the armored man. Elysian Moon attacked from the other side as this occurred. She closed her blue oil paper umbrella and used it as a sword to thrust at the armored man's heart. The sword light became a scary glow that could break through a planet. The two of them blocked all of the armored man's exits, but the armored man ignored their attacks. He flew after Han Sen, punching as he went. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were enraged by that. The armored man was being so cocky by ignoring their attacks. It was like they were just clutching toys, and there was no need to pay attention to them. They sent more power surging into their umbrella and swords. Elysian Moon coldly said, "Advice for the future. Whatever you do not underestimate women. It's a fatal mistake." But right before Elysian Moon finished speaking, her eyes opened wide. When the armored man threw his punch, he just disappeared from their vision. The net of sword lights did nothing to stop him. That isn't space teleportation. Gu Qingqing's face paled slightly. She looked confused. She hadn't seen any distortion to the space around them. She didn't know how the armored man had managed to escape their sight. The armored man vanished from Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon's vision. Then, he reappeared in front of Han Senator. His striking fist approached Han Sen's belly. Just as the armored man's fist was about to hit Han Sen's body suddenly disappeared. He reappeared elsewhere. His fast escape was a product of the teleportation abilities he had been practicing. Without a moment's hesitation, the armored man threw another punch. And with it, his body vanished just like last time. He appeared in front of Han Sen. Han Sen's body blinked away again to avoid the incoming fist of the armored man. The two of them kept flashing across the expanse of space, moving too fast for ordinary eyesight to follow. It was like they could be in the sky at one point and on the ground in the next. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon moved to help Han Sen, but he told them, "Stay back. You guys cannot evade his attacks. Use your power to protect yourselves, and don't leave any of your weaknesses exposed." Upon hearing him, Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon stopped in their tracks. They watched Han Sen and the man in black armor do battle. Elysian Moon opened the paper umbrella in her hands. A sword light flashed from the surface of the umbrella, then expanded to envelop the two of them. Just as Han Sen wanted, it left no weaknesses exposed. "That man in armor isn't using teleportation abilities," Gu Qingqing said with certainty. As she observed the battlefield ahead of her, Elysian Moon nodded seriously. "It isn't teleportation. It's more like Godslayer Luo." Gu Qingqing finished what Elysian Moon was hesitant to say. That old man was a lone warrior who had once obtained a foothold in the sanctuaries for humanity. When his power reached the max, The presence he gave off was just like the one they felt from the armored man. He ignored the rules of space to kill his enemies. Why does the armored man have falsified sky powers? No, wait. That is sky demon power. The armored man is a demon? Gu Qingqing wondered aloud. Han Sen knew the armored man was using sky demon powers. He clearly wasn't using a space-based teleportation talent. Not many powers could repel sky demon powers, but thankfully Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was one of the few that could. The armored man's absolute strikes weren't difficult for Han Sen to break, but the armored man's power was undeniably greater than Han Sen's, and that meant Han Sen couldn't defeat him. Han Sen felt a mixture of different emotions when he looked at the armored man. He knew this attacker was different from the demons they had encountered earlier, but he wasn't entirely sure what the difference was. Jiang Shang and a few of the demon elites watched the fight through a mirror. They appeared to be in shock. Even Jiang Shang was floored by what he was witnessing. He is a very powerful guy. He has dodged every attack that the demon doll has thrown. Jiang Shang chewed his lip. That was what he did when he was in thought. No wonder Han Sen escaped harm when he was pursued by the Extreme King. He is very scary. He is dodging the attacks of the sky demon powers somehow. I wonder what power he has been making use of. A few demon elites said, their voices a mixture of admiration and trepidation. They knew that the demon doll's sky demon power ensured that every hit was a successful one unless the enemy possessed the same causal powers. If the enemy didn't, not even teleportation would let them escape the demon doll's strikes. Sky demon abilities were a causal power. Once the demon doll locked onto Han Sen, even if Han Sen teleported away, he should still be hit. Han Sen's teleportation let him dodge the demon doll's attacks, though. He was obviously using an advanced version of teleportation. And as for what other powers Han Sen was employing, Jiang Shang couldn't guess. He couldn't understand what he was witnessing. He might be dodging the demon doll's strikes for now, but his efforts are futile. He is slower and weaker than the demon doll. We must take him with us today. Our race requires more than just a blessing. Thousands of our people over the next few decades, no, millions of our people over the next few centuries will need what he can provide us, Jiang Shang declared. In an effort to speed things up, he put more of his power into the purple horn. The purple horn's mysterious symbols glowed with a purple light. The powers of blessing Han Sen had displayed made other races take him very seriously. They needed his abilities. If they could capture Han Sen, they wouldn't hand him over to the Extreme King. They would lock him up for themselves and force him to bless their children and grandchildren. The mysterious symbols on the purple horn lit up further. And then, the armored man who had been struggling to capture Han Sen suddenly stopped. His body suddenly enlarged. The muscles of the mystery man grew, and the black armor began to swell. It had to morph in order to fit the bulging muscles. It highlighted their ridiculous size all too well. A dark purple presence intensified within that armor. It made the armored man look like a demon from hell. His eyes were purple like lightning. This is sure a change. Han Sen looked at the armored man in shock. He whispered the words hoarsely. He finally knew why the armored man's presence felt different from the other demons. They looked so similar, but Han Sen could feel that this guy was more like a Shura from the Alliance's universe. His power, however, was obviously some variant of sky demon power. That was what made him look just like one of the demon. It was very difficult to tell the difference, and so Han Sen hadn't caught on until now. Once he used Shura change, the Shura's presence became heavier. Now Han Sen was finally getting a better sense of what was happening. Why is there a Shura here? I never brought a Shura to the Geno universe. Unless he is one of the Shuras that come out of the coffin in the Shura's graveyard. Could he be one of the Shura kings? Han Sen looked at the demon-like armored man with a conflicted expression. And as he did, Han Sen kept thinking. The armored man didn't stop to think through things like Han Sen had. After he finished changing, his purple lightning-like eyes peered at Han Senator then. The muscular creature threw a punch toward Han Sen. Han Sen dodged the attack of the armored man. But when he teleported away, the armored man appeared in front of him. Purple flames burst to life around the man's fist as it slammed into Han Sen's stomach. Pang! When that fist connected, Han Sen's body shot away like a raging fireball. He flew into a nearby asteroid. He went through it and many more, cleaving a line through space. Before Han Sen could stop, the armored man appeared in front of him and punched him again. Once more, he was sent flying. Blurg! Han Sen spat out some blood. He kept falling, and he couldn't even teleport away. Han Sen was still falling when the armored man's hands reached out and wrapped around his head, gripping him firmly. Purple air rose from the hands in streams that flowed like venomous snakes, and they drilled through Han Sen's body. The purple air bound him, preventing him from moving. When they saw the armored man grab Han Sen, Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng were in shock. Gu Qingcheng's heart leaped into her throat. She lifted her hands, and thousands of old swords appeared around her. They went soaring over to strike the armored man. Gleaming blades rained down like a waterfall. Even a planet would be riddled with holes after weathering a storm of those blades. But the armored man was able to hold Han Sen with one hand and use the other hand to punch through the sword stream that was all around him. The power of that punch flew all the way back to Gu Qingcheng, but it was stopped by the sudden appearance of Elysian Moon's umbrella shield. Pang! That punch broke the sword light that her umbrella had formed. The armored man gathered strength in his fist again, preparing to attack Gu Qingcheng once more. Stop! How dare you be so rude to those two girls? Go back! Jiang Sheng shouted. He had arrived just in time, riding a robotic demon wolf. The armored man lowered its fist and retreated. Sorry I'm so late and ended up scaring you, girls. Jiang Sheng smiled at Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. So you were the one behind all this? Elysian Moon said, giving Jiang Sheng an icy stare. Of course not. I'm just here doing what is right of me to do. Jiang Sheng looked at the armored man holding Han Senator. He smiled and said, Teacher Han, we meet again. You should have the time to talk to me now. Yes. Mr. G, I don't think you have gauged my personality correctly. Han Sen was being held firmly by the armored man. Purple smoke covered him, and he couldn't even move his fingers. His face remained impassive, though. What do you mean? Jiang Sheng looked at Han Sen with interest. He looked like a cat playing with a mouse. Sir, just in case, we should take Han Sen to our core area base, the Demon King said. Han Sen laughed and said, He is right. I have a very bad temper. You better do it quick. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Jiang Sheng ignored the Demon King. His face took on an expression that looked something like a smile, but it was far too toothy and feral to be pleasant. He said, Oh, Han Sen, you are quite powerful. Even under these conditions you manage to stay so calm. But you are under the Sky Demon Lock. You are certainly stronger than a mere king, but not even a deified elite could break the Sky Demon Lock. After that, Jiang Sheng turned away. Ignoring Han Senator, he directed his attention to Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. These two girls can be privileged guests of my family. Please don't worry. You guys are VIPs. The demon will never think of bringing harm to the two of you. We will treat you very nicely. Before Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon could answer, Han Sen laughed. I was wondering why you were doing this to me. It's because you want the two of them? If you had told me sooner, I would have given them to you. Why go to all this hassle? Shut up. I thought you were quite the character, but I can't believe you are so obscene. How could you say something like that just as a desperate attempt to survive? Jiang Sheng shouted at Han Sen. Han Sen sighed. I'm just telling you the truth. They are very pretty, but they're actually insatiable monsters. They'd eat your flesh right down to the bones. I've suffered so much following them. I will be very happy if you take them away from me. I will build an altar in your honor, and I will praise you every night. I will treat you like a savior, Han Sen said. Whatever you say. You cannot escape this. Jiang Sheng seemed to know what Han Sen was trying to say. It made him laugh coldly. Han Sen shook his head and sighed. Mr. G, you're being rather cocky, but we're only in this situation because of someone else's work. If it wasn't for that scary guy in armor, you would be unable to defeat me. You have nothing to be cocky about. It should be that guy there who is cocky. Ji Yongsheng smiled and said, He is my demon doll. He only moves when I move. If you cannot beat my demon doll, you aren't qualified to fight me. Demon doll? He isn't an actual demon? Han Sen pretended to be surprised. Sir, let's go back to base now. The Demon King from earlier stopped Han Sen and Ji Yongsheng's conversation. He didn't want the prince to leak details about the demon doll. Ji Yongsheng wasn't stupid, though. He knew what was going on. He laughed and said, Han Sen, stop wasting our time. I won't kill you. If you behave during your time with the demon, we will treat you well. What does that mean? Can you define behaving for me? Do you want to milk me like a cow? Do you want me to eat grass while you squeeze my udders? You want me to make your sons and grandsons fat and full? You want me to die miserably when there's nothing left to give? Han Sen smiled. It is nothing like that. If you work, you will be rewarded. If you have this kind of power, you should do things to better the lives of others in this world. After that, Ji Yongsheng spoke to Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Ladies, please. You both will be my VIPs forever. No matter where you go, no one will dare hurt you. But if you both don't want to be my friends, I can't promise you this. Elysian Moon was always cold, but now she suddenly laughed. She was so pretty that she looked like a moon palace fairy, but her face looked as untouchable as a marble sculpture. When she laughed, it was like a flower opening amidst the snowfall. It was so beautiful. It was like realizing the world was alive after believing it to be dead. Ji Yongsheng and the other demons were frozen. They were thinking, this woman is unbelievably pretty. Elysian Moon laughed and said happily, we would like to go with you, but I'm afraid someone else might not. Who won't? Ji Yongsheng asked. Him, Elysian Moon said, looking at Han Sen. Ji Yongsheng chuckled darkly. Mr. Han is in danger. Even if he doesn't want you to come with us, he has no say in the matter. He doesn't even have a say in what happens to him. He will be coming with us so we can all go together, too. So what if he doesn't want to? Elysian Moon shook her head. It looks like you don't understand him at all. Do I need to understand him? Ji Yongsheng said cockily. If you understood him, you would know he is a suspicious, cunning, insidious, and cruel person. He doesn't place trust in anyone aside from himself. He always has a backup plan. Even when he is on the brink of doom, he has an escape route planned and ready to go. If I were you, I wouldn't be hanging around here to chat. I would chop his head off and grind him into pieces. Then I would burn those pieces until there was nothing left but ash. Elysian Moon said in a serious voice. Ji Yongsheng was shocked. He looked at Han's senator. The man's body was still wrapped in the toxic snake-like purple air, and the sight made Ji Yongsheng relax and smile again. You think too much. He is under the thumb of the Sky Demon Lock. Not even a deified elite could escape this. No matter how evil he is, getting out of this trap is impossible. Really? Han Sen's voice asked. When? Before Ji Yongsheng could speak again, his face grew pale. The purple mist still surrounded Han Sen, but his body looked like a rainbow. The Sky Demon Lock was melting within that light. Grayish-white feathers appeared, cloaking Han Sen's body. The image of a rainbow peacock appeared on his face, and it released a scary rainbow light. That rainbow light quickly melted away the Sky Demon Lock's purple smoke. In seconds, the power holding Han Sen in place had vanished. Ji Yongsheng and the other demons were shocked when they saw this. Their Sky Demon Lock, which could securely ensnare a deified being, had just been melted away with ease. It was unbelievable, and as a result, they were left staring in stupefied silence. They looked at Han Sen's feathery clothing, unsure what sort of treasure he was now making use of. But whatever it was obviously strong enough to break the Sky Demon Lock. Their assumption was only half right. Han Sen had been able to break free of the Sky Demon Lock because of the Peacock King Soul Robe's power. But the Beast Soul alone wouldn't have been enough to free him. Even if the Tianxia Peacock King was reborn, it couldn't have broken the Sky Demon Lock. But when the Peacock King's soul power, Han Sen's strength, and the power of the Dongxian Sutra were combined, The resultant power was enough to shatter the Sky Demon lock. Nothing less than that would have been able to free Han Sen. Han Sen hadn't used the Peacock King's soul robe at first because he knew there was something amiss with the armored man. He wanted to see who or what was behind the armored man, and that was why he allowed himself to get captured. Now he understood everything, and there was no point in pretending. Jiang Shang's eyes widened. He didn't say anything, but he poured more Sky Demon power into the purple horn that was still in his hands. The armored man's eyes glowed purple once more. He tried to grab Han Sen's head again. Han Sen waved his hand, and a rainbow light struck the armored man. The armored man's body lost control and fell prone. The rainbow light covered his whole body, and the power of the light quickly dissolved the black armor, revealing the person inside. It was a very muscular man. He was much taller than Han Senator. He wasn't very tall compared to many of the giant races in the universe. But his body was so solid that his limbs looked like towers. Tattoos covered his entire body. Han Sen could see that these tattoos were sure associated. Han Sen had rarely seen Shuras with those kinds of symbols, though. They were different from the traditional demon tattoos. Han Sen raised his eyes and looked at the man's head. To his surprise, the man's head didn't possess Shura horns. His head was only covered in short purple hair. But in that short hair, Han Sen could see an oval-shaped marking. It looked the man had once possessed a horn, but it had been broken off. It really is one of the Shura, Han Sen thought to himself. The guy was emotionless, and his muscles bulged so much that they looked like they were about to burst. The purple air rose, and it came at Han Sen in another attack. Han Sen immediately detected the Sky Demon power. Are the Sky Demon Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra the same? But if there is practically no difference between them, doesn't that mean pure Shuras shouldn't be able to learn it? If he is a Shura king from the sanctuary, how could he practice Sky Demon powers? Han Sen wondered. The man's fist came before Han Sen, but Han Sen raised his hand to stop it. Han Sen's hand was enshrouded with a rainbow godlight formed by substance chains. The rainbow godlight quickly tied up his enemy's body. The man struggled and writhed inside his bonds. Sky Demon power was strong, but it could only make use of causal powers. It wasn't some invincible ability. And speaking of power, this creature wasn't quite deified yet. He was weaker than the soul robe's power. If the Shura had been fighting someone other than Han Sen, he could have used causal powers to escape. But Han Sen was using his Dongxian area in conjunction with the Peacock King's soul robe. The Dongxian area's force stopped all of the universal cogwheels in the region. Not even causal powers could escape Han Sen's manipulation. Unless the Shura was stronger than Han Sen, the Shura's powers weren't going to be of any use while Han Sen had his Dongxian area active. Jiang Shang and the other demons were in shock. The demon doll's power was almost deified class, and demon dolls weren't like ordinary demons. They had very scary talents. After they became demon dolls, they would undergo a weird reaction with the Sky Demon powers. The demon dolls would then gain causal powers, which would allow them to apply causal powers to a wide range of uses. Not even a pure demon could do that. Even deified elites couldn't trap a demon doll. But now, the demon doll had been subdued by Han Sen, and it seemed completely unable to break free. It was being held tightly by Han Sen's power. The entire situation was way too scary. Without hesitation, Jiang Shang turned around with the plan to run away as fast as he could. The other demon elites thought to do the same, but they suddenly noticed their powers had disappeared. None of their abilities seemed to work. They couldn't tear through the fabric of space. They couldn't even cast any powers outside of their bodies. What's going on? Jiang Shang and the other demons looked at each other with wide, frightened eyes. Let me deal with them, Elysian Moon said smoothly. She waved her paper umbrella, unleashing a swordlight. It flew right at Jiang Shang. Due to the fact that they couldn't use their powers, Jiang Shang and the others had to jerk clumsily away. But with their reaction times being so slow, they couldn't dodge many of the swordlights, and the cruel attacks began to punch through their bodies. Demon blood gushed everywhere as they screamed. A second later, a few of the kings had already perished under Elysian Moon's swordlights. Ji Yongshang and the other two half-deifieds were badly injured. Now they believed what Han Sen had said. That woman was so pretty, but she was also someone who could slaughter her enemies without so much as a blink of hesitation. They were shocked by how powerful she was. They were under the influence of Han Sen's Dongxian area. They couldn't use their powers, even though they could still touch their self-cogwheels. Their power was there, but they couldn't make use of it. They couldn't do anything to save themselves. That woman's area power was no greater than king class, but her sword lights could pierce through the bodies of half-deifieds. Just that power exceeded what an ordinary king could accomplish. Ji Yongshang was as shocked as he was angry. He hated the fact that he hadn't followed the Demon King's advice. Han Sen, I'm the son of the Demon Alpha. If you kill me, the demons will do all they can to avenge my death. If you let me go, you can take any deified treasure and xenogeneic genes you wish, Ji Yongshang shouted. Han Sen looked at Ji Yongshang and said, A demon? You're lowly compared to the Extreme King. When he heard that, Ji Yongshang's face turned gray. He remembered that Han Sen was the one who had killed a prince of the Extreme King. If he wasn't concerned about their wrath, why would he fear the demons? Han Sen reached out and a rainbow light shot from his palm. Ji Yongshang didn't have the time or strength to dodge it. The purple horn was taken by Han Sen. Han Sen ignored Ji Yongshang and the others getting killed by Elysian Moon's sword lights. He took the mysterious purple horn and lifted it next to the broken stub on the Shura man's head. It is his horn. Han Sen thought about it and wondered what had happened. Keep them alive. I have things I need to ask them, Han Sen said to Elysian Moon, who was on the verge of taking Ji Yongshang's life. Elysian Moon lowered her paper umbrella and looked expressionlessly at Ji Yongshang and the others. The three left alive were severely injured. Even from an idle glance, it was clear that they were in bad shape. But they were restricted by the Dongxian area, so they couldn't have hoped to flee even if they tried. Mr. Ji, what is this doll? Han Sen looked at Ji Yongshang, who was bleeding all over the place. Since I'm already in your hands, you can kill me if you want. But I can assure you, I won't be giving you any information, Ji Yongshang said. Han Sen smiled. It looked as if the prince wasn't going to be doing any talking. Otherwise, he would have bargained instead of making heroic claims. Han Sen waved his hands, and the two half-deified demons disappeared in a flash of rainbow light. They were reduced to nothing. Not even their bones remained. Mr. Ji, tell me where the demon doll comes from, and I will let you live, Han Sen said slowly. A myriad of emotions passed over Ji Yongshang's face, but this time, he didn't speak with the certainty he had shown before. After a while, he said, If I tell you, will you really let me live? Han Sen laughed and said, Mr. Ji, although you are full of yourself, you are a pathetic ant in my eyes. Whether you die or not makes no difference in my life. Ergo, I don't really care what happens to you. Ji Yongshang gritted his teeth and looked at Han Senator. It looked as if he had just made a big decision. And he said, Okay, I will tell you about the demon doll. But you must promise to let me go. Han Sen's face looked cold. He didn't say anything. He lifted his hand, summoning a rainbow light. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ji Yongshang was so shocked. He thought Han Sen had made a mistake by killing the other two demons. Ji Yongshang thought that if he was the only one alive, Han Sen wouldn't kill him if he wished to know the secret of the demon doll. Therefore, Han Sen would be forced to bargain. But now, he realized Han Sen had the power to kill two half-deifieds with ease. That meant the demon prince could be killed easily, too. The secrets he held weren't worth much to Han Sen, in all likelihood. Don't make me think you are lying. Otherwise, even if I don't want to kill you, I will have to kill you as punishment, Han Sen said to Ji Yongshang, his voice flat. Han Sen knew Ji Yongshang was a worm that only acted bravely. The man might have tried to maintain his image if his subordinates were around. So Han Sen took a shortcut and killed the other demons before getting down to brass tacks. And now that he was the only one left alive, Ji Yongshang seemed a lot more willing to bargain. But even so, his attempts to negotiate were weak. His resolve had crumbled. It wasn't long before Han Sen received the story of the demon doll from Ji Yongshang. Jiangshang didn't know much about the demon dolls. All he knew was that they were created by the Alpha. They had a strong vitality and a keen proficiency with sky demon powers. They were scarier than actual demons. But no one knew how the demon Alpha created the demon dolls or what materials were used to make them. People believed the demon dolls were crafted from demon elites, but there weren't many demon elites of that level of talent. In addition, no demon elites were missing from the records. So that couldn't have been the truth. Even the demon society knew little about the demon dolls. Only the core supervisor would know about them. Not many demons were given a demon doll by the Alpha to use. Despite Han Sen's repeated questions and threats, Jiangshang hadn't revealed how the demon doll was created. It was probably something only the demon Alpha knew. How many demon dolls are there? Han Sen seemed to know his captive wasn't lying, and so he asked this. I'm not sure about that. I know there are at least a dozen. The demon Alpha gave out a few demon dolls. There are still a few left in stock. I know of 3 deified demon dolls. The rest are half-deifieds. Jiangshang was gushing secrets like a broken faucet in his desire to survive. There are 3 deified demon dolls? Han Sen was shocked. The demons weren't considered a big race these days. They weren't highly ranked among the higher races. Not only did they have deifieds in their midst, but they had 3 deified demon dolls. There could even be more. That was a scary thought. It looks like the demons are stronger than we thought, Gu Qingcheng said after a moment of thought. Han Sen was thinking, too. There sure is something a little sketchy about the demon Alpha. I bet those demon dolls are the Shura kings that entered the Geno universe via the Shura's graveyard. That means there is a blood relation between the demons and the Shuras. But why did the demon Alpha turn them into demon dolls? Han Sen didn't understand, and so he asked Jiangshang how one could control a demon doll. The man's explanation was thorough. But even if you do know how to control it, you need sky demon power to actually do it, Jiangshang said. But Han Sen had already activated the purple horn. The demon doll began to move. Jiangshang's mouth opened wide, and he could no longer speak. This demon doll seems easy to use. Han Sen raised the purple horn, which was oozing purple smoke. As long as Han Sen had that purple horn, he could use his will to control the demon doll. Could act out many commands. The doll was even able to perform simple actions by itself, so it didn't have to be controlled at all times. Mr. Han, I told you everything you asked to know. I didn't lie once. Can I go now? Jiangshang asked Han Sen with sincerity. He looked so scared. Who said you could ever leave? Han Sen smiled. You said you would let me live. Are you going to break your promise? Jiangshang was shocked, and his face looked very pale. I said I would let you live, but I didn't say I would let you go. Han Sen waved his hand and said, You can be in charge of pulling my carriage in the future. Pulling a carriage? Jiangshang was confused. He didn't know what that meant. In the core area, a few kings were hunting a xenogeniac. They were just about to kill it when they saw something coming toward them. They stared for a long minute, confused, before they understood what they were seeing. They saw a demon coming toward them. There were ropes around the demon's shoulders, and he was pulling something like a rickshaw. Hey, isn't that the demon Jiangshang? What is he doing? The kings looked at the strange sight in shock. Most of them couldn't speak. Jiangshang was pulling a bronze carriage. It didn't have a roof, but there was an umbrella shading the occupants. Inside the carriage were a man and 2 women. The beautiful women sat on either side of the man, like 2 wives flanking a king. Han Sen had no interest in humiliating Jiangshang, and he didn't really want to get in the carriage. He just wanted to see if he could draw out some of the demons that might be nearby. If they wanted to save Jiangshang or eliminate Han Sen, it would be hard for them to do that in the core area. It would likely prompt would-be saviors to use their demon dolls. Han Sen's true purpose was to lure out more of those demon dolls so he could take them for himself. It would be great for him to have a few deified demon dolls in his back pocket. The existence of the demon dolls was a very strange thing. The demon doll Han Sen had already obtained had a life force and could think for itself a little. It never looked like it was truly alive, though. Its mind only came alive when it received commands via the purple horn. If it wasn't being controlled, it would stand in place like a deactivated robot. Plus, people were supposedly unable to travel to the core area with another living thing. Despite that, the demon dolls could be brought into the core area. That meant it wasn't a living thing on its own. Han Sen didn't know if a deified demon doll could come through, though. If that was possible, then the demons should have surely been stronger in the core area than the Extreme King were. Of course, all of this was just Han Sen's line of thinking. These were his guesses. It might not even be possible to bring deified demon dolls into the core area. Even if they could enter, the demons might only use them in secret to avoid word of them spreading to other races. Come and take a look. New things happen every day, and this is assuredly the latest. The demon's Jiangshang is pulling a rickshaw. Jiangshang is loved by the demon Alpha. He was so cocky, and now he has been reduced to a rickshaw boy. Who is on the carriage he is pulling? Cannot be a king of the Extreme King, can it? What king class of the Extreme King could do that? Such a feat is beyond any of them. You must be joking. In this universe, who could be stronger than the Extreme King? You're forgetting God's daddy. Oh, you mean Han Sen? That guy isn't dead. Dead? He is living just fine. He somehow forced Ji Yangshang to do this, and he has two very beautiful women next to him. Don't you see those two girls? They are so beautiful. I don't think anyone else out of all the races in existence could be more beautiful than those two. I'd be willing to die for just one turn in the sheets with them. Really? They're that hot. I'm not kidding. I saw a princess of the Extreme King once upon a time, but compared to these two, she was nothing. These girls are so much hotter. The Extreme King princesses are hardly fit to be their handmaidens. In that case, I must get a closer look. Ji Yangshang lowered his head and continued to pull the carriage. He didn't say a word. He was so angry, and he thought to himself, Han Sen, that asshole. Don't let me find a chance to kill you, because I will be ready to pounce the moment an opportunity appears. Someone took a video of the scene and distributed it. The entire universe came to know that Ji Yangshang was a rickshaw boy for Han Senator. The leaders of the demon were about to start retching blood out of shame. Furthermore, the elites that had once been around Ji Yangshang had been killed. The backup elites were far away, and it would be a long time before they could get in range. Han Sen planned on drawing many demons out, but the demons didn't come. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were very angry about the fact that they were attracting many horny men. Luckily, they only showed themselves in the beginning. After a while, the girls hid their faces. They wore armor so that no naughty people or creatures could see what they looked like. But even so, many kings still came over to watch. Of course, some of the kings came to see the women, but most of the kings were just there to see Han Senator. They wanted to gain his blessing or capture him. But seeing this half-deified demon Ji Yangshang pulling a rickshaw for Han Sen, no one dared to try anything provocative. If they were going to take him by force, they would prefer waiting for stronger elites to come. Han Sen traveled for half a day before someone was bold enough to try to bar his way. Look, someone is here. Film it quickly. Let us watch and see who is looking for Han Senator. Isn't that Autumn Wind of the Aichi race? Teehee. The Aichi are very famous for being womanizers. Autumn Wind must be going after those two girls. The Aichi are pretty well respected out of all the high races. They have many elites in their ranks, and they are particularly proficient when it comes to wielding bows. There are many archers in their race. Still, aside from all that, the Aichi are pretty lazy. Most of their elites are just hired by other races. There are few races that don't have an Aichi archer to help them. This Autumn Wind is probably the best archer they've had for many centuries. He is half deified, and he might one day become deified. This guy might actually take down Han Sr. I'm afraid his target isn't Han Sen. It is actually those two girls. I don't think that Autumn Wind has what it takes. Han Sen's title of God's daddy isn't a mere joke. Even the Extreme King deified elites failed to catch him, so I doubt there is much Autumn Wind can accomplish. Maybe not. The Tianxia system and the systems of chaos are too complicated. Those deifieds would obviously run into trouble if they were after Han Sen, and he hid well. In the core area, It isn't so easy to hide. While everyone was talking, Han Sen's bronze carriage moved right in front of Autumn Wind. Han Sen looked at Autumn Wind. He looked just like a human. He was shorter and skinnier than Han Sen, but his face was very delicate. His ears were long and sharp in particular. He had long, silver hair with transparent wings on his back. He was like an elf out of legends. "Why are you getting in my way?" Han Sen asked, looking coldly at Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Gu Qingchang and Elysian Moon and said, "I had heard that there were two beautiful women here. It said their image can stun the entire universe. So, I have just come here to take a look. I thought the tales must have been exaggerated, but before I could even see them, their presence alone was enough to make me drunk. These intoxicating feelings are surely worth the trip. I wonder if these two women are willing to reveal their faces to me. I am willing to die for the sight." "You should go home while you still can," Han Sen said flatly. "I'm serious about this. Ladies, if you will allow me to see your faces, I'm willing to be a slave for you. Heck, I would kill myself immediately and not even be upset about it." Autumn Wind ignored Han Sen, begging Gu Qingchang and Elysian Moon for a look. Despite his monologue, it didn't seem like he was looking for a fight. Han Sen was about to tell Ji Yongshang to continue past Autumn Wind, but Elysian Moon suddenly said, "You can see our true selves, but only if you beat him. Do that and you can see us." Elysian Moon's words shocked many of the kings that were present. They thought those two women were Han Sen's friends, but she had suggested something very different. They started to believe the women were being held hostage by a demon. It made people's blood boil. They wanted to save the beautiful women. Because of the videos that kings in the core area made and distributed, many elites across the universe were able to watch what was going on there. After hearing what Elysian Moon said, many angry eyes focused on Han Senator. Countless young men wanted to beat up Han Sen to save those two pretty girls. Of course, young men who thought that way generally didn't have the necessary rank to visit the core area. The kings that were watching from inside the core area didn't move. "Is what you said true?" Autumn Wind asked with excitement, his eyes looking bright. "If you don't believe me, then why are you asking me?" Elysian Moon smiled. "I believe you, my lady." Autumn Wind nodded. Then he turned to Han Sr. "Can you please fight me?" "Don't worry. I will only beat you on behalf of the lady's request. I won't kill you." "This guy is pretty confident," Hansen thought, suppressing a laugh. He looked at Autumn Wind and said, "I can fight you. If you win, you see the girls. If I win, what do I earn?" "Right?" Autumn Wind said, nodding his agreement. "What do you want?" Han Sen was surprised. He hadn't expected Autumn Wind to say something like that. He looked at Autumn Wind, thinking he was a funny guy. Han Sen went silent and said, "If you lose, why don't you pull the rickshaw just like he is?" "Sure." Autumn Wind didn't even think about it before he agreed. He probably never expected that he might actually lose. Han Sen stood up and climbed off the carriage. He stood 10 meters away from Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind looked at Han Sen and said, "Use whatever attack you want. If you can hurt me, you win." "T-Guy is saying crazier things than I usually do," Hansen thought, looking at the man. Autumn Wind had a bow on his back, and seeing it prompted Han Sen to say, "Loan me your bow. I will shoot at you a few times. If you can't dodge my arrows, then you lose." Shit, this guy is obscene. He must know Autumn Wind's bow is the Aichi's deified treasure wind string. He wants to scam the treasure off of him. Who would dare do such a thing? Does he think Autumn Wind is stupid? Not many people would happily hand over a deified treasure to someone else. Even if they did, they wouldn't hand it to an enemy. While everyone complained, Autumn Wind took the bow and quiver off his back. He threw them to Han Senator. The kings around them stared blankly at the two. He really did loan it to him. Shit, Hansen just scored big. Run. Is he really going to shoot the bow? Autumn Wind just handed it to him. Go ahead. Shoot me any way you want until you are satisfied. Autumn Wind appeared lackadaisical, and he spoke to Han Sen in a very casual manner. Han Sen picked up the bow and quiver. He noticed that the quiver contained 10 arrows. He spoke to Autumn Wind and said, "There are 10 arrows. I will shoot at you 10 times. If I miss them all, then I lose." Autumn Wind nodded and said, "Sure, if you can get 1 arrow to touch my body, then I lose." Han Sen didn't say anything more. He just gripped Autumn Wind's bow tightly. The bow looked very ordinary. Its body appeared to have been constructed from old vines. It looked like a very old-fashioned longbow. The string was a half-transparent, and it was as thin as a hair. It was very tightly strung, though. Han Sen didn't know what kind of creature's tendon it came from. The moment Han Sen grabbed the bow, Autumn Wind's face looked glum. That was because when Han Sen picked up the bow, Autumn Wind could tell that he was proficient with the weapon. Han Sen was doubtless an excellent archer. However, Autumn Wind hadn't given Han Sen his bow because he was stupid. In fact, Autumn Wind was very smart. There weren't many that could make use of wind string. It was one of the Aichi's secret treasures, and only the blood of the Aichi could activate it. The wind string was a very spiritual item, and Autumn Wind had already earned its approval. Even if someone took it away from him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Han Sen's attempts to shoot the bow would be pointless. The weapon wouldn't help him, and he might even end up getting hurt by it. Autumn Wind being so polite simply because he wanted the 2 women to have a good impression of his character. If Han Sen used wind string to shoot him, he wouldn't even have to move. Han Sen would miss and end up getting hurt by wind string himself. When he saw how comfortable Han Sen seemed to be when he handled the bow, Autumn Wind realized that Han Sen must be very good at archery. An elite like that shouldn't have been clueless about wind string, though. So, it begged the question why Han Sen would request to borrow it. Han Sen stroked the wind string's body. Then, he slipped 2 fingers around the string and tried to pull it. As everyone observed, that silk-like, half-transparent string didn't budge. PFFF. The kings and nobles who saw this almost spat out whatever was in their mouths. After half a day, Han Sen was unable to move the bow's string. There was no need for the competition. Han Sen couldn't even fire a single arrow. Han Sen is too naive. Did he really think Autumn Wind was letting him the bow out of the goodness of his heart? This is the Aichi's wind string. Without the blood of an Aichi, it cannot be used. Yeah, how could I forget that? That is wind string. When the Aichi were going through their roughest period of history, their final deified passed away. They haven't had a deified since that time. The race of the bonus attacked the Aichi and stole wind string from them. Then, the bonus king tried to show off wind string at a party. It was given to a general who was a master with the bow. He took the bow, and the king asked him for an archery performance. But that general, despite trying all sorts of different powers, couldn't get the bow's string to move. The king of the bonus saw this, and he commanded another general to work with the first general. One of them held the bow while the other pulled back the string. They tried to force wind string open. They did manage to draw wind string, but after they drew it, the string came to life like a thunderstorm. Wind string started to move by itself, and somehow the string cut the heads off both of the generals. Ever since then, no one who owned wind string was able to wield it. They all ended up getting hurt by it. It was even said to bring bad luck. That was until wind string was brought back to its rightful place. The Aichi elite who retrieved it killed many people with wind string and eventually became deified. It brought the Aichi race back to life and relevance. As a result, wind string's name became very famous across the universe. But aside from the Aichi, no others dare to use the bow. No wonder Autumn Wind was so quick to give the bow away. It really is the wind string. Han Sen held wind string, and his fingers caressed the bowstring. It shivered at his touch, like he was brushing against a dragon or a tiger. Swords had sword souls, and bows had a spirit of their own too. The higher level it was, the harder it was for others to make use of it. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra powers to activate the treasure. He was able to make use of most treasures, but that was because most treasures didn't already have owners. This wind string did have a master, and even with Han Sen using his Dongxian area powers, it resisted. He was unable to pull the string back. Han Sen's fingers hooked onto that tender-looking string. Slowly, he cast his jadeskin power. The fingers upon the string turned to ice, and the power he used became grander. But that string still wouldn't budge. No matter how hard Hansen tugged at the string, it refused to be drawn. It didn't look as if it was ever going to happen. Autumn Wind was delighted to see this. He said, "My wind string has a mind of its own. Not just anyone can make use of it. Why don't you try using a different bow? I won't mind. I like my bows to be a little stubborn," Hansen said inscrutably. Autumn Wind quietly said, "I don't mind you trying, but you can't keep these two girls waiting for too long. There's no need to wait. We can start right now. This is the first arrow," Hansen said. Then he pulled an arrow out of the quiver. Hansen felt comfortable when he held the arrow. There was a sensation that was difficult to describe. When he was in the sanctuaries, he had frequently used a bow, and he was always the best when it came to using them. When he was in the Black Hawk Military Academy, he came first place in an archery competition. Hansen liked using bows, but he had yet to find a bow that was strong enough in the Geno universe, and when it came to ranged engagements, he could always make use of Spell's arsenal. He rarely used bows anymore. Even if he found a good bow beast's soul, he would sooner give it to his daughter Han Menger. Hansen thought it would be a while before he had to make use of a bow again. He didn't expect he would have a chance to use his bow in this sort of situation. "It feels good to hold a bow again," Hansen sighed. He lifted the arrow, pressing it against the string of wind string. What is this guy hoping to achieve? He couldn't pull wind string, so what is the point of putting an arrow on it? Is the arrow going to launch itself? Everyone thought what Hansen was doing was so weird. Everyone could tell Hansen didn't have enough power. He had pulled wind string twice, and it wouldn't budge. Clearly couldn't be drawn. Autumn Wind put out his hands and said, "Actually, I really don't mind you making use of a different bow." Hansen ignored him. He raised the bow and the knocked arrow, and he cast Jadeskin. Then he pulled back on wind string. A scary power surged through Hansen's fingers. He tugged on the string, but it was refusing to move. Hansen was applying too much strength, though. He pulled so hard that the string dug into his fingers until it reached his finger bones. It completely bypassed the protection of Jadeskin. "Don't force it. Even a deified elite might have trouble pulling the string of wind string," Autumn Wind cautioned. Hansen didn't heed his words. He continued to pull the string, as the power of his fingers became stronger. "Sir, run!" While everyone's focus was on Hansen, a demon was frowning at Jiangshang, who was still hitched to the rickshaw. Jiangshang pretended not to see him, but the demon king who had called out to him was in a hurry. He didn't move forward to save Jiangshang, though. He was the only demon there. The true demon elites had yet to show up. What is wrong with the prince? Is he retarded? Why isn't he running? Demon King wondered. Hansen was obviously focused on the bow right now, so the demon had no idea why Jiangshang was refusing to run while he had the chance. The demon kept making signals to Jiangshang. The man's constant waving made the prince very angry. He turned his head away from the man. Inside, he was thinking, "Are you stupid? Of course I would run if I had the chance to. I wouldn't need a reminder from you. Hansen is right next to me, and those two women can't be provoked. I can't risk trying to run away." The demon saw that Jiangshang was now refusing to look his way, so he moved around the crowd, getting back into Jiangshang's line of sight. Once he was sure the prince could see him, he started signaling again. Jiangshang's eyebrows were lowered in a deep frown. He wanted to slap that brain-damaged demon. He wasn't going to run away now. If he started to run, the two women Hansen had with him would believe he was trying to escape. It would look very bad if he was captured once again, and this time in front of a large audience. Jiangshang ignored the idiotic demon and closed his eyes. Everyone could see Hansen was using all of his strength. Even though the string was digging into his flesh, he was still unable to draw the bow, and that made them happy. "Do you really think you're the daddy of all gods? Even if you were, that is a bow. You're the god's daddy, not the bow's daddy. Why are you insisting on wrestling with this bow?" His ego's gone out of control. He experienced a big fight and is now confident he can do everything. Haha! I can finally witness Han Sen make a fool of himself. Windstring isn't that easy to operate. If it was that easy, it wouldn't belong to the Aichi. As everyone discussed the bow, Han Sen's eyes hardened. A robe of gray feathers appeared around him, giving off a rainbow light. The crowd of onlookers could see the rainbow glow coming from Han Sen, but they couldn't make out the details of the robe or the symbol that had appeared on Han Sen's back. The peacock had already spread its tail. The glory of its light surrounded Han Sen. Once Han Sen received the Peacock King's buff, his jade-skin fingers glowed like a rainbow. The power running through his hands surged to a truly horrifying level. As that scary power rose through Han Sen, Windstring finally began to move. Inch by inch, the bow was being drawn. The dragon-like tendon string was quivering madly. It made the sound of some ancient predator roaring. It sounded like a thunderstorm. People nearby thought that their eardrums were about to pop. Everyone in the crowd felt this way. They stared, dumbfounded. As Han Sen pulled Windstring's string back, they were too shocked to say anything. Windstring could be drawn by force, just like the Bona generals who had been half-deified and focused on pure strength. With the combination of their strength, their powers reached a deified level and pulled back Windstring's string. They had only done so once, though. Things never turned out well for the people that forced back Windstring. There was a deified elite who once managed to pull back Windstring's string. After forcing it to obey his will, extremely bad luck fell upon him. Everyone could now see that Han Sen had managed to draw Windstring. As much as they were shocked, they were really happy about this. They were surprised Han Sen was able to draw Windstring, and they were excited to find out whether or not bad luck would fall upon Han Sen like the others that made use of it. Han Sen drew Windstring, and the predatory roar coming from the bow grew ever louder. Nearby kings felt their hearts pounding in their chests. They felt as if their hearts were going to explode. As everyone drowned in this shock, they knew they had to leave the area and watch Han Sen from a greater distance. Autumn Wind started to look grim. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Han Sen was going to pull the bowstring back as far as possible. If he fired it now, Autumn Wind was genuinely unsure whether or not he could dodge the arrow. Windstring at full strength could harm a deified. Autumn Wind was only half deified. Even though it was his bow, he didn't think he could avoid an arrow fired by it. Cat. When Windstring's bowstring reached the halfway point, Han Sen felt as if something had gotten stuck. He couldn't pull the string further or let it go. As this occurred, a tornado-like substance chain was released by the bow. It became a scary space tornado that pulled Han Sen into it. Oh no! Oh no! Windstring is going to consume him. Bad luck for Han Senator. Why did he have to borrow that cursed Windstring? Will Windstring cut off Han Sen's head? It is hard to say. Many people have been decapitated by Windstring. Sweat ran down Autumn Wind's forehead. If Han Sen fired that arrow, he didn't think he could dodge it. As all the kings discussed this, the tornado surrounding Windstring suddenly disappeared, and Han Sen was still at the center of the storm. He was holding the bow, with its bowstring moving again as he drew it further back. He hadn't been hurt by Windstring. Windstring kept groaning in his hands. It looked as if it didn't want to be there, but it had no choice but to submit to its new wielder. And as a result, it groaned. When I, Han Sen, want to fire an arrow, you have to open up no matter what, Han Sen proclaimed. Then he applied a massive amount of strength from his fingers. The bowstring that wasn't fully drawn was suddenly pulled all the way. It was now as far as it could go. It looked like a full moon. Windstring shivered and shook, releasing an angry roar. But its protests did nothing. Couldn't stop Han Sen from firing an arrow. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen was using Windstring by force. Even its powers of consumption didn't prevent its new wielder from using it. Seeing Windstring now was like watching a woman with a man forcing himself on top of her. Han Sen trained an arrow on Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind's face went gray. The sweat pouring from him had started to soak his clothes. Seeing that Han Sen on the cusp of firing an arrow, Autumn Wind finally shouted, "No! Don't shoot! I know that you can. Han Sen ignored his plight. It had been so hard to pull the string of that bow. After all that work, he was definitely going to fire it. Whoosh! When Han Sen released the bowstring, it broke the fabric of space. The arrow flew out, disappearing from everyone's vision. Autumn Wind became a typhoon. He kept shifting position like a wind that no one could catch. But somehow, that feather arrow still appeared in front of him. It was going to shoot right through his forehead. Autumn Wind was a dead man. Just as the feather arrow was about to puncture Autumn Wind's forehead, the arrow suddenly abandoned its target. It shot away from everyone, heading toward a nearby planet instead. Pang! The arrow perforated the entire planet, and a second later the planet exploded. The shockwave washed over several other planets, and the kings around them were knocked off balance by the shockwaves. Fortunately, they were far away from the planet. Otherwise, the explosion would have hurt them a lot. Autumn Wind's face looked pale. If that arrow had hit him, his body would have been annihilated. He would have been unable to escape. Even when he used Windstring, he couldn't summon that much power from the bow. After all, he wasn't deified. He couldn't use the full potential of Windstring. Thank you for not killing me, Mr. Han. Autumn Wind bowed to Han Sen. Do I need to demonstrate with another arrow? Han Sen asked, looking at Autumn Wind. There is no need. I lost. I will keep my promise and pull the rickshaw on your behalf. It will be an honor to do this, Autumn Wind said. Han Sen returned Windstring and its quiver to Autumn Wind. The bow's master was Autumn Wind. Han Sen could use it, but he needed the soul robe, jade skin, and the power of the Dongshin Sutra to do so. Firing that one arrow had tired him out more than an entire fight could. No matter how good the bow was, it wouldn't be easy for Han Sen to use. Plus, Han Sen had only said that he wanted to borrow it. He always planned to return it. Autumn Wind accepted the bow and returned it to his back. He walked in front of the bronze rickshaw and stood next to Ji Yongsheng. He pulled the rope and said, Mr. Ji, now that we are co-workers, it is nice to meet you. Fuck that. Look after your own ass. Ji Yongsheng hissed furiously. He was thinking about why elites like themselves had to operate a rickshaw, and he wondered why Autumn Wind showed so much enthusiasm for the lowly task. When people saw Ji Yongsheng and Autumn Wind pulling the bronze rickshaw, they finally shook off their daze. God's daddy really deserves his title. He is too much of a fucking god. How could he force Windstring to submit to him without ending up dead? Is he really a king? Are you sure he isn't a deified in disguise? Nonsense. Deifieds can't enter the core area. Yeah, right. But when he used the bow, I think he generated a substance chain. That feather robe must be a powerful deified treasure. That has to be how he was granted such a scary amount of power. No wonder the Extreme King can't capture him. He is way too strong. There were some Extreme King princes and princesses there, but none of them opted to attack Han Senator. No one was willing to try to stop him. His performance with Windstring was so scary that it had stunned everyone. In the core area, not even the Extreme King wanted to confront him. Unless they could bring deifieds to bear against him, Han Sen's power was simply overwhelming. All the races researched the video of Han Sen firing his arrow. The widely accepted explanation was that the feather robe was a mysterious treasure that helped him. Could some allow Han Sen's power to rival a deified? That asshole! How does he have so much good luck? First, he earned the shield of the Medusa's gaze, and now he has that mysterious feather robe. How many treasures does he have? The sixth uncle of the Extreme King saw the footage and moaned. It looks like we cannot capture him in the core area. We must find him in the systems of chaos. The fourth uncle Meng Lai said in a hard voice. Spring Rain has been looking for him. I hope they will return bearing results. The sixth uncle didn't harbor much hope for Spring Rain's success, though. All the races now understood one thing. Han Sen shouldn't be provoked in the core area. Han Sen's continued traversal of the core area was free from strife. Although many people sought to follow him, none of them sought trouble. That was what depressed Han Sen, though. Not even the demons came looking to start a fight. Han Sen wanted more of those demon dolls, and he wasn't getting another chance to procure one. The next day, Hansen decided to let Autumn Wind go. He didn't really need another person to pull the rickshaw for him, and if the demon weren't going to come, there was no point in doing any of this. Brother Wind, you've fulfilled your promise. You can leave now. Autumn Wind was actually pretty nice, so Hansen didn't want to trouble him too much. After Autumn Wind heard this, he shook his head determinedly. He said, No, no, since I lost, I must uphold my end of the bargain. You've already pulled it all day. That's plenty, Hansen replied with shock. One day is not enough, Autumn Wind said. I have to help you and these two ladies for at least year. No, 10 years. It is my pleasure to help you three out. Jiang Sheng was so angry, and he thought to himself, You are such an idiot. Why would you want to be a rickshaw boy? Hansen looked at Autumn Wind and said emotionlessly, We don't need this rickshaw anymore. You may leave. Perhaps we will meet again one day. Autumn Wind still didn't look willing to leave. He said, Even if you don't need a rickshaw, there must be some other service I can do for you. I can hunt down xenogenics and cook well. Let me work for you. Just go while we're letting you live. Stop talking crap, Elysian Moon said in annoyance. Autumn Wind sighed and said, If you insist on me leaving, then I will. I hope I can see you both again someday. After that, Autumn Wind dropped the rope and departed. He kept looking back as he was leaving as if he didn't want to go. People would think that being a rickshaw boy had been a luxurious vacation for him, not an arduous task that he was conscripted into. This Autumn Wind would do anything for pretty girls. What a player. Hansen laughed. He knew that Autumn Wind was only there for Elysian Moon and Gu Qingqing. After Autumn Wind left, Jiang Sheng saw Hansen look at him. He thought to himself, Let me go. Let me go. Let me go now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull our rickshaw, Hansen said with a cruel stare. Fuck. Jiang Sheng was furious. He wanted to slap Hansen more than a few times, but all he could do was pull the carriage. In a distant corner of a dark world, a dim light was shining amidst the old ruins of a palace. Old cat, are you sure little sacred leader can go to the sanctuaries now? Auntie May asked, looking at Nine Life Cat. Old cat, you better think this through. If something happens to little sacred leader, I will kill you, Old Vulture said to Old Cat with a fearsome gaze. Old Cat laughed. Don't worry, I'm not wrong about this. Little sacred leader is going to be king class. This is the best time for him to earn genes in the sanctuaries. If he reaches king class, his self-cogwheel will be complete. Then it will be too late for him to earn the genes he requires. He must reset his body's genes before he becomes king class. Then he can use his self-cogwheel to become king class. But little sacred leader is already a duke. Are you sure it is safe for him to go to the sanctuaries? Auntie May asked. Others might not fare well, but little sacred leader won't have any trouble. Old Cat paused and then went on to say, Don't worry, I will be following behind little sacred leader. I won't allow anything bad to happen to him. You better, otherwise. Auntie May coldly grunted. Those scary people said goodbye to Little Flower. Not long after, a man and a cat took a lantern with them as they left the ruins. They ventured out into the darkness. Old Cat, I want to see my mother, Little Flower said to Old Cat. He was holding the lantern as he walked. Of course, you can now go anywhere, but you must know that your mother loves you so much. When you are back, she will want to keep you and not allow you to go anywhere. But this world is going to end, and when that happens, your mother, family, and friends will all die. If you don't level up and save all of existence, then your mother and your father will leave you. Even your cute sister will die. You saw the video of her, right? Do you really want them to be killed? Old Cat said. Only I can save the world? Is there no other way? Little Flower asked, looking at Old Cat. Yes, you are the savior of this world. Only you can save everybody, the Old Cat answered seriously. Fine. We will go to the sanctuaries. I won't let my parents or my sister get hurt. I will save the world. Little Flower's face looked certain of this. Yes, just like that. Save the world, and then you can be with your family. the old cat said with a nod and a blink. Standing in the first god's sanctuary, Tang Minger happily clutched her knife and rushed forward. She headed for the fields, wanting to kill creatures. She had just turned 16, and this was her first time in the sanctuaries. But the weird thing was, the shelter she resided in was empty. She was the only person there. That didn't matter to Tang Minger, though. She had the Tang family's positive personality, and she was confident in her abilities. She didn't care if there was no one there. She just wanted to kill creatures quickly. After running for a short while, she saw two creatures running across the fields. Tang Minger was happy about this. She sprinted toward them with her Z-steel knife. But when Tang Minger drew close, she was given a fright. The two creatures were a 12-year-old boy and a beast that resembled a cat. The boy had red lips and white teeth. He was beautiful and he looked like a human. People couldn't enter the sanctuaries until they were 16. Though, if they entered before their 16th birthday, their bodies would be damaged. With that in mind, he couldn't have been a human. "Are you a human or what?" Tang Minger asked, raising her knife as she drew close to the boy. "I'm human. You're a human too, right, big sister?" Little Flower looked at Tang Minger with curiosity. He hadn't seen another human in years. Tang Minger felt relieved to hear he was a human, but she didn't think that could be true. She pulled out her knife and pointed it at Little Flower. She said, "Don't lie to me. Humans can only enter the sanctuaries when they are 16. You are so small. How did you enter the sanctuaries before that?" Little Flower was about to respond when he heard something tearing its way out of the soil. Grass and dirt fountained up, and a 10-meter-long centipede came out of the ground. It was going to attack Tang Minger and Little Flower. "Run!" Tang Minger's face went pale. She picked up Little Flower and ran toward her shelter. Before she entered the sanctuaries, she had read about the creatures that lived there. She immediately knew this was a sacred blood demon centipede. She had just entered the sanctuaries, and so she couldn't beat it. Tang Minger had only just entered the sanctuaries, and although her geno arts weren't bad, her genes hadn't been reinforced. She was weak, and she couldn't outrun the giant demon centipede. The centipede caught up within seconds. Tang Minger held Little Flower as she dashed away, but the skies suddenly turned dark. An enormous shadow fell over the ground. Without looking up, she knew the giant demon centipede's mouth was hanging agape over their heads. "Why am I this unlucky? Does God envy smart people or something? Or is it because I, Tang Minger, am simply too smart?" Tang Minger thought to herself. It could be said that her disposition was gloomy, and that was putting it lightly. Tang Minger was still pulling Little Flower's hands as she ran. Seeing the open mouth of the giant demon centipede drawing close behind her, she threw Little Flower forward. "Run!" she shouted. Seeing that scary mouth draw so close, Tang Minger felt like she was about to dissolve in fear. After all, she was an underage girl. She kind of looked like Tang Jinliu, but she had never encountered a near-death experience before, so she was afraid. Seeing the giant demon centipede mouth about to eat her, Tang Minger's vision turned blurry. Then, she saw the giant demon centipede's head hit the ground near her. Soil and grass sprayed everywhere. The creature's head was inside a crater, and the boy with red lips and white teeth was standing atop the creature's body. Tang Minger's eyes opened wide. She stared at the boy upon the giant demon centipede's head. It was the boy she had been carrying moments before. "Big sister, are you okay?" Han Little Flower walked over to Tang Minger, looking worried. Tang Minger had no clue how to compose herself. She just stared at Han Little Flower in utter shock. No other response came to mind. She couldn't believe this boy, who looked a few years younger than she was herself, was standing on top of a sacred blood giant demon centipede. He made it look so easy. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Han Little Flower saw that Tang Minger had frozen. He thought she was injured. He placed his hands on her forehead, preparing to inject power into her body and see where she might be hurt. Boom! As this happened, the giant demon centipede struggled to pull its head out of the soil. Tang Minger was scared again. She fell back. "You scared big sister. Go apologize." Han Littleflower turned around and glared at the giant demon centipede. The giant demon centipede's body shivered and shook. As Tang Minger watched with unbelieving eyes, the giant demon centipede lowered its body. It kept nodding toward Tang Minger as if it was begging for forgiveness. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Is this really the sacred blood creature known as a giant demon centipede? Tang Minger was frozen. Big sister, are you okay? Han Littleflower ran in front of Tang Minger again and placed his hands on her forehead. Tang Minger's face blushed. She fell back and looked at him. Who are you? No, are you human? Why would a demon centipede listen to you? My name is Han Littleflower, and I am human. Didn't I already tell you this? He pointed at the giant demon centipede and said, He can't beat me. Of course he listens to me. Han Littleflower, your surname is Han? Are you related to Uncle Hansen? Tang Minger quickly asked. I'm his son. Have you seen my dad? Upon hearing his dad's name get spoken, Littleflower became immeasurably happy. You are Uncle Han's son? In that case, no wonder you can do this. My grandfather said anything can happen to the Han family, and that is because the Han family is so weird. Tang Minger's eyes were wide as she said, I didn't believe my grandfather's words. I thought I was a genius, but you are so young and already this strong? What he was saying had to be true. Big sister, where are you going? I can take you where you need to go, Han Littleflower said. Take me? How would you take me? Tang Minger asked. Han Littleflower took Tang Minger by the hand. He guided her over to the demon centipede's head. Then he pulled out a blanket from his bag. He asked Tang Minger to sit down on it. He brought out some fruit for her. As the sun was setting, the giant demon centipede ran across the fields. Atop it was a boy and a young woman. The demon centipede ran fast, but it carefully maintained its stability to avoid disrupting the two it carried. It looked as if it was struggling to do that, though. If the demon centipede was able to talk, it would probably have been crying something along the lines of, Gee, why am I so unlucky? Hansen gulped down another King-class xenogeneic gene. He had 100 King-class xenogeneic genes. I wonder how soon I'll be able to become half-deified, Hansen mumbled to himself. He wanted to upgrade his Dongxian area. At the same time, in the core area, no one dared to provoke him. He was depending on Consume and Big Destroyed to eat his King xenogeneic genes. His Dongxian area had reached the 9th tier. He only needed one more rank to transcend King class and become a half-deified being. Unfortunately, Hansen was disappointed. Despite having 100 King genes, his Dongxian area was refusing to level up. It looks like I need my power to break through the 9th tier and have it all return to 1 to become half-deified. Hansen had already guessed this might happen. Setting aside his disappointment, he used those 100 King xenogeneic genes to level up Jadeskin instead. Right now, Hansen was looking very annoyed. The rate at which he was consuming his amassed genes was far outpacing the speed at which he was able to hunt more creatures and replenish his stock. His reserves were being depleted. The core area had many King xenogeneics, but the place was so big that it took forever to travel between destinations. It could take him several days to find a single King xenogeneic. For an ordinary king, that might have been a decent time, but for someone like Hansen, that wasn't nearly quick enough. He needed a shortcut. No, I must find more King xenogeneic genes, Hansen thought to himself. And as he spoke to himself, his mind started to rummage through a trove of different ideas that might enable him to collect vast swathes of King xenogeneic genes all at once. The fastest way would be to hunt deifieds with Dragon 1 or someone else again. But if there really was a deified creature about, Hansen would have preferred to kill it himself. Helping others wouldn't really be worth it. As Hansen thought deeply about this problem, someone came hurrying over. The person moved in front of him to block his way. Bar. When Hansen saw Bar, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid, he just thought the man was annoying. Hansen, I'm going to lay it down straight for you. I want you to bless me. I can give you anything your heart desires in return for this, Bar said, upon stopping in front of him. Okay, How about 2000 king xenogeneic genes? Han Sen suggested, staring at Bar. Bar was taken aback. 2000 king xenogeneic genes was a big number. 2000 king xenogeneic genes? Why don't you just go rob someone? Jiang Shang was thinking. Ordinary king-class people wouldn't have that many saved up. Even a half-deified wouldn't have that many king xenogeneic genes in storage. Apparently, Bar wasn't a man who had stocked up an unbelievable number of xenogeneic genes either, so his face looked pretty gloomy. With his personality being what it was, he wouldn't have much in the way of wealth. Although he could kill xenogeneics, he wouldn't be stockpiling their genes. Even if he wanted to borrow them, he probably couldn't. He had no friends, after all. His only real friend was Diarabber, but it was unlikely that Diarabber had that many to part with either. Sure. Wait until I collect the xenogeneic genes. When I have what you have asked for, I will seek you out again, Bar said. Then he opened the core area hall and departed. Han Sen wasn't too concerned about this. 2000 king xenogeneic genes was a big number. If most kings couldn't pull that many out of storage, it was doubly doubtful that Bar would be able to. But Han Sen had set this price to create a standard for the people who were watching him. If others heard the price and offered 2000 genes, then he wouldn't mind exerting a little effort to bless them in exchange. If he had 2000 king xenogeneic genes with the extra few that he received via hunting, he would have enough to raise 3 of his different areas to the 9th tier. He is crazy. 2000 king genes. Can his blessing really bring people up to the rank of deified? A demon mocked upon hearing this news. Other people who had heard Han Sen's conversation with Bar thought the same thing. None of them could believe that Han Sen could simply make another person deified. They thought something special must have happened to Lando at the same time, or maybe some sort of special treasure was used. Perhaps he made use of some unknown force in that part of the universe. It couldn't have been Han Sen's power alone that gave Lando the final push. Of course, they accepted the fact that Han Sen's power had some sort of effect. But they didn't think it was the sole reason that Lando had become deified. 2000 king-class xenogeneic genes? That's some easy money. I'd bless someone for 1,000. A half-deified feather grumbled to himself, dripping with disdain. When the 4th uncle of the extreme King Menglai heard this, he frowned. The 6th uncle spoke up, saying, "This Han Sen is too greedy. 2000 king xenogeneic genes? Not even deified people like you and I can get that many. If he can really make someone deified, 2000 king-class genes is nothing," Menglai replied. "How is that possible? If this works, then why must we go to all the trouble of practicing? Why don't we all just go queue and await his blessing?" Uncle 6th asked with a look of scorn. No one believed Bar would deliver Han Sen 2000 king xenogeneic genes for a blessing. Not even Han Sen himself believed something like that would happen. A few demons flew some distance away from Han Sen and shouted, "Han Sen, 2000 king-class xenogeneic genes is too expensive. Can we haggle? We can pay 1000 king xenogeneic genes for you to bless Mr. G. No, but if you want to free him, you need to pay me 500 king-class xenogeneic genes," Han Sen said while pointing at Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang was happy to hear this. He wanted the other demons to pay the xenogeneic gene ransom, so he would never have to pull a rickshaw ever again. "What about the blessing?" the negotiating demon asked with confusion. 500 to be freed. 2000 for a blessing. No discounts, Han Sen said simply. That's too expensive. We cannot bring you that many xenogeneic genes. The demon said with hesitation. When I said 2000, I was giving you a 50% discount. In the future, it won't be this cheap, Han Sen warned. The Demon King, when he heard Han Sen, understood that the price wouldn't go lower. "I don't need a blessing. Just let me leave," Jiang Shang quickly said. He didn't think Han Sen's blessing was going to make him deified. Anyway, 2000 king xenogeneic genes was practically daylight robbery. The negotiating demons spoke for a while more, and they eventually forked over 500 king-class xenogeneic genes for Jiang Shang's freedom. "You don't want me to bless you? 2000 is a small sum. If you miss this chance now, it won't be any cheaper for you later on." Han Sen smiled at Jiang Shang. No one is going to pay you 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes for your blessings. Jiang Shang spat. Then he turned around to leave. He didn't want to see Han Sen ever again. Han Sen leered at the pile of king-class xenogeneic genes that the demons had just given him. He thought this was a fine business venture. If he couldn't get any more king-class xenogeneic genes for blessings, he could always bargain with the Extreme King using by Wuchang. If he sold the prince back to the Extreme King, it would be for a fine ransom. But he thought the Extreme King wouldn't be as fast to pay up as the demon. The Extreme King were one of the top 3 races in the Geno universe. They had to maintain their reputation, so there was a chance they wouldn't be willing to pay a ransom for the safety of their people. There was no one pulling the rickshaw anymore, so Han Sen returned it to Destiny's Tower. Its origin was in the Alliance. He flew forward with Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Gu Qingcheng could fly atop her sword, while Elysian Moon used her umbrella to float. It looked very beautiful. Han Sen had to fly on his own. He had weapons, but he thought it wouldn't look as cool if he flew atop a rocket launcher or a sniper rifle. So, he gave up on that idea and flew on his own. After flying for half a day without seeing a single core xenogeneic, he suddenly saw something flying crazily through space after him. He had a closer look and noticed it was Bar. Han Sen, I have prepared 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes for you. When can you start blessing me? Bar shouted, getting to the point immediately. You really want me to bless you? Han Sen looked at Bar with shock. If I didn't, why would I come looking for you? When can you begin? Bar looked impatient. Pay me first, and then I will bless you. When the 2,000 king xenogeneic genes have arrived, I will begin the process. Han Sen paused and then went on to say, but the blessing is just a blessing. I can't guarantee that you will become deified. It all depends on the potential of your genes. That's fine as long as there is a chance. You wait here and I will go get the xenogeneic genes, Bar said, and then he left the core area. When he returned, he was lugging a mountain of king-class xenogeneic genes behind him. Many king-class people were watching Han Senator. They froze when they saw that mountain of king-class xenogeneic genes. The news of Bar delivering 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes to Han Sen in exchange for a blessing spread across the entire universe. Is Bar crazy? 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes for Han Sen's blessing? Isn't that a big waste? No way Bar had that many king-class xenogeneic genes. This must have been given to him by the boss of the Destroyed. The Destroyed really want a deified, don't they? They are willing to pay so many king-class xenogeneic genes for this ridiculous ceremony. Many king-class people came close to watch. They wanted to see how Bar's blessing turned out. Many people had their filming equipment at the ready. They streamed the images back to their people. Can we start the blessing process now? Bar was standing atop the big pile of king-class xenogeneic genes as he spoke. Sure. Hang on a second. It will begin shortly. Let me just move these xenogeneic genes into storage first. Han Sen carted the xenogeneic genes into his core area hall, then placed them all inside Destiny's Tower. Then he returned to the core area. Let's start now, Han Sen said as he walked in front of Bar. Then he asked curiously, why do you want me to bless you? Han Sen didn't quite understand this. He knew that Bar had no lack of willpower, and it was strange that the man was so desperate for a blessing all of a sudden. With Bar's personality being what it was, it just seemed a bit out of character. There is someone I wish to defeat, but if I'm ever to accomplish that task, I'm going to require a greater amount of power. I need that strength and I need it now, Bar said with frightening certainty. Who is that, lucky person? Han Sen was going to say unlucky, but then switched it to lucky. After all, Bar was a customer. Han Sen knew that being Bar's enemy was never a good thing. Anyway, in this case, Han Sen thought it was funny. And as long as Bar wasn't bothering him, he didn't care who the unlucky sod was. Dollar, Bar answered. Han Sen felt his eyes bulge upon hearing that. After half a day of waiting, it was revealed that he himself was the unlucky guy Bar harbored so much antipathy for. Interesting. Shaking off his momentary pause, Han Sen gave Bar an uneasy thumbs up. After everything that had happened, Hansen couldn't back out now. He had already taken the goods, so he had no choice but to go through with things. Bar stood tall and straight like a tower, and Hansen reluctantly reached out his hands. He placed them on Bar's forehead like a priest. He said, I, Hansen, by the names of all the gods, grant you, Bar, an eternal holy power, opening destiny's door. Hansen made himself sound like a god. The warm light he unleashed came from his hands. It became a deep red as it shined down and entered Bar's body. Hansen said this, but he was hoping that Bar failed to level up to become deified. If this process was successful, then he had just made a new enemy for himself. An even more formidable one at that. There were many elites who were watching, both in the core area and the outside universe, and none of them blinked. They intently watched Hansen hold Bar's forehead. Bar was taller than Hansen, but as he stood before Hansen right now, he looked like some apostle being initiated into monkhood. He closed his eyes and allowed the blood-like powers to enter his body. The Bloodpulse Sutra's self-cogwheel connected with Bar's self-cogwheel. When the Bloodpulse Sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Bar's self-cogwheel started to move as well. Hansen was able to see that Bar's self-cogwheel was black. It was black like metal. His cogwheel was laden with triangular black symbols. In the corners there were faceless heads. There was nothing distinguishing about the blank faces, but he could tell that one of them was feminine. He could identify another as being the face of a man. The third one, however, was different. Trying to discern it was nearly impossible. It was so blurry that a gender couldn't be accurately defined. Jia Robber, do you think Hansen can make Bar deified? A deified of the destroyed, whose name was Arthur, asked Jia Robber. He might not become deified, but I do believe that whatever happens will be a great boon for Bar, Jia Robber said. Arthur frowned and said, Jia Robber, you've spoiled Bar. If you knew that Hansen might not make him deified, why did you borrow him so many xenogeneic genes? If it wasn't for you, we would never have approved this trade. Jia Robber bowed to Arthur and said, Mr. Arthur, I lent out the king's xenogeneic genes. It is only a matter of time before we see the sum returned. Don't worry. Arthur shook his head. I'm just saying you shouldn't spoil him. After all, he isn't a pure destroyed. Jia Robber laughed and said, Bar may be of impure blood, but he is very talented. Everyone knows that. His talents are excellent, but due to his blood, his chances of becoming deified are pretty low, Arthur said. Yes, that's why I'm helping him. Hansen might not make him deified, but this blessing should at least help reinforce his motley genes. Perhaps this is Bar's chance, Jia Robber said calmly. Old 4, what do you think will happen with this blessing? The sixth uncle was drinking tea as he watched the stream of Hansen imparting his blessing upon Bar. It is hard to tell, Meng Lai said quietly. What do you mean it's hard to tell? Those 2000 king xenogeneic genes have likely just been squandered. And for what purpose? To level up a measly king. The destroyed are way too hopeful, placing their faith in some silly myth surrounding that arrogant boy. The sixth uncle laughed. Meng Lai didn't say anything. He merely continued watching Bar be blessed. Many people were watching Bar. After Bar's self-cogwheel was pushed, it started to spin. The symbols on his self-cogwheel started to shine. Bar's body began to change in a bizarre way. Bar wasn't a pure destroyed. He had 3 faces but not 3 heads. Furthermore, they were all male. He didn't have 6 arms. At first glance, no one would believe he was considered one of the destroyed. But when his self-cogwheel started to spin, his 3 faces underwent strange changes. The face in the front started to disappear, and the left face started to become more masculine, whereas the right face appeared more feminine. The left face looked very murderous. It was like the face of a demon from hell. The right face was very kind. It looked so nice, and its appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a Buddha. Only the face in the middle had no defining features. Boom! As this happened, drastic changes rippled through Bar's body. His muscles were like gas-filled balloons. They swelled to become ludicrously large, like he was some living caricature of strength. And in all honesty, that wasn't far from the truth. A scary destroyed power oozed out of him like black lava. Inside that burning destroyed power, Bar's body melted away. His flesh came off of him, revealing just his bones. Those bones were different from ordinary bones. They were black like steel, and their shape, composition, and arrangement seemed to resemble something of a human skeleton. The only real, significant difference was the head. The skull possessed 3 faces. The left one looked demonic, whereas the right one looked like a Buddha. The middle one still didn't have any discerning features. It was a blank slate, expressionless and unreadable. Frightening black destroyed powers began to sear the man's skeleton. Then, as countless elites watched, Bar's 3 faces began to scream. His left face shrieked like a devil. His right face was chanting. The middle one with no mouth was making a silent scream. With these 3 cries, Bar's destroyed power exploded. His scary black bones were covered in energy. His destroyed power burned like a black sun. This creature no longer bore any resemblance to the old Bar. The dark, destroyed power began to get stronger. All of a sudden, a white dot appeared within the darkness. That white spot was like a sun, gleaming through the shadows. The black, destroyed power became white. No way! The 6th uncle's eyes opened wide. In his sheer awe, he had forgotten all about his cup of tea. His attention was now fixated on the white dot of destroyed power. That white dot was small, but a deified like the 6th uncle could tell it was a substance chain. Only deifieds could possess substance chains. As the white light shone brighter and brighter in the dark, it became impossible to miss. Many deified elites noticed its presence, and their faces were all drawn in shock. As he watched through a video screen, Jiangsheng noticed the white dot. The white dot was too small, though. It didn't necessarily mean that Bar was deified yet, so he wasn't sure what it meant. A substance chain. That is a substance chain. Bar is going to become deified. Moldo, who was next to him, saw the white dot. His face warped, and he could barely believe his eyes. What did you say, Mr. Moldo? Jiangsheng thought he might have heard that incorrectly, so he asked Mr. Moldo to repeat what he had said. Before Moldo could reply, Jiangsheng was answered in an unmistakable way. That white dot grew quickly, and the black destroyed power became white all of a sudden. It was like fire as it wreathed around Bar's body. Only Bar's black bones remained, but those bones were now becoming white. And that white destroyed power started to rebuild his flesh. Boom! Before Bar could emerge from that white destroyed power, the fabric of space seemed to twist and tear. It was like the universe was falling apart. Bar's body fell into that space and vanished. When Bar disappeared, the scary collapse of space stopped. What is going on? I don't think Bar had finished changing. Why did he vanish? Many people were confused by what they saw. They didn't know why space had seemed to collapse around Bar. He became deified. The core area doesn't allow deified elites to enter. Once he became deified, he had to be kicked out of the core, said someone who understood. Bar became deified. Jiangsheng was shocked. And then he felt so annoyed and jealous. If he had paid the 2,000 genes that had been requested of him, he was the one who would be deified right now. Really? Bar became deified. Someone in the audience didn't believe what they had just witnessed. He is deified? This has to be a hoax. Come on. Are you telling me Han Sen made another deified? Does anyone mind explaining to me how this could happen? He is God's daddy. That's why, and this is further evidence. He really can do this. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes? You only need 2,000 king xenogeneic genes to be made deified? This world has gone mad. Or am I the one that has been driven insane? Since when did deifieds become so cheap? At that moment, the whole universe seemed to go crazy. Everyone that looked at Han Sen no longer saw a person. They saw a god statue that people could make wishes before. They all wanted to go before him and bow, hoping to have their foreheads touched and be made deified. Bar really became deified? The 6th uncle stared at his screen with a gaping mouth. He struggled to close it. Up until Han Sen departed the core area, he looked strange. It will be easy enough for us to find out if Bar really did become deified. All we have to do is send someone over to the destroyed and learn the truth right from the horse's mouth, Menglai said. Every race leader was doing the same thing as the Extreme King. They wanted to learn about Bar's condition. Bar didn't remain hidden for long, though. He stood before everyone, not hiding the power he received by becoming deified. He really did become deified. There was no doubt about it now. Every person of the higher races looked at Han San as if he was mad. Everyone was waving their xenogeneic genes, hoping they could draw Han Sen out to bless them. 2,000 xenogeneic genes was a high number, but compared to being a deified, it was nothing. It was peanuts. Exchanging 2,000 king xenogeneic genes to become a deified was more than worth it. If Han San was willing to give more blessings, every high race would pay for blessings until they bankrupted themselves. Arthur had watched Bar become deified. He was so happy about the result. 2,000 king xenogeneic genes had been handed out in return for a deified Bar. This was so fucking worth it. Even Dia Robber was surprised. He thought Han Sen's blessing would only reinforce Bar's genes. He hadn't expected Bar to become a deified straight away. This man is too scary. Dia Robber wasn't that surprised about Bar becoming deified, though. He was worried more than anything. It wasn't just Dia Robber feeling this way either. Many elites of the higher race were scared of Han Senator. This was a fear that they had never experienced before. A king-class being was manufacturing deified beings. It was almost too shocking to believe. He was able to take the whole universe and flip it on its head. Ordinary kings and nobles didn't think much of it, though. They just thought what Han Sen had done was something of a miracle. Mr. Godfather is too strong, but I don't have 2,000 king-class genes. Maybe if I did, I would ask him to bless me so I could become deified. 2,000 xenogeneic genes are far beyond what I have. Would he take women instead? I would pay with my body if I could. Stop dreaming. Look in the mirror. Are you as pretty as those two women the Godfather has? Fuck. He has all the good stuff and he has sick power. He even has insanely pretty women. He has it all. Han Sen was randomly bestowed this Godfather title. Before, many people referred to Han Sen as God's daddy. But that title was a secret one, and not something they would refer to him as in public. After this event, though, the Godfather title became quite common. It made him sound like a clergyman, but it didn't mean that. Jiang Shang was the most depressed of all now, though. He had pulled the rickshaw for Han Sen for a very long time. He even gave him 500 king-class xenogeneic genes. He received nothing in return. Instead, Bar was made deified. If God gave Jiang Shang the chance to do things over, he would tell Han Sen, "Yes, I will give them to you." If he had known that Han Sen could really make people deified, he would have been willing to pay more than 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. He would have been willing to pay double that sum. The only issue was that no one had believed Han Sen could make others deified before this. After all, it did sound a little ridiculous. When Han Sen entered the core area, the kings of every race came out and shocked Han Sen. "Teacher Han, I brought you 2,000 king xenogeneic genes. If you are willing to bless me, I will give them to you." Get lost. What is this about 2,000 king xenogeneic genes? You are being that cheap before the Godfather? I have 2,500 king-class xenogeneic genes. I should be blessed first. I have 3,000. Even Ji Yongshang had brought 2,000 king-class xenogeneic genes to Han San, but when he saw how busy things were, he didn't fancy his chances. He felt so sad. Han Sen was shocked. He thought they might all be storming over to mob him, but they had actually all come to him for a blessing. That realization made him feel much safer. To be honest, performing blessings can harm my body and reduce my lifespan. After blessing someone, it takes me half a year to recover. My lifespan is also cut down by 100 years. If I didn't need the xenogeneic genes, I wouldn't have accepted Bar's offer. So, if you offer me 2,000, 4,000, or even 5,000 now, I won't do it. I'm sorry if I have to disappoint you like this, Han Sen said, feeling bad about the words even as they came out of his mouth. Although using the Blood Pull Sutra consumed a lot of energy, It wasn't half as bad as Han Sen made it sound. He only needed a day or two of rest. And in regards to shortening his lifespan, that was pure nonsense. Han Sen said this because he didn't wish to bless any old Tom, Dick, and Harry that came by, and he needed to maintain his reputation. He wouldn't be considered as prestigious and special if he went around blessing everyone. Han Sen didn't think he was lying, though. They wouldn't believe that a deified could be produced for practically no cost at all. What Han Sen said seemed to make sense. Reducing a lifespan by 100 years for a deified was still a low price to pay. Of course, it wouldn't harm their lifespans. For them, it was okay. But what made them so depressed was the fact that Han Sen wasn't going to accept King xenogeneic genes in order to bless others. Now, every race regretted it. If they had known what would happen when Han Sen first announced a blessing for the price of 2,000 xenogeneic genes, they'd have bought it without a shadow of a doubt. The situation now sucked. Even if they paid him triple the original price, he wouldn't bless them. We allowed the destroyed to snap up a bargain. Many of the higher races felt incredibly sad. They were very jealous of the destroyed's bar. Mr. Godfather, I'm willing to use my body. I will be a maid or a slave or anything you wish of me to become. I'm begging you to be nice enough to bless me just once. A fox woman winked at Han Sen. Teacher Han, this is the sky treasure lotus, known as the 5 treasure. Eating 1 lotus seed can increase your lifespan by 10 years. There are 23 here. I'm hoping you will be willing to bless our master just once. Teacher Han. Han Sen had said he was no longer accepting xenogeneic genes, so the smarter people started to offer all sorts of different benefits and gifts in the hope it would convince Han Sen to bless them. My body hasn't yet healed. Cannot bless you. It is useless even if I make promises. You must wait until my body is healed first. Continuing to talk to them was pointless. No matter how many times Han Sen tried to explain things, he couldn't get rid of them, so he decided to exit the core area. Back in the White Whale, Han Sen became dollar again. Then he returned to the core area. With Bar's 2000 core xenogeneic genes, he was very close to getting his 4 areas to the 9th tier. Han Sen planned to kill a few xenogeneics by himself, and while doing so, he might as well practice his teleportation abilities and Big Destroyed. Since he used Dollar's identity to enter the core area, not many people cared to bother him. That didn't mean that no one came after him, however. Han Sen found the bronze furnace, and after they flew for only a few minutes, 2 women of the sky came racing toward him. One of them was Li Kier. He already knew her. The other woman had a white veil obscuring her face. Han Sen couldn't determine what she looked like, but he knew she was one of the sky. Brother Dollar, long time no see, Li Kier said calmly, forcing her demeanor to be casual. She and the other woman had been waiting there all that time for Han Sen to show up again in his Dollar persona. But it had been a long time since Han Sen used that persona, and so they had been waiting for a very long time. Fortunately, they were not impatient people. They had remained by Dollar's exit point until he reappeared. Lady Kier, who is this? Han Sen asked, looking at third sister. He thought that the woman was quite strange. She didn't seem to be looking at a person. It was more like she was examining a product, and it made Han Sen feel rather uncomfortable. This is third sister. Her name is Exquisite. After Li Kier introduced the other woman, she said, Brother Dollar, if you don't have anything else to do, how about we hunt xenogeneics together? Han Sen hesitated. He didn't want to travel with others. He really just wanted to quietly hunt xenogeneics and practice his geno arts for a while. But he did have a history with Li Kier, and so he would have felt bad if he turned down her request. Li Kier taught me how to teleport, and she knows I have Big Destroyed. I suppose I can practice in front of her, Han Sen thought. He nodded to the women. Sure. I'm not familiar with this area. Do you know where I can find King-class xenogeneics? I know of a place with many King-class xenogeneics. Allow me to take you there, Li Kier said with a laugh. Han Sen went silent for a moment, then said, If we cooperate, there is something we should discuss first. We should talk about how we will separate the loot. How about an even split? Li Kier suggested. Yeah, I think that is great. I will take 50% and you two split the other 50. Are you guys okay with that? Hansen said. Likir was surprised. When she suggested an even split, she meant that they should divide the loot 3 ways, with everyone getting an equal share. Her even split was different from his even split. Exquisite said coldly, that division of shares is unfair. Whoever works the most should earn the most. We are cooperating, but we don't need to divide up the prizes. There are many xenogeneics. Whoever kills a beast can loot it. Sharing doesn't matter. I like the way you think. Hansen nodded. Splitting things up that way would be best. With Likir leading the way, the 3 of them flew into space. Hansen was able to talk easily to Likir, but Exquisite had a very loner-type personality. She wasn't very fond of talking, and she didn't say a word to Hansen. The way she looked at Hansen made him uncomfortable, too. She was like a robot without any emotions. Exquisite was going to use this xenogeneic hunting opportunity to get a first-hand look at the power Hansen wielded. She wanted to see more of his personality, too. She hadn't expected that Hansen would suggest dividing up the loot in such a way. Rather than saying anything, Exquisite planned to teach Hansen a lesson. She was going to test Hansen's mettle and steal all of his kills. I want to see who you really are. Exquisite touched her eyes. They had healed now, but she was still scared after what happened. The bronze furnace was flying next to Han's Senator when they reached a certain area. It stopped in its tracks and started to cry to Hansen. What is it? Hansen asked, frowning and looking at the bronze furnace. Danger, the bronze furnace said by writing words in fire and smoke. The bronze furnace refused to go forward, so Hansen had no choice but to leave it behind. He went on ahead with Likir and Exquisite. The bronze furnace continued to spit out fire behind Hansen, creating a sentence that read, "Don't go. There is danger." Hansen asked the bronze furnace what the danger was, but it didn't elaborate. All it did was continue to warn Hansen of some danger, and that he should stay away from there. You wait for me here. Hansen didn't think there was any reason that he should be afraid. There were few creatures in the core area that could threaten him these days. The 3 of them kept flying. The bronze furnace was too reluctant to follow them. After a short while of flight, the 3 of them saw a xenogeneic soaring through space. As soon as they noticed the xenogeneic, the creature noticed them too. It roared and flew over to them. The xenogeneic growled like a crocodile, but it looked to have been built out of red metal. Bat-like metal wings spread from the creature's back, and it flew very quickly. Lights gleamed across the edges of its metallic body as it cast an area. Metal chains appeared within that area, shooting out and binding anything that moved. Hansen and the others were tied down by those metal chains. Hansen struggled and noticed that the metal chains were so strong, they were too hard for even him to break them. Hansen summoned his strength, but suddenly, there was a flash. The creature was cut in half, and the chains that bound them vanished. Pardon me, Exquisite said coldly. Then, she flew over to the King Xenogeneic and dug out its Xenogeneic gene. Lady Exquisite is quite strong, Hansen complimented. The hit earlier was nothing short of perfection. It happened so fast that Hansen hadn't even seen what skill she unleashed to destroy that Xenogeneic. Her skills were strong, there was no doubt of that. But it made Hansen curious. It had been a long time since he'd stayed in Sky Palace, but he had never heard of Likir or Exquisite in the time he spent there. With their powers, there was no way he could have avoided hearing stories about them. Exquisite, with an absence of emotion, said, "That was an ordinary space-cutting skill." Hansen laughed and said nothing. Space geno arts were difficult to practice. Exquisite made it sound as if the skill was nothing extraordinary. But Hansen knew she was just acting. We've just arrived, and already we've encountered a King Xenogeneic. We are lucky. We should be able to earn a lot from this trip, Likir said. Are the Xenogeneics around here the same as that one? Hansen asked. Yes, these Xenogeneics are called chain demon crocodiles. They rule this area. There are many marquises and dukes here, kings and half-deifieds also. There is a legendary crocodile god here, as well, but we have never seen it, Likir answered. Hansen nodded. Then the three of them proceeded. There were many chain demon crocodiles in the nearby asteroids. Crocodiles began to emerge from the asteroid belts, and while Han San examined the creatures, Exquisite was already moving. Exquisite immediately flew over to the chain demon crocodiles, her white clothes trailing behind her. There were tens of thousands of them, but most of them were low level. Han San didn't see a single king-class crocodile in their midst. Just as Exquisite was about to reach the hordes of demon crocodiles, her body suddenly vanished from sight. The Geno art used by Exquisite was familiar to Han Senator. She had teleported. But Exquisite's proficiency with teleportation abilities had already reached space teleportation. She was able to cross great distances with the skill. Han San was unable to see her amidst the crocodile group. In the blink of an eye, Han San heard a squeal. Then, Exquisite's body appeared before them again. In her hand, she held a xenogeneic gene that was shaped like a metal cogwheel. It was the same xenogeneic gene that could be found in the king-class crocodiles. Let's go. There was only one king there. Killing these lower-level ones is pointless, Exquisite said. Then, she flew away. Han Sen watched Exquisite leave. He thought of something, and a smile crossed his face. Then he followed. Han Sen didn't know if Exquisite was deliberately stealing the king's xenogeneics, but if this was to continue, Exquisite was going to kill all the kings. If that happened, this trip would have been a waste of time. The sky can be so scary. I've never heard of Exquisite before, but she is so strong. Han San then got to thinking about how he might steal the demon crocodiles from beneath her nose. With Han Sen's speed, any crocodiles below king class had no hope of chasing after them. They would be left in the dust. The giant planet up ahead has loads of demon crocodiles. Should we go there? Li Keir pointed at the planet as she spoke. Sure. Han Sen nodded. If there were lots of crocodile kings, then he wouldn't have to fight against Exquisite for the kills. This planet is like a white dwarf. Its temperature and gravity are scary, so be careful, Li Keir warned them. Han Sen looked at the dark red planet and was shocked. Compared to ordinary stars, white dwarfs were very small. But this white dwarf up ahead was very large. It looked like it would take forever for them to fly to it unless they used space teleportation. Luckily, though, the core area space wasn't like ordinary space. There wasn't a lot of space between the planets like there was in the Alliance. They entered the orbit of their destination, and Han Sen felt the heat immediately start to burn his body. A powerful force of gravity was pulling him down. This gravity is very strong. Han Sen was shocked. Even with his level of power, he could still feel the effects of that gravity. The mass of that planet was unimaginable. While it was an annoyance, Han Sen could still fly with that amount of gravity. As he dropped toward the planet, he felt like the powerful forces acting on him were slowing down everything around him. Even break space teleportation was really slow now. Quickly, Han Sen discovered two chain demon crocodiles lying on the planet's surface. This made Han Sen very happy, because the two chain demon crocodiles were kings. They had dark red metal armor that looked very intimidating. Are the demon crocodiles on this planet king class? Han Sen thought it was possible. The planet's temperature and gravity were scary, after all. Ordinary demon crocodiles probably couldn't survive such conditions. If Duke demon crocodiles went to the surface, they probably wouldn't even be able to move there. The scary gravity would probably crush them, not to mention the insane temperatures that would likely melt their bodies. Two demon crocodiles appeared at the same time. Han Sen teleported over to the one that was farther from him. He gave the closer one to Exquisite, as he didn't want to steal the kill from her. Gravity was strong there. Even teleportation happened slowly beneath that level of pressure. When Han Sen teleported near the demon crocodile, Exquisite had already killed the creature. Exquisite looked at Han Sen and then teleported again. She appeared in front of Han Sen, cutting the other demon crocodile in half as well. These crocodiles were just second or third-tier kings, but they lived in an environment with strong gravity. Their bodies were incredibly dense and hard. It was scary to see Exquisite kill one in a mere second. But Han Sen was no longer focused on Exquisite's skills. If they had been engaging in a simple competition before, things had now gone beyond that. This was straight-up thievery. Lady Exquisite, do you have to be in such a rush? Hansen said, looking at her. If I can earn more by putting in more work, why wouldn't I do my best? Exquisite asked coolly. There was no emotion in her voice. She spoke as if this was something that she did every day. You are right. People should do all they can. Hansen looked at Exquisite and nodded. Likir hastily tried to repair the atmosphere of the group, and so she said, Please do not mind her behavior, Dollar. Third sister is always like this. She doesn't hate you. Hansen laughed and said, Lady Exquisite is right. Trying your best is the right thing to do. I need to learn from her. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least. Likir didn't know what to say now. The three of them continued to travel forward. The planet was very large. They had to slog forward under the weight of its gravity. After flying for an hour, they spotted another demon crocodile. As soon as the creature came into view, Hansen and Exquisite were gone. Exquisite wanted to make sure that she didn't let Hansen kill a single demon crocodile. She was going to get everyone. Likir felt glum. She didn't want to test Hansen this way, but if this was how Exquisite wanted to do things, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, she was low-ranking in the very high. She had no authority over third sister Exquisite. If this keeps going, Dollar will get angry, Likir thought to herself. She didn't know what she could do to make their relationship better. While she was thinking, Likir saw the demon crocodile's skull crumble. In a split second, its metallic head was reduced to sand. Likir was surprised. The creature hadn't died by Exquisite space-cutting skill. That was the Geno art called Big Destroyed. Exquisite knew many Geno arts, but not even she knew Big Destroyed. The Geno art couldn't be learned unless someone had the body of a Destroyed. Although there were some members of the very high that had been fortunate enough to study Big Destroyed, the numbers of such people were few, and they had a great deal of difficulty becoming proficient with the skill. Exquisite had never bothered with it. Likir took a closer look. It wasn't Exquisite that had broken the crocodile's head. It was Han Senator. She was surprised, and she murmured to herself, He really did learn Big Destroyed. When Likir had seen Hansen receive Big Destroyed in trade, she had thought Hansen was being an idiot. She believed it would be impossible for him to learn it. However, in such a short amount of time, Hansen had become proficient with the skill. And on top of that, he could use it in battle now. It was scarcely believable. Is this guy that talented? Likir looked at Hansen with shock. Before, Hansen had easily learned God's Wonder. When he did, Likir was very surprised. Now he was showing off Big Destroyed. The most unbelievable thing about it all was that Hansen had managed to kill the demon crocodile before Exquisite could. Likir couldn't believe it. Likir didn't think there was any way that Dollar's teleportation ability could be superior to Exquisite's. Dollar had only just learned God's Wonder, after all. How can he be faster than third sister? Likir looked at Exquisite. Exquisite was staring at Hansen. Exquisite's face was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. She was thinking as hard as she could, trying to figure out how Hansen was faster than her. It should have been impossible. Lady Exquisite, I'm sorry. Hansen laughed and dug out the demon crocodile's xenogenic gene. You got it with your power. There is no need to apologize. Exquisite responded in a level tone. Then, she resumed her flight. Exquisite thought she must have underestimated Dollar. Because of that, she must not have tried her best. This is good. It is great that I can force him to reveal his true power. But Exquisite formulated a plan to keep Hansen from securing any other kills after this. Dollar, you really managed to learn Big Destroyed? Likir flew over to Hansen and tried to chat with him. I got lucky. I've only just learned it, Hansen said. Are all humans so talented? Why have I never heard of this race before? Likir and Hansen started to chat. Hansen and Likir were talking, but Hansen kept his eyes peeled for crocodiles. Likir was a little distracting, and Exquisite wasn't talking. All of her focus was placed on her surroundings. She was going to make sure she killed any creatures that appeared before Dollar could get to them. Suddenly, a demon crocodile appeared in front of Exquisite. Exquisite used God's Wander to teleport over to it. But when she appeared in front of that demon crocodile, the crocodile's head had already been crushed. Han-san was standing right next to her, chuckling. Likir and Exquisite were both frozen. When this happened the first time, they could convince themselves that it had been a fluke or a mistake. This time, however, they couldn't deny that Exquisite had simply lost. This time, Exquisite had tried her best to reach the demon crocodile first, but she had lost to Dollar again. And on top of that, he'd been in the middle of a conversation with Likir. Exquisite let her eyes linger on Han-san for some time. Then, she looked back at Likir and asked, "Is he using God's Wander?" Exquisite could tell that Han-san was using God's Wander, but there was no way Han-san's God's Wander was better than hers. Her experience with God's Wander should have been far greater than Han-san's. She shouldn't have lost to him. That must be God's Wander, right? Likir wasn't sure anymore either. She knew that if Dollar was using God's Wander, he couldn't be any faster than Exquisite. But somehow he was. Next time, take a closer look and observe. See if he is truly using God's Wander, Exquisite instructed. The three of them kept on traveling. When they saw another demon crocodile, Exquisite focused her mind beyond what she thought was possible. But even so, she was still slower than Han-san. This time, Likir and Exquisite were able to confirm that Han-san was indeed using God's Wander. But he should have been no better than a beginner with God's Wander. He should have been far slower than Exquisite. But this beginner level of God's Wander was faster than Exquisite's advanced techniques. Exquisite couldn't believe this truth, but as they continued to move forward, she was no longer able to collect any more spoils from the demon crocodiles. The next 7 demon crocodiles were stolen by Han-san. Likir and Exquisite were feeling something beyond shock. As they watched Dollar make kill after kill, they were growing numb. They couldn't wrap their heads around how Dollar was doing this. He had used the Very High's teleportation ability to beat a member of the Very High. Even Exquisite, whose face was forever cold and expressionless, looked shocked. In fact, when they encountered the last 2 crocodiles, Exquisite had given up trying to steal the kills from Han Senator. She resorted to paying attention to how Han-sen moved. She wanted to learn how he moved faster than her. To her surprise, Exquisite confirmed that Han-sen's God's Wander really was a beginner variant. It should have been slower than hers, yet for some reason it didn't look slow. The fact that he seemed to be using the skill in an ordinary manner made Exquisite feel rather strange. A while later, Exquisite finally unearthed the truth. This planet's gravity doesn't seem to affect him. Han-sen's teleportation ability wasn't actually faster than hers, but it was unhindered by the gravity that hampered her. Han-sen used the ability at the same speed that he would anywhere else in the universe. Exquisite's theory was correct. Han-sen used the Dongxian area to stop the universal cogwheels of gravity. The planet's gravity will no longer affected him, but Exquisite was still under its thumb. That resulted in her becoming slower than him. The Dongxian Sutra was similar to the Very High Sense, but they had been developed in different directions. As a result, the Very High Sense lacked this ability. Power that can ignore the effects of gravity? That is very interesting. Exquisite nodded. There were Geno arts like that in the Very High, but she hadn't chosen to practice them. So, she wasn't surprised. It looks like this place isn't giving him a reason to display his true power. I need to wait until the crocodile god shows up. Exquisite hadn't expected this to be an ideal place for Han-sen to demonstrate his true power. Anyway, she hadn't come here to watch Han-sen slay some demon crocodiles. She wanted him to square off against the crocodile god. King-class xenogenics weren't easy to find, and the 3 of them only located a dozen demon crocodiles. Because of the planet's gravity and scary temperature, King-class fighters that couldn't teleport would be in a lot of danger if they came there to fight chain demon crocodiles. And if it had been an easier place to hunt, there wouldn't have been many chain demon crocodiles for Han-sen to slay. After Han-sen killed 7 demon crocodiles, another half day of travel failed to bring them any more xenogenics. It looks like the demon crocodiles are getting wiped out by our efforts. Are there any other places with kings? Hansen asked, still wanting more. Since we're already here, let's walk around the planet just in case we've overlooked something, Exquisite said. Hansen readily agreed to that. It was rare to find kings and Aegineacs, so he needed to ensure he killed all the creatures they were able to find. The three of them continued to scour the planet, and after a short while of walking, they discovered another demon crocodile. This time, however, Hansen didn't immediately strike. After all, Likir and Exquisite had brought him there. He would feel bad if he took every single kill. So, he decided to leave one for them to take out. Exquisite seemed to look on Hansen's generosity with contempt. When Likir noticed Hansen not moving, however, she knew exactly what he was thinking. She teleported forward and slew the chain demon crocodile. Likir was weaker than Exquisite, but killing fourth-tier chain demon crocodiles was a trivial task. After killing the crocodile, they saw some movement out in front of them. It looked like a bubble of lava rising to the surface of the planet, as if something was about to emerge from down below. More demon crocodiles? Hansen asked, glancing in that direction. Then he saw a demon crocodile appear. But this demon crocodile looked different from the other demon crocodiles. It looked similar to the others, but this demon crocodile seemed smaller than usual. It was the size of an ordinary crocodile, and it didn't have any wings. Ordinary demon crocodiles had red, metallic bodies. This one, however, was pitch black. If its body hadn't been releasing a strange glow of some sort, it would have looked just like a normal crocodile at a passing glance. Hansen observed the demon crocodile with narrowed eyes, and a wave of tension rolled through his body. He only felt this way when he was in danger. As Hansen observed the small demon crocodile, he remembered the behavior of the bronze furnace. He was able to guess what this creature was. I thought it was the gravity and heat that frightened the bronze furnace. I guess there really is a deified Xenogenetic here. Hansen wasn't terribly shocked about this. On the contrary, he was rather happy. Another chance to kill a deified Xenogenetic was the best thing he could hope for. Hansen was close to becoming deified himself, so he needed to collect as many deified Xenogenetic genes as he could. If he became deified, he wouldn't be able to enter the core area. So he had to kill as many core deifieds as possible while he still could. Careful. This looks like a deified demon crocodile, Likir warned them. Exquisite didn't say anything in response. She had detected the crocodile god's presence a long time ago. The very high sense was better than the Dongxian Sutra in this regard. The Dongxian Sutra could only sense what was in the area. The very high sense was about the sky and practitioner becoming one. When Exquisite stood on the planet, she could see everything on that planet clearly. She didn't have to use an area to discover what was around her. And she was only using the very high sense at a very low level. If she reached the top level possible, she would be able to see and detect anything across the whole universe. Of course, that was just a theory on what a perfect version of the very high sense could do. No one in the very high had ever become that proficient with it. The very high sense focused on one's senses. The sense-detecting ability was greater than the Dongxian Sutras, but its ability of control was weaker than the Dongxian Sutra. They both had their pros and cons. Hansen observed the crocodile god. The crocodile's eyes looked like the eyes of a lion as it stared at them. It might have just been the shape of the crocodile's face, but the creature seemed to be staring at Hansen and his companions with scorn. It also looked as if it didn't care for their presence. That was especially true of its very small eyes. Its gaze was snobby and patronizing. As Hansen was about to move, the crocodile god released a black light. That light was like a black hole that encompassed the entire planet. Hansen's body felt as if it was sinking. There was a loud noise and he fell. He hit the planet's surface with his limbs outstretched. Hansen wasn't the only one who had slammed into the ground in an undignified manner. Likir and Exquisite fell too. They crumpled to the ground in very awkward postures. They no longer looked like elegant women. Hansen cast all his powers to try and stand up, but it felt as if the strength of his abilities was being sucked away by a strong magnet. He was unable to get back to his feet. He couldn't even lift his head off the ground. Likir and Exquisite were in a similar situation. They were unable to move. The three of them were stretched spread-eagle on the ground, and they all watched the small crocodile come over to them. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he tried to get up. He used all of his power to do so, and that included opening his 9th-tier Dongxian area. Yet despite that, his body was still pinned to the ground. It didn't look as if he would be leaving anytime soon. It wasn't only Han Sen suffering this. Likir and Exquisite were desperately trying to get free, as well. Their faces looked more than grim. They weren't acting this time. This situation was beyond their control. There were many accidents in life, and now, Likir and Exquisite had run into one. It was a very bad one at that. They had seen the crocodile god before, and it wasn't too long ago. They knew how strong the crocodile god could be, but they were still confident they had a sufficient amount of power to get by if they fought the creature. But while men propose, gods tend to dispose. And the very high were not gods. It was impossible to see and know everything. They hadn't realized that this deified crocodile god had such strength. Deified beings had 5 stages of growth: primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. Ordinary deifieds in the core area were considered primitive. The core area's deified xenogeneics were forever stuck in the bracket of primitive deifieds. It was thought that they were limited, unable to grow beyond that level. Even though the strong ones like Gold Armor General were on the upper edge of the primitive bracket, they were still worse than an average deified being. When they saw the crocodile god, they thought it was on par with the Gold Armor General. It had a strong body that was on the upper borders of the primitive level. Its area was composed of chains that were used to restrict enemies. But that was all there was to it. Exquisite and Likir weren't afraid of the creature. God's Wander could break space and let them escape the crocodile god's chains. The last time they were here, this was how they had gotten free. But this time, something unexpected had happened. The crocodile god had changed. It must have somehow managed to level up. But that should have been an impossible task for deifieds in the core area. They didn't know if the crocodile god was of the transmutation rank or larva rank. What was happening here was completely outside of their experience and education, and the crocodile god's power exceeded what they were able to sense and understand. The scariest thing about all of this, though, was that after the crocodile god leveled up, wild changes had occurred within the creature's substance chains. The scary, gravity-like substance chains could affect space. Space was cracking and breaking under the creature's power, which also kept them from escaping. Likir and Exquisite used all the Geno arts they could think of to try to break free. They used more than Han Sen even, but under the gravitic power of the crocodile god, none of their abilities seemed to work. One power could crush 10 things, but the crocodile god's gravity was strong enough to crush everything. At the very least, it prohibited Likir and Exquisite from breaking free. "Third sister, what do we do?" Likir asked Exquisite in a trembling voice. Exquisite was able to keep calm. She watched the crocodile god slowly coming toward them, and she said firmly, "Although I don't know what has happened, the core area has allowed the crocodile god to level up. I don't think it has reached any further than transmutation, though. The substance chains have made their own substance rules, and those rules are not yet complete. We have our very high spell, and if we exhaust all of our power, we might be able to escape this." Upon hearing Exquisite say all this, Likir felt much safer. But she asked, "What about Dollar?" Han Sen was quite far away from them. Under that scary force of gravity, they were unable to move. When they used their powers, they would only be able to escape the crocodile god's trap in a straight line. God's Wander could probably allow them to escape, but they doubted they would be able to save Han Sen. "We will try to save him, but if we can't, then you must select another silkworm," Exquisite said quietly. It was like Han Sen's life was nothing in her eyes. He was like a piece of paper. If it was ripped, it was no big deal. The very high had no emotions. They weren't born that way, but the more they practiced the very high sense, the less they cared about the people around them. Love didn't need to be shown. For the very high, love didn't mean anything. On top of that, Dollar was just a silkworm. The silkworms they selected were no more important to them than test subjects or lab rats. The very high would foster their silkworms, watching them grow and develop until they became deified. Then the very high would continue to raise their silkworms through the ranks of primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god. The very high would learn through this process, experiencing what it was like to become a god. With that experience under their belts, they would have a good base to become true gods. When the very high began to follow their own path to power, the process would be much safer and smoother. Their power grew, and they never needed to experience the misfortune of a mistake. Creatures in that universe took pride in being selected by the very high. They thought they were actually taking advantage of the very high, as they would learn many geno-arts and be given many other resources. Silkworms were treated well. The very high gave out so much that it might have looked like they didn't want anything in exchange. It was unknown how many of the higher races had been selected by the very high and developed under the protective wing of that most powerful race. So, the very high didn't fight against the other races in order to claim anything. But the reputation of the very high was above even that of the extreme king. They were a race admired by the entire universe. Even the extreme king's princes and princesses would be proud to be selected by the very high for nurturing. Warriors from ordinary and lesser higher races would be even more pleased to be chosen. If someone from a lower race was selected by a very high, that meant they would be made a primitive deified at the very least. Their entire race could be considered a higher race then. Although many geniuses could guess that the very high did this for their own betterment, so what? Many people were willing to sacrifice a great deal for the chance of becoming deified. Those who had watched Han Sen's blessings had gone mad with the desire to become deified. Plus, Han Sen's blessing only pushed them to the primitive deified territory. The very high, on the other hand, could take them further. Many became butterflies under the nurturing hands of their very high masters. They didn't mind making sacrifices for this opportunity, but the very high never asked for anything. In fact, being a lab rat for the very high wasn't all that bad. You received many benefits. If Li Qier had explained all of this to Han Sen, he might have agreed. But Li Qier had wanted to claim Han Sen's heart before she received his body. All her attempts thus far had gone terribly, though. As the crocodile god came nearer, Exquisite raised her voice to say, "Get ready to leave before it is too late." As she spoke, a light emerged from Exquisite's body. Strange symbols appeared across her skin. It was like many musical notes were now glowing across her body. This was the very high's very high spell. Very high elites placed the spell across their bodies. When they used the ability, they'd be gifted the power of a deified for a short time. They only needed one chance to make use of God's wander and depart to a place that was many systems away. Boom! That mysterious very high spell broke those new rules of gravity, and Exquisite's body flashed far away into space until she was gone from sight. Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite's power exploded with the strength of a deified. He had no idea how she had accomplished something like that. How do I escape this? Han Sen didn't have time to contemplate how Exquisite might have unleashed the amount of power that she had. His escape took precedence. But the strength of this crocodile god was beyond his imagination. He didn't think he had the power to fight against something that scary. Pang! Han Sen hadn't decided on how he should escape when he heard another loud noise. Exquisite had just used space teleportation to break free, but she fell out of it and landed back on the planet. She lay where she was, coughing up blood. Her expression didn't look remote and untouchable now. She looked like she was in trouble. Han Sen was stunned. Exquisite already used space teleportation. Why is she back? This is so scary. Third sister, Li Qier said hesitantly. It shook her to see Exquisite like that. She asked, "Third sister, what happened?" Exquisite was unable to speak. Blood was still gushing out of her mouth. She had used the very high spell to break the rules of gravity and escape. She traveled away from the planet for a time, but when the very high spell was exhausted, the terrifying power of the creature yanked her back down. It was like a rubber band. The further away she got, the harder her descent was. Now, most of her organs had ruptured. This wouldn't kill her, But with the pressure of the planet's gravity, the pain was excruciating. If she had met an ordinary primitive deified, she could have dealt with all of this. Exquisite was a ninth-tier king with the very highest geno arts, after all. But against that crocodile god, without the very high spell, it was doubtful many of the very high could survive. The level gap was way too big. After seeing the condition that Exquisite was now in, Likir knew that it was lucky that she had hesitated to use her very high spell. She merely looked at Exquisite, hoping the other woman's recovery would be swift. At that moment, the crocodile god was only 10 meters away from them. Its small crocodile eyes peered at them like it was toying with them. The crocodile god looked over them for a while. Its attention was mostly on Exquisite, though, and it climbed over to her slowly. Hansen frowned. He didn't know if he could escape this. He wasn't even thinking about saving Exquisite, who had been unkind to him. But Likir had taught him space teleportation. It didn't seem appropriate to sit back and watch her die. Right now, the crocodile god was focused on Exquisite. He could take Likir away. As Hansen hesitated, the crocodile god slapped the ground, and the ground shook. The three of them were bounced away. Exquisite was closest to the crocodile god, and so she flew the highest. The crocodile god swung its tail. It smacked Exquisite and sent her flying. Hansen fell onto the ground hard. He watched Exquisite fly through the air. The blow hadn't been as devastating as he thought it would be. When she landed, Hansen watched her manage to get up. Hansen wasn't sure what to do, and the crocodile's tail struck another 2 times. It sent Hansen and Likir flying as well. It was like baseball, 1 tail swing per person as it hurled them through the air. The crocodile god's tail was very powerful, but the creature was controlling its power very carefully. Hansen didn't feel as if much strength had been used to strike his body. It was more like he was just being tossed away. He landed next to Exquisite. Likir hit the ground beside them as well. The strangest thing was, this place looked similar to the rest of the planet. But the force of gravity on them had now been relieved. It wasn't just the crocodile god's rules of gravity that had been lifted, either. The planet's weighty natural gravity was gone, too. Hansen and Likir stood up. They ambled around until they noticed the ground had turned from dark red to black. There was a hole nearby. Could this be the crocodile god's cave? Why did it send us here? Is it going to save us for a snack? Hansen wondered to himself. Third sister, are you okay? Likir was holding the injured Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. It's only my organs that have been damaged. I am fine. Don't use space teleportation just yet. The crocodile god's area of gravity is too strong. Even if we teleport away, its powers are bound to pull us back down. Hansen agreed with that prediction, so he didn't think about teleporting away to make an escape. His teleportation abilities were still new, too. He couldn't do space teleportation yet. If Exquisite couldn't escape, then he couldn't escape. The crocodile god swung its tail threateningly from side to side, but Hansen wasn't too afraid of it. If the crocodile god wanted to kill them, it would have done so earlier. There was no need for it to send them over here. Perhaps the crocodile god wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, but whatever the case ended up being, it didn't seem as if their deaths were on the tablet just yet. As Hansen tried to guess what the crocodile god wanted to do, he suddenly heard the sound of something crawling coming from the cave. He spun around in surprise, and he thought to himself, is there more than one crocodile god? Exquisite and Likir heard the sound, as well. They turned to face the entrance of the cave. They quickly saw another crocodile emerge from the pit. This crocodile was even smaller, no more than 1 foot long. His body was pitch black, and its scales were very tight. They shone with a metallic luster. Due to the fact it was so small, it didn't look very menacing. It actually looked rather cute. It was like a metal doll. But its small eyes looked at them with scorn in exactly the same way that the crocodile god had. The eyes were a sharp contrast with the creature's cute body. Is this the crocodile god's child? Hansen looked at the small crocodile with shock. It wasn't just small, it also looked rather young. It looked like a baby. Exquisite and Likir looked very surprised. To their knowledge, the core area xenogeneics came from the core hall. Few core xenogeneics ever gave birth. But this crocodile god had produced an heir right here. It was such a rare thing to witness in the core area. Amidst their confusion, the small crocodile god found them. Excitement washed over the creature's face in an almost human expression. Boom! The small crocodile god was so excited that a black light began to shine from its body. Han-san and the others were covered in the light, and then, the three of them dropped to the ground again. They were pinned down, their faces glued to the dirt. How could it be? Born deified. Exquisite and Likir gasped, almost losing their voices. They looked at the little creature in disbelief. In the universe outside the core area, the heirs of deifieds were known for having better-than-average genes. They had incredible potential, but when they were born, they weren't that different from ordinary people or creatures. They would still need to level up. It was like the deified jade toad that lived in Narrow Moon. Its small offspring started at the lowest class of xenogeneic, and they would have to level up over the years. Most of them would never reach deified rank, though. And what rank they reached would be largely dependent on what resources they had available. Of course, there were some creatures that were born deified. There weren't many of those, though. The most famous of those came from the second top race, the ancient gods. Those beings were born deified. They were born as primitive deifieds, and they had to work their way up from there. Many were able to become butterflies, with others managing to reach the prestigious level of true god. When Han-sen had seen the ancient water god, that deified was a true god. The ancient water god origin was still in Han-sen's possession. So if there was ever a new ancient water god, it would be a primitive deified. But such cases were very rarely seen in the Geno universe. And on top of that, this was the core area. It was hard to make babies there, and the odds of having a child be born deified were astronomically low. Normally, xenogeneics that were born deified could grow a lot if they gained enough resources. They could certainly become a butterfly and possibly reach the rank of true god. Exquisite and Likir observed the smaller crocodile god with wide eyes. Born deifieds were highly coveted as silkworms. They were the best of the best. If they were already deified, there would be no need for them to grow. Plus, they would have exceptional talent. They could certainly reach the rank of butterfly, and with some luck, they could become true gods. Likir's primary goal was to gain a butterfly. She wanted a butterfly silkworm. The ancient gods had no interest in becoming silkworms of the very high. Otherwise, all of the very high would have fought for ancient gods to be their silkworms. Across history, very few of the ancient gods had become silkworms for the very high. The total number could be counted on one hand. That small crocodile god was definitely as strong as an ancient god. Exquisite and Likir really wanted it. But they knew that this wasn't the time to try to claim a silkworm. Their lives were in its scaled hands. The small crocodile god happily trotted over before Han-san and the others. It looked at the three of them with curiosity. But its eyes were so small. No matter how Han-san chose to inspect them, they were tiny. Han-san now understood that he had held a false impression of the crocodile god. It wasn't looking at them with disdain. The creature's eyes just grew like that. The big crocodile god came crawling over, calling to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god's black light faded. Han-san and the other two felt the pressure of gravity release them. They stood up. They didn't know what the crocodile gods were thinking, but one thing was for sure. The crocodile gods had no intention of killing them. Exquisite and Likir were good at sensing things. They could feel that the crocodile gods harbored no murderous intent toward them. The big crocodile god headed toward the hole. The small crocodile god climbed atop its back. It looked back and made a noise at Han-san and the others. Exquisite and Likir were good at sensing things, so they knew immediately what it meant. Han-sen's sensing abilities were inferior, but even he could guess that the crocodile god wanted them to follow it. The three of them looked at each other, then entered the hole. Likir and Exquisite couldn't escape, and Han-san was keen on knowing what the crocodiles were up to. Han-san could see that the hole wasn't very big, and thus he didn't think that it was very deep. When he entered, he swiftly realized that he was wrong. The bottomless hole seemed to go straight to the core of the planet. The three of them followed the two crocodiles, plunging into the gaping hole. They didn't know how far they had descended, but they found themselves near the planet's core, looking out on a sea of lava. In truth, the red liquid was thicker and darker than lava. It was like the hydrogen that burned in the sun. This must be the core of this planet. The crocodile god must live here. Exquisite frowned. She had noticed this place when her very high sense first scanned the planet, but all she knew was that the sea at the core seemed to be undergoing nuclear fusion. She hadn't realized that the small crocodile god resided here. Padong. Still carrying the small crocodile god, the big one plunged into the sea. The creature moved as if the horrifying heat at the center of this planet was no more than an ordinary hot spring. The small crocodile god sent a low rumble toward Han San and the others. It told them to continue following. Crocodile gods, your bodies might be able to endure the heat, but ours cannot, Han San said with dismay. Just standing next to the sea made him feel as if his Dongshin armor was melting. It wouldn't hold if he had to enter the dark red lava. The big crocodile god's body flashed with a black light, which flew over to surround Han San and the others. The burning sensation of the intense heat disappeared. The small crocodile god rumbled at them again, like it was hurrying them to follow. The big crocodile god didn't have that much patience. As Han San and the others still hesitated to follow them in, their bodies suddenly felt so heavy. They sank into the sea, dropping into it like dumplings. Luckily, they had the black aura for protection, which kept the heat from harming them. The powerful force of gravity continued to pull them deeper into the lava. Though, when their vision returned, they were already out of the burning sea. They had reached the center of the planet, and yet it was like a city. No lava was visible anywhere, but what they saw shocked the three of them. Even Exquisite's eyes grew round. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The planet's core had buildings like a space fortress. It was obviously man-made, couldn't have been naturally generated. The whole of the space castle gave off a technological feel. Everything was made from crystal, but that magical space fortress was in disarray. It had been badly ruined, so most of the very complicated crystal machinery that Han Sen could see everywhere had stopped working. Only a few were running, with lights blinking across them like pleas for help. Upon seeing the space fortress and machines, Han Sen was shocked. He almost screamed out, "No way! Why does this place look like a crystallizer control room?" As Han Sen glanced around, he thought the buildings in this place looked exactly like a crystallizer control room. Li Kier commented on it, saying, "The style of architecture must mean this place belonged to the crystallizers." Exquisite nodded and said, "This should indeed be a crystallizer structure." The genes of the crystallizers didn't evolve much, but their technological prowess was exceptional. They ended up challenging the real demons, which were rank 13, but if they had gone for a lower rank high race somewhere in the top 100, they would have become a high race through their technological power. Li Kier was interested, and so she said, "I have heard the crystallizers almost beat the real demons, and they only lost because of the Extreme King's interference. Is that true?" Exquisite shook her head. "I don't know about that, but according to the records of our race, after the lamp was turned off, another race joined the fight. That race wasn't the Extreme King, though." "What race was it, then?" Hansen couldn't help ask. Exquisite didn't mind answering, and so she casually said, "I don't know. It was an army composed of people from all sorts of different races. They never explained where they were from. Poor crystallizers. Despite their shortcomings, they strove so hard to overcome the challenges of the universe. They did so by crafting technology because it was what they had at their disposal. Reaching the heights that they did through technology alone couldn't have been an easy accomplishment." Li Kier sighed with dismay. While they were talking, they followed the two crocodile gods into the crystallizer fortress. The stuff there had been badly damaged. There were broken buildings and machines strewn about, but they didn't see any remains of the fortress's former inhabitants. The whole fortress was composed of buildings and machines. The big crocodile god continued to lead them through the ruined fortress, though it gave them no indication of where they were going. "It's pretty obvious by now that this place once belonged to the crystallizers," but only kings can enter the core area. How would they have been able to get here from the outside universe? Even if they somehow managed that feat, how would they get through the sea of lava to the core of this planet? Likir asked, looking around. Crystallizers could do things that other races can't. It's hard to say anything about the crystallizers, because their technology opened a wide range of possibilities. Their technology could have brought them here safely, even though such a trip would have been impossible for others. But what were they thinking by building a fortress here? Exquisite looked around and thought aloud. Han Sen was also examining the fortress as they walked. This place was similar to the crystallizer control room he had once been inside. Crystallizer technology was everywhere, but he didn't know how to make use of their gear. It's a shame that Stay Up Late isn't here. If he was, he might be able to say a thing or two about this place, Han Sen thought. Suddenly, Han Sen was given a shock. Deep within the fortress, they came upon a large area that looked like a warehouse. Inside that place, there were many crystal canisters. They were lined up like a row of pillars that were 100 meters tall. Most of the cylinders in the front seemed to be shattered. There were only 2 or 3 that were still whole, and inside them there were chain demon crocodiles. They were not crocodile gods. They looked like the big ones on the planet's surface that were dark red. Those chain demon crocodiles with bat wings were soaking inside the crystal test tubes that were full of fluids. They looked like dead bodies submerged in tanks of formaldehyde in a laboratory. Exquisite and Likir noticed those tubes and stared at them. They approached them and saw that there were many more crystal canisters. There were a few dozen rows of them. Each row had 15 canisters. Most of the canisters were broken. There were less than 10 that were in an okay condition, and each of those had a chain demon crocodile occupant. Weird. The crystallizers came all the way here to capture the chain demon crocodiles. Likir was confused. This isn't right, Exquisite suddenly said. What isn't right? Likir looked at Exquisite as she asked. Based on how these canisters are lined up and the location of each chain demon crocodile, the other canisters should have held chain demon crocodiles too. But they aren't here and their dead bodies aren't here either, Exquisite said. Maybe they ran away? Likir said. Exquisite shook her head. That isn't important. Each canister has a king-class chain demon crocodile inside it. If each canister contained one of these, think about how many chain demon crocodiles there were in total. I'm afraid the whole population of chain demon crocodiles doesn't equal the number that could be stored here. Likir hadn't considered that. Maybe the other canisters weren't intended to hold demon crocodiles. But regardless of what they held, there should still be bodies lying around outside the broken containers, Likir said. Exquisite didn't object to her line of thinking this time. The good canisters were randomly positioned amongst the broken canisters. There didn't appear to be any order. Perhaps it wasn't an accident that there were king-class demon crocodiles inside the canisters. Maybe there had been demon crocodiles inside the broken ones before. But if they were all king demon crocodiles, that didn't seem to make sense with what they knew of the current crocodile population. It really was hard to believe. The 3 of them followed the crocodile gods around the area. They eventually saw a semicircular crystallizer building ahead of them. It was made of transparent crystal, but their view inside was still obscured. They couldn't see what was on the interior of the building. The crocodile god walked into the building, which was around the size of a stadium. Han Sen and the others had no choice but to follow them inside. After they entered, the 3 of them were shocked. They could see that this place had a swimming pool. There was also a man-made beach which made it look like an ocean. Scattered across the place were many benches. The big crocodile god climbed atop a sunbathing chair with its belly facing outwards. It relaxed as it enjoyed the seashore like a gangster boss. All it needed was a shirt and a pair of shorts. The small crocodile god ran across the sand and then it ran back. Its mouth now held a rope, and it was hauling a box toward them. Han Sen watched the small crocodile god drag the box in front of them. Then it rumbled at them. Likir knew what the little crocodile god meant. She opened the box and saw many tools inside. She suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Although the 3 of them had never seen crystallizer tools before, they were certain that was what filled the box. They did not know what the tools did, though. but judging from their shape, it was possible to imagine them as tools for construction work. As the small crocodile god rumbled and Li Qir explained, Han Sen quickly realized the bad feelings were coming true. The crocodiles intended to use the three of them as workers. The crocodile god wanted to use them as slaves, so they could repair and clean up the space fortress. After understanding what the small crocodile god meant, Exquisite and Li Qir looked terrible. They had never done anything like this for the very high. Now, two crocodiles were treating them as maids. It made them feel so ill that they wanted to pass out. Han Sen picked up the tools and headed toward the swimming pool. He didn't mind working. By doing this, he'd be able to walk around the whole fortress, which might give him the opportunity to find something. Right now, he was quite curious about the nature of the location he had ended up in. Exquisite and Li Qir were aware of what Han Sen wanted, so they reluctantly picked up their tools and went with him. But before they exited the immediate area, the small crocodile god stopped them. It lifted a clawed hand to point at the rubbish scattered across the beach. It wanted them to clean up the beach area first. Han Sen exited the swimming pool with the toolbox in hand. The crocodile god didn't follow him. He wasn't in a rush to clean, so he took the chance to walk around the fortress while he was able to. The fortress was in poor condition. Most of the machinery had been destroyed in whatever cataclysmic event had ended the life of this place. Even when he saw a machine that wasn't broken, Han Sen had no clue what all the gadgets and gizmos were supposed to do. Anyway, strangely, though, aside from the demon crocodiles in the canisters, he hadn't seen any other bodies. He couldn't even find any long-forgotten bones. Judging from the way the buildings and equipment is all broken, this place must have come under fire from a hail of meteors. But why can I not see what rained down on the place? As Han Sen continued to think about the problem, he went back to the plaza with the crystal canisters. He had settled on investigating that place first. The demon crocodiles there exhibited no semblance of a life force. Inside those broken canisters, there was nothing. There were no bodies, and whatever liquid they might once have contained had all dried up, not leaving a single drop of the stuff behind. Weird. Does that mean the crystal canisters themselves were empty? Han Sen frowned and kept walking forward. Han Sen looked at all the crystal canisters. They all looked the same, and he didn't think there was anything amiss. Suddenly, Han Sen stopped before one shattered crystal canister in particular. Beneath that shattered crystal canister, he found something. Under the shattered crystal, he found a man's hand. It looked very big, and its skin was rather dark. The most important thing about it, though, was that it was in perfect shape. It showed no signs of decomposition. Han Sen would have taken it for a living man's hand if he hadn't felt that there was no life force coming from it. Han Sen was so excited about making this discovery. He moved the shattered crystal to reveal more of the hand. Han Sen found that it was actually a whole arm. There was no body attached to it, though. The arm had been severed around the shoulder. The arm was very muscular. Judging from its length, the person who had that arm had to have been 2 meters tall. He would have been a very powerful man. On the side of the arm, near the bicep, there was a tattoo. The art depicted a clown, and it was dark red. The tattoo clown appeared to be jumping. Its legs were spread as if it had just taken a mighty leap. The clown's face was facing forward, and there were 2 horns on its hat. Its eyes were small, and it was smiling. Han Sen didn't find the tattoo amusing. The clown was strange, and its smile made Han Sen feel very uncomfortable. Han Sen set the arm back down and went back to cleaning the shattered bits of crystal. He was hoping to find the body that the arm had come from. He wanted to find out who the man might have been. The broken chunks of crystal were heavier than steel, but to Han Sen, they were nothing. He quickly managed to brush all the broken crystals aside. However, oddly enough, he didn't find any evidence of a body underneath the destroyed crystal canister. In fact, there wasn't even a blood splatter. Han Sen used his purple eye butterfly to check the area out. He didn't know if the rest of the body had never been there or if it had simply degraded over time, but aside from the arm, there were no leftover substances of anything else. Was this arm chopped off elsewhere, then brought here at a later date? Han Sen glanced around. The fortress was like a big city, so searching through all of it would be a difficult task. Han Sen planned to widen his search, but when he turned around to pick up the broken arm, he was given a shock. The broken arm had been perfectly preserved when Han Sen first found it, but after he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the broken crystals, it was totally rotten. Only its bones remained. The dark skin and strong muscles had become a pile of reeking gloop. Han Sen was used to seeing dead bodies. He wasn't disgusted by the sight like many people would have been, but he did feel strange. This arm was fine all these years. Why did it suddenly rot just now? Han Sen inspected the rotted arm, staring at it. Only the bones remained now, but he discovered something very special about them. The clown symbol on the skin hadn't disappeared. It was still branded onto the bones of the arm. It still had the same creepy little smile, and the clown was still positioned in midstep. The dissolving flesh had revealed other markings as well. The skin had only shown the tattoo of a clown, but the bones were covered in other symbols. Crystallizer text? Han Sen was as shocked as he was happy. He looked at the words, which were written in a tiny, crowded script. Without his purple-eye butterfly, he would probably have needed a high-tech microscope to examine what the text said. Han Sen had learned the language of the crystallizers from Stay Up Late, so he knew what the words meant. Even as he examined the text, he still thought it was weird that someone had carved words into their bones. Plus, the arm had been perfect. How had someone carved directly on the bone without harming the surrounding skin and muscles? Han Sen picked up the bones from the pile of gloop. He cleaned away the mess that had accumulated so that he could get a better look at them. The bones were pale, and he couldn't detect any semblance of a life force. But he could tell that the clown symbol and the text had been etched in by a machine. It was engraved, not branded. What is going on here? How could someone use a machine to write words onto their bones? Did someone write this after the person died? Han Sen thought to himself as he tried reading the text. M67 test subject had abnormal changes. Test results are unknown. Number 7586 core creation of a god failed. Han Sen read it out. It seemed like some sort of report log. Han Sen didn't know what M67 meant. Judging from the contents, though, it appeared that the crystallizers had been trying to create a god and something happened to the test subject. Then the tests concluded, and there were some numbers Han Sen did not understand the relevance of. They were associated with the data on how M67 had mutated. He didn't know why all of this was written on the bones of the arm. Were these people crazy? This data and information could have been stored on a crystallizer flash drive. Why carve it into bone? There had to be a reason for them doing this. Han Sen stared at the text on the bone in consternation. As Han Sen was thinking about this, he heard a low roar from the small crocodile god. It swung its tail in annoyance as it approached him. It growled again as if it was hurrying him. It didn't like the fact that Han Sen was sitting there doing nothing. Han Sen thought for a while. He brought a few pieces of fruit out of Destiny's Tower to give to the crocodile god. This little crocodile god is just a baby. It should be an easy thing to please. All I need to do is keep it happy. Then I can do anything I want. I wonder if it is a vegetarian. I don't have much meat stockpiled at the moment. Ever since Han Sen started collecting King Xenogeneic genes, he hadn't been eating anything else. The fruit was something he had saved for Bauer. But ever since Bauer had found that purple ginseng, she hadn't shown interest in anything else. No other type of fruit enticed her. So Han Sen had been keeping them inside Destiny's Tower the whole time. If someone wanted their body to evolve, the process would take a lot more than just practicing various genoarts. The higher class a person was, the more energy their body would require. And the food they consumed had to be of greater quality. That was the only way to deliver the extra needed energy. Every creature in the universe had to eat. The only differences were in how and what they ate. High-class elites could go without food for a long time, but the price they paid for that was the consumption of their energy. If that went on for a long time, their bodies would be damaged quite severely. When people said they didn't need to eat while practicing, it was a load of rubbish. In real life, you would die if you didn't eat. The starvation process just took a little longer for strong people than for the weak. This didn't just apply to warriors with ordinary levels of power. In Han Sen's experience, even guys that called themselves God had to eat, too. But instead of eating flesh, they ate the lifespan of the people that came to them to make wishes. The little crocodile god had to eat, too, but it didn't show any interest in the fruit Han Sen had given it. It used its tail to sweep all the pieces of fruit away. It looks like it doesn't eat fruit or veggies. In that case, what kind of food does it eat? Han Sen tried to guess, but he had no meat to share. Then again, Han Sen doubted that the creature wanted to eat meat, either. If it had, Han Sen, liqueur, and exquisite would have already become crocodile chow. The little god crocodile growled at Han Senator. This was the second time, and it was clearly rushing Han Sen to get to work. And so he did, clearing the shattered crystals all around him. The little crocodile god had assumed the role of the inspector. It commanded Han Sen to do things, like throwing the shattered crystals out of the fortress and into the lava sea that was held at bay outside. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, and neither was he annoyed. He just stuck to his tasks of sweeping and cleaning up, hoping to find something useful as he went. The small god crocodile was pleased with Han Sen's work ethic. The little crocodile god seemed born to be a supervisor, and it seemed very pleased to be doing this sort of work. But Han Sen failed to find anything interesting as he went. And when the little god crocodile eventually grew bored, it brought Han Sen back to the swimming pool with it. When Han Sen arrived back at the swimming pool, he found liqueur and exquisite giving the big crocodile god a head massage. They were using a brush to scrub its body, too. Liqueur and exquisite looked like a perfect picture of misery. They had never dreamed of being forced to do something this demeaning. They had been taught that as members of the very high, their futures held incredible potential. They had dreamed of doing many things, but never of working as a crocodile's maids. Especially with someone like Dollar around to see their humiliation. The big crocodile god was a harsh taskmaster, but liqueur and exquisite were eventually allowed a break. "Did you find anything around here?" Exquisite asked Han Sen, as the two of them approached. "Just more shattered crystal. There doesn't seem to be a single thing of interest otherwise." Han Sen had already stuffed the arm bones into his Destiny's Tower. He didn't plan on informing the girls about his discovery. "What about you two?" Han Sen asked. "What could we find? All we've been doing is sweeping up crap all day. I have no idea how these two eat so much. They piss wherever they like, too," Liqueur said, her expression morose. Han Sen's heart leaped. He quickly asked, "Can you tell me what they've been eating?" "How the hell should I know what they eat? Their dung is like firm orbs. It looks just like the materials that make up the planet itself," Liqueur said. "In that case, maybe they are eating material that comes from the planet," Han Sen said after a moment of thought. "What is the point of knowing what they eat?" Liqueur asked. "It would let us rest easy in the knowledge that they don't want to eat us, at least." "If that's the case, we are quite lucky," Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. "If I'm going to be trapped in here for the rest of my life, I think I would rather die." Liqueur didn't agree with Han Sen's line of thinking. "We aren't carrying much food ourselves. We need to find a way to get out of here," Exquisite said. "Do you know a way out of here?" Han Sen asked. "Not right now." Exquisite shook her head. "Then there's no point in talking about it," Han Sen said gloomily. The three of them rested for a while. The little crocodile god soon came over, hurrying them back to work. Out of the three, Han Sen had the best chance of working outside the pool area. The two girls were worse off, as they were stuck serving the crocodile god on the beach. They swept up crap or massaged the crocodile's scales. They were just like maids. It was likely that the crocodiles were the only beings in the universe using two of the very high as maids, but God only knew how long they would enjoy this service. Han Sen was outside, setting toppled pieces of equipment upright or cleaning up devices that had been completely destroyed. In the beginning, the little crocodile god was really interested in ordering him around, but after a while it became too lazy and stopped. Once he was free of his miniature overlord, Han Sen could walk around the fortress. While looking through a random plaza, he finally found something. Crystal was a technological product. It wasn't normally used to create things like tablets. But in that plaza, Hansen found a crystal wall with text on it. Because the crystal wall was broken, it took Hansen almost 3 days to collect all of the fragments and piece the wall back together. Then, he was able to read the text in full. Crystal Furnace Skill. This seems to be a Geno art, but the name is very weird. I wonder what it does. Hansen began reading through the content a little more closely. After all, the Geno arts of the crystallizers were usually quite suitable for humans to practice. But Hansen wasn't very hopeful for the potential of a crystallizer Geno art, because the crystallizers weren't very famous for their Geno arts. Their skills were rarely exceptional. But after Hansen read about the crystal furnace, he was given a fright. This wasn't exactly a Geno art. It was a godly skill for people who loved to eat. The crystal furnace was a way to reinforce one's stomach. It was different from consume, which focused on the ability to digest food. By contrast, the crystal furnace turned one's stomach into a nuclear reactor. It quickly released the energy of food, and the energy released would be immediately absorbed. The waste would come out quickly. No wonder the crystallizers have such a reputation for research and development. Even their Geno arts are scientific. Hansen loved it. He wouldn't turn down a new Geno art that aided his digestion. But when Hansen reached the end of the text for Crystal Furnace, he saw an additional note. The public version of Crystal Furnace is only suitable for kids below 16. For those who are above 16, please practice Crystal Core Reactor. This is the kids' version? Hansen was annoyed by that, but he couldn't find the adult version of Crystal Furnace, so he had to learn the kids' version first. Hansen memorized the Crystal Furnace skill. Then he broke the crystal wall back down and tossed the remains into the burning sea. Although the crocodile god hadn't clamped down on his freedom to explore, Hansen knew that a being of such power would be to control the whole fortress. If Hansen did something bad, like opening his core area hall, he would be immediately stopped. So, Hansen didn't make any reckless escape attempts. Instead, he did legitimate work, shoveling and cleaning things up properly. He cleaned like a man who had come from a long line of noble janitors. The crystallizers were a race that focused on technology. Unfortunately, it meant there were few leads for Hansen to follow up on. There were many tools available, but Hansen didn't know how to make use of any of them. Most of the machines were probably too broken to be repaired. Anyway, as he continued to fail to find anything useful, Hansen became less and less enthused with cleaning. He tried bringing out many items to attract the attention of the little crocodile god. But the creature wasn't interested in any of the things he offered to it. Clearly, Hansen had no idea what it fancied. Exquisite and Likir kept trying to escape, but all their attempts failed. They were in more of a rush to get out of there than Hansen was. However, every time they tried to run, the crocodile god's control of gravity pulled them back. They were unable to teleport away either. One day, as Hansen was cleaning up a fallen room, he found a table. What is this? The table and the room's equipment were all broken. The table was cut in half, and all 4 of the table's legs were broken. But there was a drawer under the table that hadn't been damaged. Due to the fact that the table had been broken, the drawer had popped open. After quickly rummaging through it, Hansen found a box. The box was made of wood, which was rare to see in a crystallizer's territory. Hansen opened the lid and found a pair of glasses inside. The glasses sort of looked like sunglasses. They looked really cool, and the glass itself was dark like charcoal. They didn't look see-through at all. What is this rare and strange item? Were these glasses intended for a blind man? Hansen murmured as he fiddled with the item. There was nothing weird about them, and so he simply put them on. The moment Hansen put them on, the pitch-black glasses grew transparent like crystal. No, they were more transparent than crystal. When Hansen looked out through the glasses, he couldn't even see the glass that was resting across his own face. And as this happened, lots of data began to scroll across the screen of the glasses. The data whizzed by in a blur, and Hansen soon heard a voice. It seemed to be coming from the glasses, but it played directly in Hansen's ears. System scanning. Genes confirmed. Crystallizer identity confirmed. Crystal furnace data opened. Han-san suspected that this was a high-tech piece of equipment since it could scan one's genes. When the voice grew quiet, though, Han-san couldn't feel anything different. The lights and numbers on the glasses had disappeared. Aside from that initial procedure, nothing seemed to be happening. "Hey, are you still there?" Han-sen asked the glasses. "Please don't ask dumb questions. The crystal furnace carries intelligence and sense. Please align yourself with intelligence to avoid sending the crystal furnace unnecessary messages. It is a waste of energy." Han-sen heard the voice directly in his head, and he suppressed a sigh. A pair of glasses didn't like him. "So," Han-sen said one word, but then he decided to be quiet. He spent a moment thinking about what he should say first. He ended up telling the glasses, "Your name is Crystal Furnace, right? What functions can you perform?" "My full name is ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database. I am in charge of feeding juveniles." The voice of the glasses played in Han-sen's ears again. "ZX? What? I am just going to call you Glasses. And what did you say about feeding juveniles?" Han-sen asked. "I am designed to aid babies in growing up healthily," Glasses answered. "Be specific. What can you do for babies?" Han-sen asked after a second. "The main services I provide are collecting a person's data and analyzing it with the Crystal Furnace database." That explanation didn't really help Han-Senator clearly. Glasses wasn't that smart. Glasses seemed to be able to sense what Han-san was thinking. It said, "ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database is the greatest piece of crystallizer technology. It has an intelligence growth system. The starting intelligence level is that of a 5-year-old crystallizer child." "That's pretty good," Han-sen complimented Glasses, but he was still unable to figure out what it did. As Han-san tried to think of a way to ask Glasses more about its purpose, he saw Exquisite approaching from the swimming pool. Han-sen's heart jumped. He used his mind and spoke to Glasses. "Let's be more pragmatic. Do you have a see-through function that allows you to see through walls? Or maybe clothes?" Han-san remembered that pairs of glasses in fiction often had that function. He had his Dongxian aura, but he couldn't use it to see through clothes. If Glasses had that function, then maybe the device wasn't too shabby. Voyeurism goes against crystallizer law, Article 16221. Violations can result in prison sentences of 5 to 10 years. ZXT27 is an AI for children, and so it does not allow that function. A professional worker allowance card is required to enable that function on your Crystal Furnace database. Are the crystallizers such good people? After mulling that over, Han-sen sighed. "Then what is it that you do? Show me," Han-sen said finally. "Please select a target," the pair of glasses said. "I want her," Han-sen said as he directed his gaze at Exquisite, who was coming over. Symbols and data suddenly ran across Glasses' screen. The view of Exquisite zoomed in slightly, like a camera was focusing on her. The crosshairs locked on tight as Glasses started its analysis. The glasses didn't release any light or anything, so Han-san didn't know how Glasses was performing its analysis. Collecting data, analyzing data. Exquisite was already in front of him by now, and the device was continuing to scroll through data. "This thing is so slow. It's as laggy as a dying computer," Han-sen thought to himself. "Why are you wearing black glasses that you can't see through? Are you pretending to be a blind man?" Exquisite said, peering at Han-sen's face. "Yeah, I'm just messing around," Han-sen said casually, but he was actually thinking, "It looks like I'm the only person who can see through the glasses. If other people look at the glasses, all they see is black. This is quite smart." At this time, the voice in the glasses spoke in Han-sen's head again. "Scanning was successful. The data has been successfully analyzed." Han-sen observed the image of Exquisite and the data being displayed on Glasses' screen. There was a report, too. "Target. Very high female." Han-sen looked at the first few words in front of him in stunned silence. "Are you mistaken? Isn't she one of the sky? Why does it say she is one of the very high?" Han-sen asked Glasses in his mind. He was trying to keep his surprise under wraps while he read through the rest of the report. Target: very high female. Gene age calculation: 23 years. Gene level: 9th tier king. Gene potential: 5 stars. Crystal Furnace database has a lot of gene data concerning the very high. Based on the target's genes, her genes match the very high profile at a rate of 87.675%. The genes that associate her with the sky compose 0.3% of her form. Likelihood of target being a member of the very high is 99.99%. Glasses answered. Hansen believed it. He already knew that Exquisite was 9th tier king, which proved that Glasses wasn't talking nonsense. Right? I never heard about Likir and Exquisite in Sky Palace because they don't belong to the sky, Hansen surmised. Then what does their gene potential mean? What is the highest star rating achievable? Hansen asked. The gene potential means how much a creature can grow. According to the Crystal Furnace database, there are 10 stars in total, Glasses answered. No way. There are 10 stars in total and a member of the very high only has 5. Hansen was very suspicious about these results due to the fact that the very high were one of the strongest races in the entire universe. Even if their genes weren't the best, they shouldn't have been as low as 5 stars. What are you doing? Waiting around here? Exquisite asked with a frown. Hansen was just standing there staring at her. It's nothing. I was just thinking of a way to get out of here, Hansen said. So, did you think of a way? Exquisite asked. No, Hansen shook his head. Then let's just wait for rescue. We have been missing for a while. Our people will probably think of a way to save us, Exquisite said. Then she left. Hansen opened his mouth. He wanted to ask if she was one of the very high, but if she was choosing not to divulge that information herself, there had to be a reason. He knew that very well, considering that he didn't go around telling everyone that he was a human. With that in mind, he decided not to ask. For a king, 5 stars is top class. Only deified start at 6 stars for analysis, Glasses answered. I see. How many stars do I have? Hansen asked out of curiosity. Collecting data, analyzing data, analyzing. Glasses' data collection started going through the motions, except this time it was taking far longer. Genes are unstable. Cannot confirm. Cannot confirm. The data collection kept going on, and it didn't seem as if it was going to stop. It doesn't matter, I suppose. There is no need to continue testing, Hansen said. Glasses had continued to say cannot confirm, which Hansen found annoying. Glasses quieted down and the data on the screen vanished. Right, let's go and see how the big and little crocodile gods rank on this thing, Hansen thought. His heart already beating a little faster, Hansen headed for the swimming pool. Hansen saw the big crocodile god still asleep on the sunbathing chair with Likir massaging its head. Curiosity rose in Hansen, and he found himself wanting to test out Likir first. The results were similar to Exquisite's, and it turned out that Likir was one of the very high too. She also had 5 stars, but she was younger. According to the crystallizer's gene calculations, Likir was only 16. This time, I believe you. Hansen turned and looked at the big crocodile god. He saw the icon spinning as the device collected data, but after a while passed, it hadn't come up with any results. There's no way you cannot analyze that. Hansen started to doubt whether or not the glasses were working properly. But then, he saw the image and data of the crocodile god appear. Target: Gravity Crocodile God Female. Gene age calculation: 1.365 billion years. Gene level: transmutation deified. Gene potential: 7 star. Your analysis is so inaccurate. A deified of the transmutation rank only has a potential of 7 stars. Hansen was doubting the analysis Glasses was providing again. Gravity Crocodile God's genes are only 4 stars. There is a limit to the rank that it can achieve. Cannot become fully deified because, even after modification, its gene potential will only rise to 7 stars. It can never exceed the rank of transmutation. If there are no gene mutations, the chance of reaching larva class is 1 in a billion. Seriously? You have that much deified data to compare with? Hansen asked skeptically. This is the result after comparisons with the samples of other deified creatures. According to the database, without a 9-star potential, a deified creature can never become a true god, Glasses answered. Han Sen looked at the little crocodile god with much suspicion. Glasses worked again, and the data symbols started to spin. After a while, Han Sen was finally able to read the results. Target: Gravity Crocodile God Male. Gene age calculation: 1 month, 7 days. Gene level: primitive deified. Gene potential: 9 stars. Holy shit, this guy is a gravity crocodile god. Why does it have 9 stars? Hansen asked. This gravity crocodile god was born deified. Its genes mutated, becoming far better than the old ones. According to the genes shared, they must be mother and son. Seriously? This small thing has the potential to become a true god. Han Sen looked at the small crocodile god with a fire in his eyes. The little crocodile god realized Han Sen was staring at it. So it looked at Han Sen with disdain. But Exquisite was still scrubbing the creature's scales. So it didn't do anything. A 9-star deified xenogeneic can become a true god, but it isn't guaranteed, Glasses answered. Han Sen ignored Glasses as he tried to think of a way to kidnap the small crocodile god. That thing could one day become a true god. But Han Sen remembered that he couldn't take a core xenogeneic away from there. So kidnapping would be pointless. After considering the results delivered by Glasses, Han Sen decided to place his faith in them. If the crystallizers had designed this device by themselves, they wouldn't have been able to gather so much data on deified creatures. But the elders of the crystallizers helped Sacred Leader analyze the story of genes. And they eventually took over the sanctuaries. Han Sen believed they must have received some data from Sacred. For someone like Sacred Leader, it wouldn't have been too difficult to collect data on deified beings. Back then, the very high and ancient god were far below Sacred. The extreme king were servants of Sacred. If Sacred Leader wanted their gene data, it would have been very easy for him to collect it. After all, gathering gene data didn't require the deaths of the deifieds. It would only require a hair or a small sample of DNA. If Sacred Leader wanted a strand of hair, who would dare to turn down his request? Now, Han Sen just wanted to go home and try it out on his baby daughter Linger. He wanted to see how much gene potential she had. But as long as he was under the control of the big and little crocodile gods, he couldn't go anywhere. Leaving wasn't an option just yet. Han Sen was going to remain patient and keep cleaning up the fortress in case there was anything else there for him to find. Glasses only scanned, analyzed, and compared. It didn't do anything else. Han Sen searched for a few more days, but he didn't find any goodies. However, in that time, Han Sen's crystal furnace reached beginner level. After all, it was a geno art for crystallizer children. It wasn't very difficult to come to grips with, and having crystal blood made it even easier to learn. Humans were the offspring of crystallizers, so crystallizer geno arts were quite compatible with human physiology. It only took Han Sen a few days to learn the geno art, and he produced some good results to boot. Now, Han Sen was able to eat 20 to 30 king xenogeneic genes a day. And that was just at the beginner level of Crystal Furnace. If Consume, Big Destroyed, and Crystal Furnace all reached peak performance, he calculated that he could eat at least 110 xenogeneic genes a day. Crystal Furnace isn't bad. I need to teach it to Bauer and Linger, too. When Han Sen thought about his baby daughters, it felt as if he took an arrow to the heart. But escaping the fortress wouldn't be easy. In the past, he would have tried to escape using his super god body. Because Warner was in his Destiny's Tower. However, he couldn't use his super god body for very long. Making his escape would take longer than he could maintain his invincible form. Han Sen sat down and rested. He brought out one of his alliance beverages and had a couple of sips. But after he did, the little crocodile god ran over to him and stared at the bottle of wine. He seemed very curious. Han Sen raised an eyebrow. He pulled out a cup and poured some wine for the small crocodile god. This time, the little crocodile didn't smack the cup away with its tail. It rolled out its tongue and tentatively approached the cup. Han Sen was so happy. At first he thought that the little crocodile enjoyed drinking. But instead, The crocodile god used its tongue to lift the cup and splash itself with the contents. Its scales were very high in temperature. The creature had tried to lower the heat of its scales, but when the wine touched its body, the liquid flashed into steam. The small crocodile god looked unsatisfied. So, it used its tongue to snatch the entire bottle of wine this time. It upended the bottle over itself. As he watched the wonderful wine boil away, Han Sen's heart ached. It was a bottle of the wine that Ji Yanran had prepared for him. It was a century old, and it could no longer be purchased anywhere. It was a very rare item. But the small crocodile god seemed to really enjoy it, and its body reeked of alcohol. The little crocodile god made an inquisitive rumbling noise as Han Sen mourned the loss of his wine. It turned out that the crocodile wanted more. "I don't have any more wine. If you want, I can go back and get you some more," Han Sen offered to the small crocodile god. The little creature nodded and gave a low roar, as if it was hurrying Han Sen to go and fetch the wine. "You will let me go back? If that's true, then I will leave." Han Sen didn't really believe that the creature would let him go so easily. If people left the core area, they would return to the same spot that they had left. Unless they never entered the core area again, they'd be trapped. But Han Sen was different. Because he had 4 self-cogwheels, he could show up in 4 different locations. He didn't need to return to this location. If he could leave, he would be set free. The small crocodile god hurried him to leave and bring back wine. So, Han Sen generated the power to open the door to the core hall. He said to the small crocodile god, "I really am going." The core hall's door was open, and the small crocodile god made no effort to stop him. And neither did the big crocodile god. For all intents and purposes, he had permission to leave. Han Sen was so happy. He hadn't thought that he would ever be able to leave that place so easily. So, he quickly hurried through the hall's door. The small crocodile god made no effort to stop him, and so Han Sen successfully managed to leave the core area. He returned to the safety of the white whale. His exit was so smooth that he could barely believe it. "Dad, you were gone for so long. Next time you go on such a long trip, can you take me with you?" Bauer jumped into Han Sen's arms. "You can't go to that place." Han Sen smiled. Han Sen couldn't take people or creatures there, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare do it. If a child entered the core area, they would have to be king class. And that meant people, upon seeing a small child enter, would go crazy. Seeing Bauer smile, Han Sen's heart felt warm. He used glasses to analyze Bauer's genes. Han Sen didn't want to find out how much potential Bauer had. He wanted to know what Bauer's race was. Bauer's race had always been a mystery, so maybe the glasses could help to resolve it once and for all. The data scan of the glasses kept scrolling. A while went by and the analysis cycled on and on. It gave Han Sen a bad feeling. Lack of data. Cannot analyze. Cannot analyze. When Han Sen heard those words, he was disappointed. But no matter what race Bauer was, Han Sen didn't care. As far as he was concerned, she was his genuine daughter. Han Sen was going to let glasses stop. But then he heard a voice. "Analysis complete. The genes are unstable. Gene level cannot be confirmed. Gene potential cannot be confirmed. You are her parent." Shit, this thing really is for kids. It isn't reliable, Han Sen thought in annoyance. After half a day of waiting, that was the result he got. Han Sen used glasses to look at everyone on the white whale. Aside from Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng, who came from the sanctuaries, the others were analyzed in great detail and with an impressive amount of accuracy. Elysian Moon and Gu Qingcheng had the same results as Han Senator. Their genes were unstable, and they couldn't be analyzed. Han Sen tried using glasses to analyze the little red bird. He didn't have much hope for success, but he was presented with something interesting. Target: Phoenix, 51%, and Fishbird, 49%, female. Gene class: Original deified. Gene potential: 10 stars. There were many detailed pieces of information being analyzed, and it all shocked Han Senator. He hadn't expected the little red bird's blood to be that powerful. Its 10-star gene potential practically guaranteed that it would become a true god. His gene blood is that strong? Han Sen curiously asked Glasses. Glasses answered, "Phoenixes and fishbirds are true gods. It has the blood of both, and while its growth speed might be slow, there is a high chance it can become a true god. Its chances of failure are practically zero, but it will require a lot of materials to become a true god. It has a higher chance than a creature that is born purely a phoenix or a fishbird." After Han Sen heard this, he closed his eyes in exhaustion for a long moment. He had been growing the little red bird all this time, and upon hearing this, he now knew he would have to gather a lot more resources for the bird in the future. Han Sen looked at the others in the white whale and assumed that the information on them was accurate. Then, he looked at Warner, who was asleep in Destiny's Tower. Glasses had to run longer for her than it did for the little red bird, but only one word was presented as a result. Sacred. There was nothing more than that. It analyzed the race, but the only result was a name. There were no details or other content. Han Sen returned to his home in the Alliance. He wanted to test Glasses on his daughter Han Linger and see how much potential she had. Soon after trying, though, he was forced to acknowledge that you could never tell how much potential a human had. It would always say the genes of a human were unstable and unable to be determined. The creatures could have their potential and blood calculated, though. The results were promising, and some of them had a 5-star gene potential. Because they hadn't reached deified class, though, 5 stars were the highest their potentials could go. After becoming deified, their gene potentials could be tested again, and thus the tests at that time would be more accurate. It was like there was a distinction between those who were deified and those who weren't. No wonder the elites didn't want me before. Now it makes sense. Are the genes of humans really that unstable? Han Sen wondered. Daddy, hug. Linger was able to talk pretty well. She reached out her pale little hands as she ran to Han Sen. My little baby, let Daddy kiss you. Han Sen lifted Linger and kissed her on the cheeks. When he wasn't trapped, Han Sen came back every day to rest. He had been trapped inside the core area for many days, though, and so he hadn't seen his family. Linger was a good kid, and she didn't cry much. The family did a good job of protecting her as well. After she was born, she hadn't used her super god spirit again. That came as a relief to Han Sen. Small kids and too much power was a bad combination. Linger hadn't yet learned how strong her powers were, and so she hadn't yet learned how to harness them. If her mood spiraled out of control, it would be a dangerous and frightening thing. Luckily, Linger had a very calm personality, and the family was able to take care of her, so nothing had gone wrong in his time away. Han Sen hoped Linger would be able to grow up like an ordinary child. He wanted her to have a normal childhood. The last thing he wanted was for her to reach the complexities of adulthood too soon. He rested at home for the night. The next day he gathered a few cases of wine and took it to the core area. Now that the small crocodile god had allowed him to leave, that meant it was likely he would be able to leave again in the future. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to get out of there. Anyway, he wanted to spend more time digging and see what else there was to find in the fortress. Han Sen returned to the core area. When he arrived, the little crocodile god ran frantically over to Han Sen. It roared at him repeatedly, its tone strange and wandering. Perhaps the crocodile was complaining about him being too slow. I was looking for that wine for you. I needed some time, as this stuff is very precious. Han Sen opened a barrel of wine, allowing the intoxicating fragrance to suffuse the area. The small crocodile's eyes brightened. It stopped whining at Han Sen and jumped straight into the barrel of wine. Huge plumes of steam came from the wine barrel, and a second later, the wine was all dry. The small crocodile god jumped out. Before Han Sen could open up the next barrel, the crocodile god was already jumping inside. Han Sen soon realized that the crocodile god didn't want to use the wine for drinking. The crocodile wanted to bathe in it. I have heard of women enjoying baths of milk, but I've never heard of a crocodile wanting to bathe in wine. Han Sen couldn't help but smile as he watched the enthusiastic little creature. The crocodile's scales were very hot, and although it had already tried to cool itself down, the wine was vaporized almost as soon as it entered the barrels. It was unable to take its time and swim around in the barrel's contents. In no time at all, it went through a few barrels of wine. The small crocodile god came out of the last barrel and roared softly at Han Senator. It seemed as if it wanted more. He wanted Han Sen to return and collect more wine for it. This is a very rare treasure. It took me a while to gather these few barrels, so if you want more, you will have to wait a long time, Han Sen said. Han Sen had many barrels of wine in storage, and he could easily buy a few vineyards. He couldn't spoil the small crocodile god, though. He had to plan for the long term. Han Sen brought 2 or 3 barrels for the crocodile each day. It was enough to keep the small creature happy, but it wasn't enough to keep it satisfied. Now Han Sen no longer had to work. The small crocodile wanted him to just bring it wine, but Han Sen still stuck to his cleaning duties. That was because he could dig wherever he wanted without the explicit command or direction of the little crocodile god. Ever since he found glasses, Han Sen hadn't discovered anything useful. His lack of progress was frustrating. He worked in the fortress for a month, but he didn't find anything else of interest. His jade skin reached the 9th tier, so he couldn't level up anymore even if he continued to consume King's energenic genes. Han Sen then focused on his Bloodpulse Sutra, leaving the story of genes as the last to be leveled up. Exquisite and Li Qir were so depressed. They could see Han Sen coming and going as if the place was his own backyard. They wanted to leave too, but no matter how much they tried talking to the 2 crocodile gods, they weren't permitted to go anywhere. They tried to use the wine retrieval excuse, but the crocodile god wasn't interested in what they had to offer. This made them incredibly sad. Han Sen didn't know why the crocodile gods treated them differently, but everything was panning out perfectly for him. Han Sen actually thought it was convenient that the 2 of them were still trapped. If they got free, they might cause him problems of some sort. The very high are nothing that special. They can't even deal with a transmutation deified. They are worse than the ancient god, Han Sen thought to himself. Actually, Han Sen only thought this because he hadn't learned the nature of their strength. The power of the very high didn't lie purely in their combat abilities, and they had nearly limitless resources. If the very high survived long enough, they could become butterflies with ease. That was better than most races, since he still wasn't managing to dig up any worthwhile items. All Han Sen achieved was making the small crocodile god an alcoholic. Han Sen kept giving it wine, but the creature never drank it. It used every barrel for bathing. It sickened Han Sen to see so much fine wine be wasted. No matter how rich he was, it hurt to see something so precious be poured down the drain. Han Sen examined and excavated the whole fortress, but he didn't find anything useful. He hadn't even been able to find the body that the arm had been attached to. It seemed as if only the arm had been left behind. It looks like I need to find a way out of here. Han Sen wasn't interested in delivering wine to the crocodile gods for the rest of eternity. Lady Exquisite, didn't you say that your elders would come and save you? When are they going to come? Han Sen found a chance to stop by and talk to Exquisite and Li Qir. I'm not sure. It could take 2 or 3 months, or it could take a couple of years, Exquisite said. Why would it take them so long? Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite didn't answer Han Sen's question. Actually, the very high had self-spells coded into their bodies. If they were in danger or injured, the self-spell would awaken. If they died, the self-spell would self-destruct, and people were sure to know something had happened to them. But Exquisite and Li Qir were neither injured nor in danger. The self-spell wasn't going to ring its alarm. If the very high people didn't hear anything from the self-spell, they'd have no clue that something had happened to the 2 women. After a while, if Exquisite remained missing, the people of her race would notice her absence. They knew where she had gone, but it was hard to determine when they would notice her absence. While the 2 women were wallowing in their depression, Han Sen set out a grilled goose to munch on. He ate it and drank, picking through a side of fruit as well. They wanted to eat some, too. The very high were admired by all. No matter where Exquisite and Li Qir went, they were as popular as the stars and the moon. Even when the extreme king's princes and princesses met with them, the royal children would be extra polite to them. They would treat the 2 very high like VIPs at all times, not willing to do anything that might offend them. Now, they had been reduced to this. The crocodiles were treating them like lowly slaves, whereas Dollar was able to eat nice food and drink lovely beverages all day long. He made no effort to help them out. He never shared his food or did much with them. Exquisite and Liqueur hadn't brought much food of their own. After all, they had God's wander. They could use galaxy teleport to grab what they needed whenever they wanted. They didn't have to bring simple necessities like food with them, but they had finished all their reserves, and there was nothing more for them in that place. They could last another 2 or 3 months by consuming the energy stored in their bodies, but they still wanted to eat food. It was in the nature of their bodies, and they couldn't help it. Exquisite was faring a little better. She had trained her very high sense for a long time, so her detachment from personal connections, known as forget love, was at a very high level. It helped her separate herself from worldly desires. Liqueur, however, was in dire straits. She couldn't control her temptation for food. Dollar, can you sell us some of your food? Liqueur asked Han Sen, chewing her lip distractedly. Sure. What would you like to buy? Grilled chicken or grilled goose? Roast lamb or roast pork? You can have something that flies and something that swims. I have everything you could ever need, Han Sen said expansively, agreeing to the request with haste. There is no need to go to such trouble. Just giving us some of that fruit will do, Liqueur said, eyeing Han Sen's plate that was stuffed with fresh peaches. The very high were like a mix between the sky and humans. They would kill if they had to, but they wouldn't kill for no reason. They didn't like to waste or take lives without purpose. The chicken that Han Sen was eating smelled nice, but it wouldn't provide much energy. There was no point in eating it, so eating the fruit would be better. Sure. 1 fruit meal for a Genoart. Han Sen picked up a peach that was bigger than his fist, and he smiled at Liqueur. Why don't you just mug me instead? Liqueur's eyes opened wide at Han's senator. She couldn't believe her ears. The peach was a xenogenic plant's fruit, but it wasn't high level. Far from it. The fruit was probably ranked no higher than barren. Swapping a fruit like that for a Genoart was practically daylight robbery. It's up to you. I'm not the one who suggested a trade. Han Sen shrugged and began munching on the peach. Juice dribbled from the peach as he bit into it, and a delectable fragrance came wafting out of it. Okay, that branch of fruit for a Genoart. I will make the trade. Liqueur gritted her teeth and thought to herself, we, the very high, have a lot of Genoarts. I know enough of them to kill you. If I just give you one random art after another, I will take all of your fruit. Wait, I have a condition. The Genoart you give me must be one I've never learned before, Hansen said. He was scamming Exquisite and Liqueur, and he wouldn't feel a tiny bit sorry for doing so. Hansen had believed them to be Sky, and he hadn't minded helping them. Now that he knew they were from the very high, his feelings toward them had changed. Any of the very high in the core area wouldn't require his help to kill a bronze tripod or a deified xenogenic. That was just impossible to believe. He knew they were up to something, considering the way they had behaved around him. If they had some sort of ulterior motive, then there was no need for Hansen to be polite with them. He was going to scam them without remorse. If he hadn't learned who they were, Hansen would have given them the fruit for free. The fruit wasn't worth much to him, after all. How am I supposed to know what you have learned, and how am I supposed to know what you can or cannot learn? Liqueur lifted her lips. Tell me the Genoart's name and what it can be used for. I can figure it out for myself, Hansen said without moving. Okay. Have you heard of the Genoart Dragon Blood Evilbreaker? I can swap that Genoart in exchange for your peach, Liqueur said carefully. Dragon Blood Evilbreaker was a secret Genoart belonging to the dragon, and outsiders were not permitted to read and learn its secrets. The very high, however, were an exception to that rule. The very high had selected many dragons for silkworms, and many of those dragons possessed knowledge of Dragon Blood Evilbreaker. The very high could sense their progress with it, and see into the secrets shrouding Dragon Blood Evilbreaker. In truth, the same principle applied to all races across the whole Geno universe. The secrets of each individual race's Genoarts meant little before the very high. They could see through everything. It was just as Liqueur said. The number of Genoarts she knew about could kill Han's senator. It would be no trouble, and she could easily bring out a few hundred. The Very High had a rule about not teaching others the geno arts that they had collected. They had many geno arts from many races. In some ways, their race was like an encyclopedia of geno arts. Of course, it didn't matter how many geno arts she had. Likir would not sell them out easily. She knew she would soon have Han San as her silkworm, and so she wasn't all that worried. Even so, Likir was only going to present him with the geno arts of outsiders for now. She wasn't willing to leak the secret geno arts that belonged to the Very High. Plus, Dragon Blood Evilbreaker required the blood of the dragon race to practice. She decided to mention that one in particular because she didn't think Han San could make use of it. She wanted to dishearten him. Fine. Then I will accept the Dragon Blood Evilbreaker. Han San agreed to it quickly and tossed her a peach. Han San had seen Dragon 1 use Dragon Blood Evilbreaker, and he thought it was a pretty decent geno art. It was similar to saving money. He didn't know if he could practice it, but simply hearing about it would be helpful. You really want to learn Dragon Blood Evilbreaker? Likir was shocked. She then remembered that Dollar had somehow been able to learn Big Destroyed. With that thought, she considered the possibility that he might actually be able to learn Dragon Blood Evilbreaker. It made her hesitate. The Very High were strict about their rules. Although they had thousands of geno arts, with many coming from other races, they weren't allowed to leak them to others. Teaching someone an ordinary geno art would be okay. But Dragon Blood Evilbreaker was a secret skill of the dragons. If the details of the geno art became common knowledge, it could affect the dragons. That was something the Very High didn't want to see. Are you just saying whatever you can to get the fruit? Are you hesitating because you don't actually know Dragon Blood Evilbreaker? Han San saw Likir hesitate. His expression looked something like a smile, but it wasn't pleasant at all. Of course I know Dragon Blood Evilbreaker, but... Likir knew Han San was provoking her, but she still hesitated. Make the exchange, Exquisite said suddenly. Third sister, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Likir said to Exquisite. It's fine. I want to see if he can learn Dragon Blood Evilbreaker, Exquisite said smoothly. Her eyes looked so strange. Likir nodded and turned back to Han Sr. All right, I will swap Dragon Blood Evilbreaker for the fruit. Listen closely, because I'm only going to tell you once. Han San perked his ears and focused on the skill that Likir began to explain. He didn't know if he could learn it, but he did know that Dragon Blood Evilbreaker was a high-quality art. Han San still wanted to conduct trades and collect more geno arts, but after one fruit meal, Likir was no longer interested. Han San still didn't have time to learn Dragon Blood Evilbreaker, and he repeatedly ransacked his brain for ideas on how to escape the fortress. Although he was trying to plan a jailbreak, he had become quite close to the small crocodile god. Now, the little crocodile god was dependent on Han San for survival. It had become totally addicted to Han San's wine. Likir stared at Han Senator. She looked at Han San and the little crocodile god, who were currently lying on sunbathing chairs. While they soaked in the rays, Likir had to pour them their wine. They had all been captured, and yet, she was being forced to serve Han Senator. That made her very angry. Goon! Likir stared angrily at Han Sen. Hey, little crocodile god, do you want to go and see the outside world? The outside world is better than this place. There are many pretty girls and a whole lot more wine. You might be able to find a pretty lady crocodile god with nice, smooth skin. With your strength, small crocodile god, the ladies would be crying to get you. You will become so famous in the outside world. Han Sen coaxed, trying to convince the little crocodile god to leave the fortress. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra wasn't as good at reading other creatures as the Very High Sense, but after he had been there for a while, he was still able to understand the behavior of the little crocodile god. In that way, they could actually hold conversations. Under Han Sen's influence, the little crocodile god was slowly becoming curious about the outside world. If the little creature had been alone, Han Sen would already have taken him off-world. But the creature was too small, and the big crocodile god wouldn't let it leave. So, there was nothing Han Sen could do. However, Han Sen had noticed a window of opportunity. The big crocodile god had to exit the fortress every few days, perhaps to find food. During that time, the little crocodile god was tasked with watching over the prisoners. If they made a single move to escape or cause trouble, the little crocodile god could call on the big crocodile god to hurry back. Exquisite and Likir had tried to escape many times, but they were always brought back. Hansen didn't try to run. He just encouraged the small crocodile god to leave. If he was successful in convincing it, escape would be trivial. The small crocodile god, constantly hearing Hansen describe the outside world, became enthralled by the idea. But it didn't know how far away the world that Hansen described truly was. He was talking about outside of the core area. He was talking about the Geno universe. It was somewhere core area creatures couldn't get to. Of course, the small crocodile god didn't understand the nature of the core area that he'd been born into. But now, he couldn't suppress his giddiness to leave. He was ready to get out of there. It had tried to run off before, but it hadn't gotten too far. This time, Hansen was able to convince it to go all the way, and it excitedly rumbled at Hansen to come along with it in a daring escape. Exquisite and Likir were frozen, almost unable to believe Hansen had been able to manipulate the creature like that. Lying to a child. How cheap! Likir didn't think it was fair. Small crocodile god, bring those two along. Otherwise, there will be no one to serve you. Then, no one will be able to tell how powerful you are. Hansen pointed at Likir and Exquisite. That hadn't taken much effort. He thought he was doing them a favor. The small crocodile god made some grunting noises, then flew into the burning sea. Likir and Exquisite were happy. Likir had just been decrying Hansen for tricking a child, but now she was very grateful. The small crocodile god's power wasn't as great as the power of the big crocodile god. Hansen and the other two had to stick close to the small crocodile god. They needed the protection of its gravity substance chains to avoid being melted by the scary burning sea. It wasn't too long before the small crocodile, Hansen, and the others were out of the cave. Hansen and the small crocodile god scoped out the vicinity with care. They didn't see the big crocodile god nearby, and that made them feel relieved. Go! The pearly gates of this beautiful new world are opening for you. You will get wine, lady crocodiles, and the love and adoration of many different races. Hansen saw the small crocodile god looking a little nervous. It was glancing back into the cave and seemed hesitant, so he tried to influence it a bit more. The small crocodile god rumbled happily. It jumped onto Hansen's hand and swung its claws around. It looked very excited. He is just a child, and yet, he is so easy to trick. Pleased with himself, Hansen flew up and escaped the planet. Exquisite and Likir were quick to follow. With haste, the three of them and the small crocodile god left that planet of frightening gravity. They hadn't been away from the planet for very long when the bronze furnace joined them, whistling quietly and belching smoke. It had waited there patiently for Hansen, which surprised him a lot. He thought it might have run off. The bronze furnace was making a lot of noise as it came toward them. The small crocodile god thought it was hostile at first. In response, the little creature swung one of its gravity substance chains and tied up the bronze furnace. The bronze furnace was stunned. It started to cry, believing it was going to be crushed by an immense force of gravity. Stop! He's one of us. He's one of our people. Hansen hastily explained to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god let go of the bronze furnace. Due to the fact that the small crocodile god was still lying on Hansen's head, the bronze furnace couldn't leave and neither could it stay. It didn't know what it was supposed to do. Let's go. We should leave this area now. Hansen didn't know where the big crocodile god had wandered off to. Since he didn't know how far away it was, they needed to keep going as far as they could to avoid having any nasty encounters with the beast. Their flight was surprisingly smooth, and the big crocodile god didn't show up. They brought the small crocodile god with them as they teleported a few systems away. Exquisite and Likir used galaxy teleportation. They lost track of how many systems they traveled through, but they were fortunate enough to not encounter the big crocodile god for the length of their journey. We are free! Likir couldn't believe their escape had come about so easily. The small crocodile god had a lot of potential, but for the time being, It was only a primitive deified. Couldn't trap them as easily as the big crocodile god could. Likir and Exquisite could teleport away whenever they wanted to. The small crocodile god looked at Han San and made an inquisitive noise. Its eyes scanned the area around, indicating what it meant to say was, "Where's the wine? Where are the people? Don't be hasty. We have just made it out. We still have a long way to go." Han Sen needed to calm the small crocodile god. And as he was thinking of a way to get rid of it, his heart jumped. Exquisite and Likir also froze. They could feel something awful coming toward them. The blood drained from their faces. Is the big crocodile god coming? As Han San suppressed the tension in his stomach, he figured out which direction the frightening power was coming from. A scary xenogeneic was headed their way. What kind of xenogeneic is that? Han San stared at the creature. It wasn't the crocodile god. It was a big snake that looked something like a dragon. The snake was 100 meters long, and its head was like that of a cobra. But on its wing-like neck, there were 2 rows of eyes. Each row had 3 bright green eyes. The deified 6-core snake god? Exquisite and Likir screamed. Judging from the way they were freaking out, that deified xenogeneic had to be something special. When Han Sun looked closer, he realized that the circles around the Snake King's neck weren't actually eyes. They were 6 spinning cogwheels. He didn't know what the 6 cogwheels did, though. "Quickly, we must go!" Likir shouted at Han Senator. She was on the verge of using God's wander to escape that place. But before she could teleport away, she saw that the space around her had already been turned on its head. The entire universe appeared to be spinning like a hungry vortex. Han Sen also tried to teleport away, but he found that he couldn't tear space and escape through it like he would need to. It was like he had lost his connection to the outside world. Oh no! We're trapped in 6 space. In this 6 space, all of space follows the rules set by the 6-core god snake. Your space powers won't be of any use here. Likir was in shock. Han Sen wasn't frightened by this enemy, though. He noticed that the 6-core god snake was looking steadily at his head. Clearly, it was after the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god was very young, and it didn't yet know what fear meant. Seeing the 6-core god snake look at it, the little creature simply stared back. It then roared proudly at the 6-core god snake. Han Sen knew the small crocodile god commanding the snake to follow and be its little brother. The 6-core god snake appeared to understand, and it screamed back with immense rage. It opened its mouth and unleashed some space substance chains. They flew toward the small crocodile god like an aurora trailing through space. Han Sen quickly evaded them, and the small crocodile god flew forward. In all its boisterous glory, it fancied taking on the 6-core god snake all by itself. It wanted to teach the huge creature a lesson. It made this decision because of Han Sen's constant compliments, no doubt. Han Sen had been going on and on about how powerful and almighty the small crocodile god was. He had filled the creature's head with nonsense, as if it was the strongest creature in existence. He had even claimed that every race would treat it like a god. He said people would admire and show great love to the little crocodile. He said every creature would want to become its subordinate. The poor, naive little crocodile god thought its mother was the most people being in the universe, and that it was number 2. It thought all other creatures were tiny by comparison, so it wasn't going to stand for the 6-core god snake's offense. Han Sen hadn't run far before coming to a stop. He wanted to watch the fight between the snake and crocodile. Run! The small crocodile god isn't a worthy opponent for the 6-core god snake. We should leave now before it is too late, Exquisite said, flying over to Han Sen. The small crocodile god's power should be as good as a primitive deified here, right? Can anything else in the core area be stronger than it? Han Sen asked. The 6-core god snake is one of the strongest xenogeneics in the core area, Likir explained. The snake isn't as strong as the big crocodile god, but it is as good as a primitive can get. Plus, its space powers are so strong, and in addition to the fighting experience it has compared to the little crocodile god, well, the newborn crocodile god doesn't really stand a chance of fighting back. Pang! What Li Qier said immediately came true. There was a loud noise, and when Han Sen turned to take a look, he saw that the little crocodile god had been sent flying away by the six-core god snake. The little creature rolled end over end through space. It eventually hit a planet, and the planet blew up. So strong, Han Sen thought in shock. He took the bronze furnace with him as he flew away. The space around them was under the snake's control, so they couldn't teleport away. Even Exquisite and Li Qier were forced to fly away instead of teleporting. The space behind them seemed to groan with a strange sound. Han Sen couldn't help but look back. There, he saw that the small crocodile god's face was swollen and discolored. It started to cry. The small eyes were streaming with tears. "I'm sorry, little crocodile god. You can't beat him, and neither can I. At least you are a deified xenogeneic. You should just run while you still have the chance to. Don't take it out on me. We aren't being cruel here. You took us as hostages, remember? We are enemies," Han Sen said over his shoulder as he flew. Han Sen followed the very high women as they flew away, but some unexpected pangs of regret were striking Han Sen's heart. He thought that the teary eyes of the small crocodile god were meant for him. So, why did the six-core god snake want to kill the small crocodile god? Han Sen asked Li Qier as he continued flying. The six-core god snake is one of the rare core xenogeneics that can evolve. Its name wasn't always six-core god snake. It used to be known as the two-core god snake. Its neck only had 2 cogwheels back then. Whenever it eats a deified core gene, it can create another cogwheel, and its power increases. It now has 6 cores, and so the power it has should make it the most powerful primitive deified out there. Plus, it has scary space powers. It isn't like the Gold Armor General or those other core deified xenogeneics, Li Qier explained. Does the 6-core god snake have a weakness? Han Sen asked with a frown. It does. Its power is very strong, but core xenogeneics always have flaws. The same applies to the 6-core god snake. Its weakness is those cogwheels. 4 of them were obtained by eating for other deified xenogeneics. They aren't as good as the creature's original cogwheels. That is its weakness, Li Qier said. You guys should go on ahead, Han Sen said. Then he suddenly flew back. What are you doing? Li Qier and Exquisite asked in confusion. They weren't quite sure what Han Sen was planning. You guys should leave now. I'm going back to watch, Han Sen said. He felt something weird in his heart, and so he decided to go back. Is he going to save that small crocodile god? Li Qier watched Han Sen leave. She couldn't believe that what she said was actually happening. He is controlled by his emotions way too much. He will be at a constant disadvantage like that. While his talents are exceptional, he is too dangerous to take on as a silkworm, Exquisite said emotionlessly. But if I was trapped and couldn't fight back, I wish there was someone out there driven by an emotion that made them want to save me, Li Qier said with a conflicted expression. Everything must die. With an attitude like that, your practice with the very high sense will not go very far. Exquisite frowned. The small crocodile god had been captured by space substance chains. It hung in space, unable to move. Thankfully, its body was too strong for the chains to dig into its scaled flesh. The space substance kept hitting it, but the blows could only make the small creature bleed. The 6-core god snake was staring down at the small crocodile god like a hungry demon. Its substance chains kept raging, lashing the little creature over and over. The small crocodile god continued to cry out as more and more bloody wounds appeared across its body. The small crocodile god's powers weren't enough to break the space substance chains. It was unable to avoid the hits. It was just hanging where it was, being lashed over and over. Streaks of blood ran down its body. Although it wasn't heavily injured, it was in agony. Its tears streamed off its face to fall like droplets of rain. If it wasn't for the small crocodile god's body having a high mass that made it tougher than the average deified xenogeneic, it would have been ripped to shreds by the 6-core god snake. It was a shame the small crocodile god was so young. Its body wasn't strong enough to completely repel the damage done to it by the 6-core god snake's space powers. More and more wounds appeared on its body as time went by. The small crocodile god was so scared that it looked like the creature was about to wet itself. The six-core god snake kept using its space substance chains to lash the small crocodile god's body. It eventually got tired of doing this, and so it just opened its mouth. Its scary fangs came bearing down on the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god's small eyes widened in terror. Tears fell as it desperately tried to wiggle its way out of the snake's grasp. But under the restrictions imposed by the substance chains, the little creature had no hope of running. The six-core god snake's fangs were going to slice into him. Pang! Suddenly, a cold metal light appeared, slamming into one of the six-core god snake's green cogwheels. The six-core snake god screamed in agony. The small crocodile god saw a giant metal pillar thrust its way through the eye-like cogwheel. Han-san was behind that metal pillar, and he punched the back of the metal pillar continuously to drive it in deeper. The small crocodile god was as happy as it was shocked. The six-core god snake shuddered with every blow. It was in pain. The space substance chains that had bound the small crocodile god loosened. The small crocodile god's black light shone, and it managed to escape from the grip of the substance chains. Han-sen continued to pummel the back end of the sky god pillar. He had stolen that deified treasure from the Extreme King. He couldn't use all his power, but his attacks so far seemed to be effective. He shoved the pillar into the cogwheel until the cogwheel cracked. With the sky god pillar lodged inside, the cogwheel could no longer spin. It was a shame that Han-sen wasn't deified. Otherwise, with his deified power combined with the sky god pillar, his blows could simply shatter the six-core god snake's cogwheels. The six-core god snake lowered its head and caught sight of Han-sen. It roared with rage. Its body unleashed several substance chains that looked like snakes. They flew straight for Han-sen. Each space substance chain seemed to tear the fabric of space as it came. It was like a space-cutting skill. If Han-sen's body was unable to withstand one of those space cuts, he would be ripped apart by the power of the chains. Han-sen didn't plan on trying to avoid the lashing, though. His body shone with gold light, and a collection of gold, robotic plates of armor formed around him. He turned into the gold robot general. The space substance chains came against the gold robot armor, slicing into the surface of the metal armor. It was like many invisible knives were trying to drive through the armor. Sparks erupted across the surface of the gold armor like fireworks. Because Han-sen's gold armor was so hard, the space substance chains were unable to completely cut through it. Han-sen shoved the gold general's speed to the max, and streamers of golden energy spewed out of the armor's metal pipes. It was like a pair of golden wings were spreading from the armor on Han-sen's back. The gold general drew back an arm as far as it would go, then threw a punch forward like a volcano erupting. The punch landed on the back of the sky god pillar. The sky god pillar was driven forward by the impact of the golden general's fist. A loud cracking sound came from the six-core god snake's cogwheel. The cogwheel was completely shattered by the sky god pillar, and the pillar pierced through the six-core god snake's neck. The six-core god snake shrieked in pain and swung its tail against Han-sen. Han-sen saw the tail coming, but he couldn't avoid it. The tail seemed to cast shadows all through space. He couldn't see it clearly, and it crashed against his gold general armor. The gold general was hit, and Han-sen was sent flying away like a star. He slammed into a giant planet, and the power of his fall poisoned the planet with radiation. A shockwave covered half the planet. Mountains fell and the ground was lifted. The rocks rolled like waves. Half of the planet suddenly looked like the end of the world. The six-core god snake didn't stop there. It hurtled forward, straight for the planet where its enemy had landed. Countless space substance chains coiled around the snake as it headed for the gold general who was down on the planet. Small crocodile god. What are you waiting for? Gravity area, Han-sen shouted. The small crocodile god was still frozen, but hearing Han-sen's voice shook him out of his shock. He cast his gravity substance chains, generating a black shield that covered the six-core god snake. Under the influence of that power, the snake accelerated like an asteroid as it fell to the planet's surface. Still in the gold armor, Han-sen stood up. He stomped on the ground and used his gold energy. The gold energy started to run out of the pipes in a stream, then a river. It was like a thruster pack that lifted the gold general into the sky. It was headed for the falling six-core god snake. Han Sen guided the gold general, using it to gather up power inside his fist. A powerful gold god light manifested across it. Han Sen's fist flashed forward, battering the sky god pillar that was still attached to the six-core god snake's neck. The sky god pillar punched straight through the body of the six-core god snake. Even the gold general itself ended up ripping through the snake's body. The gold general slowed to a stop. Still holding onto the giant sky god pillar, Han Sen turned and looked back at the six-core god snake. The force of gravity was still making it fall toward the planet. Pang! The six-core god snake hit the planet with a force that was scarier than Han Sen's descent. This was definitely not that planet's lucky day. It had taken 2 scary hits in a row, and now it looked completely destroyed. Nice job, small crocodile god. Keep applying gravity to that fiend. Han Sen shouted as he piloted the gold general down to press the sky god pillar against the six-core god snake. The six-core god snake was severely limited by the incredible force weighing down on it. The creature's movements were incredibly slow, and it was completely unable to dodge the gold general's attacks. The six-core god snake shrieked strangely. Countless space substance chains opened like a chrysanthemum, then came for Han's senator. They stretched forward to hold him off, trying to keep him from directly approaching the six-core god snake. Han Sen's face didn't change, and he didn't dodge. He pushed the power of the gold general to the max as he headed for the six-core god snake. As countless space substance chains tangled around the gold general, Han Sen shouted. He used the gold general to toss the sky god pillar in front of himself. And then, there was a burst of gold energy. A punch that was prettier than the sun came forth to strike the back of the sky god pillar. The sky god pillar became a pillar of light. Every part of the pillar shone as it tore through the planet's atmosphere and slammed into another cogwheel. The six-core god snake had been unable to run. The six-core god snake was restrained by the small crocodile god's gravity substance chains, and so it couldn't even jerk to the side to avoid the strike. Another cogwheel core snapped in half under the force of the blow. The pillar pinned the beast to the planet as it screamed in pain. The space substance chains broke, shattering into 1,000,000 pieces as the snake thrashed. Han Sen used the gold general to jump past the falling remnants of the substance chains. He was headed for the six-core god snake that was pinned to the planet. The small crocodile god roared happily. With Han Sen controlling the six-core god snake, the small crocodile god became cocky. The six-core god snake had beat him up earlier, and so he gnashed his teeth now in rage. His body unleashed a black light, and even more heavy substance chains thudded into the six-core god snake. The six-core god snake's movements slowed to a crawl. There was no way that it could escape the planet now. 2 of its cogwheels were destroyed now, and it was heavily injured. It moved with snail-like speed. The small crocodile god's gravity substance chains were pinning it in place, keeping it from avoiding Han Sen's attacks. Pang! 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 The gold general flew over to the six-core god snake that was pinned to the planet. Instead of pulling out the pillar that was pinning the snake, he used his fists to strike the creature. Gold energy carried each swing. It was like a glowing storm was raining down on the captured snake. The six-core god snake remained pinned in place. The small crocodile god's substance chains had it trapped, and there was nothing it could do to defend itself. Under the gold general's continuing barrage of attacks, the cogwheels broke one after another. In seconds, another 2 had crumbled to dust. As this went on, the six-core god snake was suffering horrendously. It cast countless space substance chains. They rose like an infinity of venomous snakes and tried to wrap themselves around the gold general. Han Sen was running his gold general at max capacity. Still, he couldn't free his fist from the substance chains. He was trapped and could no longer move. Pang! The six-core god snake's tail slammed into him, sending the gold general flying again. Its anger fueled that scary attack, caving in the gold general's chest. The six-core god snake is so powerful. It is gravely injured, and yet it can still fight. No wonder it is considered one of the best in the core area. The Gold General tore a trench across a long section of the planet's surface before Hansen could regain control of the machine. The six-core god snake's tail coiled around the sky god pillar and pulled the pillar out of its body. It wanted to move, but the small crocodile god appeared in front of it. The little creature struck one of the two cogwheels the snake had remaining. There was a snapping noise. The small crocodile god managed to destroy the cogwheel, and it was a painful blow for the six-core god snake. The agony made the snake's long body shiver and shake, and it tried to swing its tail toward the small crocodile god instead. Pang! The small crocodile god flew away like a ball, and the sky god pillar drifted away as well. Hansen drove the Gold General to reclaim the sky god pillar. With his weapon in hand, he thrust his arm toward the six-core god snake. While the snake was still contorted in pain, Hansen penetrated the creature's final cogwheel. The six-core god snake thrashed and twisted. It tried using its tail to smack the Gold General away again, but the small crocodile god was furiously returning to the fray. A heavy substance chain landed across the snake and slowed it even further. The Gold General approached as this occurred. Hansen's fists angrily pummeled the wounds of the six-core god snake. A frenzy of gold punches hit the snake like a crazy and wrathful storm. The six-core god snake's body was slowly driven into the planet. Chunks of rock flew everywhere. Pang! Hansen continued to punch, and the six-core god snake and the planet exploded. The scary explosion spread through space like a beautiful firework. Core deified xenogeneic hunted. Six-core god snake. Deified xenogeneic gene found. Obtained six-core god snake beast soul. I got the beast soul. Hansen grinned. Far away in space, Exquisite and Likir were frozen. They had used their very high sense to watch the entire battle unfold. They thought Hansen was quite amazing when he turned into the Gold General, but then he cooperated with the small crocodile god to defeat the six-core god snake with relative ease. It really was Dollar that stole the sea sky eye and the sky god pillar. Likir's heart was a confused mess of emotion at that moment. She had thought from the beginning that the Gold Armor General had some connection to Dollar, but she hadn't suspected that Dollar himself could have been that Gold General. What is that? Exquisite's normally emotionless face looked shocked. She recognized the Gold General, but she didn't understand how Dollar was able to become the foe he had once defeated. I do not know. Likir shook her head with a wry smile. She knew that was the Gold General, but she didn't know how Dollar could transform into it. She could not imagine what forces could allow that. The small crocodile god ran to the six-core god snake's corpse, kicked and bit it savagely. It was a shame that the little creature didn't eat meat. And the six-core god snake's body was like metal anyway. There was probably nothing worth eating there regardless. Hansen put away the Gold General that had been badly damaged. The six-core god snake was strong. Even the Gold General's powerful defensives had taken a lot of nasty damage. Some parts of it were broken entirely. If the small crocodile god hadn't used his gravity substance chains to restrict the snake, the Gold General would have been cut to pieces. Digging out the six-core god snake's core xenogeneic gene, Hansen noted how it was a jade-green cogwheel. It was only around the size of a fist, and it had spun continuously in the six-core god snake's head. That is some good stuff. Hansen could feel the scary presence emitted by the cogwheel, and so he complimented it. But he still couldn't absorb deified genes just yet, so he put it away for now. The small crocodile god spent the last of his anger on the corpse of the snake. He flew to Hansen and began to make noises that were a mixture of screams and crying. It was like the little guy claiming that Hansen had lied to him. Small crocodile god. You are so powerful. You killed such a powerful xenogeneic. You must be the strongest creature in the universe. Hansen looked at the small crocodile god with admiration and complimented it profusely. The small crocodile god was about to continue ranting at Hansen. But as he heard all this, he became cocky. He squinted his little eyes and looked very proud. He looked as if he was strong and almighty and forgot about his argument with Hansen. Kids are easy to trick, Hansen thought, looking at the prideful little crocodile god with a smile. The small crocodile god leaped back onto Han Sen's head. It raised its head and roared. It seemed to be telling Han Sen to go and find more xenogeneics for it to kill. Han Sen flew away, and as he went, he examined the core deified beast soul he had obtained from the six-core god snake. Core deified beast soul, six-core god snake. Weapon. A weapon beast soul? It's a weapon beast soul. It is finally here. I wonder what it will be. Since it came from a snake, perhaps it will be a spear. Maybe it will be a sword. Or maybe it will end up being a dagger. Han Sen was so happy. He had wanted a deified weapon for the longest time. And this was a space power weapon beast soul, so it had to be something special. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the six-core god snake beast soul. A green compound bow appeared in his hands. The bow looked so cool. It had mechanical arms, and its body was decorated with 6 wheels. It had the features of a mechanical cold-based weapon. It was chilly to the touch, and it looked frightening. He could already tell that it would have unparalleled accuracy. The cold-based weapon exuded a murderous feeling. Something about its styling reminded Han Sen of a complex machine. Han Sen could see the bow shimmer with the shadow of the six-core god snake. This is a bow? Han Sen looked at the six-core snake bow in his hands in surprise. Han Sen immediately loved his new bow. He had recently used Autumn Wind's wind string, but the bow already possessed an owner. Forcing it open hadn't felt good. But this six-core snake bow was different. Han Sen held its body and pulled the string effortlessly. The cogwheels across it spun as he drew the string back, and it didn't cost him any strength to make use of it. And the power the bow could unleash was just as great as he had hoped. In fact, this bow was capable of shooting projectiles with more power than Windstring could have managed. Han Sen could feel the space power coming from the bow, but he didn't know how that space power would affect the use of the six-core snake bow. This was the first time Han Sen had gotten the opportunity to make use of a deified beast soul weapon. It was difficult to gauge the amount of power it possessed. Han Sen didn't plan on trying it out immediately. He was willing to save this bow for his true identity as Han Senator for $. The Gold General already provided enough power to battle deified beings. Plus, it wouldn't even be possible for Han Sen to use the bow while he was using the Gold General. Therefore, keeping the bow as $. Would be pointless. However, the weapon couldn't be more perfect for Han Sen's identity. The Peacock King's soul robe wouldn't affect his use of the bow, and it would actually give the bow even more power. It would definitely give him more security. Even if deifieds came for him, with the Peacock King's soul robe and the six-core snake bow, they wouldn't be able to kill Han Sen. If those Extreme King guys dare to come after me again, I will feed them arrows. I'll let them know I have feelings too. Han Sen put the six-core snake bow away. He would use it later. He had used the Dongxian area to hide himself and the small crocodile god while he looked over the bow. Not even Exquisite and Li Qir could see what he was doing now. The six-core snake bow wouldn't be noticed. All that I'm missing now are deified arrows. Having a bow without arrows isn't perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. Exquisite and Li Qir were going to chase after Han Sen, but they soon realized he had vanished from their abilities of detection. They could no longer detect his presence, no matter what method they used. They ran to the place where Han Sen was last seen, but he seemed to be long gone. Not even the very high sense could find a trace of him. This $. Is a very mysterious individual, Exquisite said with a frown. Not just mysterious. Everything he does is a little beyond belief, but it will be hard to convince someone like that to become my silkworm. Li Qir sighed. No matter how strong he is, he cannot elude the very high forever. If you really want to pick him, we can go back home and have the Elder unearth his identity. Then we can formulate a plan to take him, Exquisite said. Li Qir shook her head. He will be my silkworm. It is best if I try to bring him in myself. Exquisite said nothing, but she didn't have much hope for Li Qir's efforts. Before she met $, Exquisite would never have expected that a potential silkworm might refuse an offer from the very high. But Han Sen was so amazing that she was even double-guessing the prestige of her race. It would be very difficult to convince someone like that to become a silkworm. Plus, Li Qir's very high sense wasn't perfect yet. But Li Qir insisted, so Exquisite saw no reason to argue. Han Sen brought the small crocodile god around with him to hunt. They killed a few core kings and a Geneics. The small crocodile god was happy at first, but now he was growing tired. Han Sen brought out some wine to make the creature happy again. But the small crocodile god was becoming harder to please. He wanted to see the outside world more and more. The place I told you about exists, but you can't see it in the core area. You are a creature of the core area. You cannot leave. So, how can I take you to see what is out there? Han Sen was annoyed by this prospect too. Fortunately, the bronze furnace was there. It was able to help Han Sen by making the small crocodile god much happier. The small crocodile god had killed many Xenogeneics for the bronze furnace, and now there were many swords inside the furnace. Han Sen used glasses to examine the furnace. The potential was 5 stars too. That was the max a king class could be before becoming deified. What a shame. The Xenogeneics from the core area cannot leave. If they could, I could keep them by my side at all times. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen had the bronze furnace lead them around. Han Sen soon left the core area though, and he returned to the white whale. In the past, whenever Han Sen returned, the pirates would happily welcome him. But this time, no one even noticed when he appeared. Everyone was watching something outside of the white whale, and they seemed to be frozen with shock. Even Bauer was. Han Sen didn't know what was going on. He followed everyone's gazes and found that there was a group of snakes coming to the land. They were emerging from the Black Sea, and the white tiger was trying to fight them off. These battles had happened many times before, but this time it was different. There were too many groups of snakes coming out of the Black Sea. There were many times the number of snakes that had appeared on any previous occasion. The snakes slithered onto the island in hordes and began munching on the mushrooms. They were scarier than a swarm of locusts. The white tiger was killing them, but there were too many snakes. It was unable to kill them all. The snakes slithered onto the island in greater and greater numbers. Oh no! Fong Qingyu suddenly breathed upon seeing the snake hordes. Oh no, what? The pirates looked at Fong Qingyu. Fong Qingyu looked terrible and he said, "If the white tiger cannot stop the snakes, all the mushrooms here will be eaten by the creatures. That means we will have no food for ourselves." "Pa! I thought you meant something more severe." "That is no big deal. We can trade for food in the core area with others," a pirate said. "It's not that simple. Listen, if all the mushrooms are gone, then the white tiger might get hungry and come after us. And how about the snakes themselves? Aside from the mushrooms out there?" Before Fong Qingyu finished, everyone knew what he meant. They all looked at the mushrooms on each other's heads. They felt a chill. If the snakes treated them like food, they would have to stop the snakes' advance. And that probably wouldn't go too well for them. They had seen how scary the snakes were, as many of them could be king class. But the snakes also came in seemingly infinite numbers. It would be impossible to kill them all. If the white tiger couldn't stop the snakes, there was little they could do. "Little red bird, go out and help," Han Sen said to the little red bird. If the snake group took over the island, it would be quite the annoyance for them. That was why Han Sen allowed the little red bird to help the white tiger fight off the snakes. But before the little red bird did anything, a harsh wind blew across the Black Sea. It created giant, tumultuous waves as a giant monster emerged from the black water. That monster was breathtakingly ugly. It was like a giant worm, but countless hair-like tentacles writhed from the sides of its body. The beast crawled out of the black water, its body still dripping the corrosive liquid of the sea. When the white tiger saw the monster, its expression changed. It roared to the sky, its mouth stretched wide open. Then, a mushroom rain began to storm down on the big monster. The mushrooms exploded near the monster, turning into giant spore clouds that hung in the air. Mushrooms began to grow on the heads of the snakes all around the spores. As the small mushrooms grew, the bodies of the snakes were sucked dry. They collapsed onto the ground like dust. Fong Qingyu and the pirates stared at the battle with wide eyes. The pirates were so scared, and they screamed, "If our mushrooms grow big, will they suck us dry too?" Everyone was scared, but Han Sen reassured them by saying, "Don't worry. The mushrooms on our heads are different from the mushrooms plaguing those snakes." The crew felt much safer after Han Sen said that, although their nerves continued to rattle. The ugly monster stood in the center of those spore clouds, and the clouds were heaviest right around the monster's body. But even so, it didn't seem to be afflicted with the power-draining mushrooms. The monster moved onto the island. It ate a lot of mushrooms, and the strange snakes moved with it. The white tiger was unable to do anything to stop them. The white tiger kept firing its mushroom rain, but that attack only seemed to affect the smaller snakes. It did nothing to that horrendous beast. Furthermore, the monster was so unaffected that it completely ignored the white tiger. It simply dragged its mountainous body toward the mushroom forest. It opened its mouth wide and began gnashing its teeth to bite and chew. It was able to swallow a few acres of forest in no time. No matter how many mushrooms the island contained, it clearly wouldn't be enough to sate the hunger of that monster. The white tiger became extremely upset as it watched the enormous beast. The white tiger dug its head into the ground and disappeared. No way! It ran away so soon. Fong Qingyu and the others hadn't expected that. But the next second, the white tiger emerged underneath the monster. Its claws tore into the white tiger's belly. For a split second, everyone thought that the white tiger had cleverly gained the upper hand. Then the monster's silky tentacles moved, reaching down and tying up the white tiger like a zongzi. The white tiger struggled and roared, but it couldn't escape from the tentacles. Those tiny tentacles appeared to be alive. They traced the white tiger's mouth, ears, eyes, and nose. Then the lecherous things began drilling into each orifice. The white tiger began to release horrendous, deafening screams. Everyone felt a chill while watching it. Their bodies flared with goosebumps. They had seen many people be killed before, and not even watching a person be dismembered would make them flinch. But seeing all those hair-like tentacles drilling into the mouth, ears, eyes, and nostrils of the white tiger was enough to give them a proper chill. The white tiger kept struggling. It tried to gnaw and bite off the silk-like tentacles, but once the tentacles were bitten free, they could still move of their own volition. They were like worms drilling into the creature's body. The sight made people feel itchy. "Little Red, go and help him," Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird flew, and flames bloomed around it. As it departed the white whale, it became a fiery phoenix. Wherever it flew, red flames rose around it and incinerated the snakes in its proximity. Golden fire shot from the little red bird's mouth. The fire landed atop the silk-like tentacles and burned them to dust. The white tiger was saved and freed from the bindings that coiled around it. The monster seemed to be frightened by the fires of the little red bird's phoenix flame. It stopped eating the mushrooms, spun its body around, and used the eye upon its forehead to stare at the little red bird. The little red bird screeched loudly. It flapped its wings, sending its phoenix flames raging toward the monster like a firestorm. The monster's countless tentacles suddenly wrapped around its body, forming a ball-shaped shell. The phoenix flames landed atop the newly formed shell and started to burn through it. But the fire only made it through the outer layer. There were more layers on the inside. The fire burned deeper, but the tentacles seemed endless. No amount of burning would be enough, it appeared. Pang! The little red bird was happily burning away at the monster when suddenly, a big spear that was like a mountain came out from the rocks beneath. The spear hit the little red bird before it could react and sent the little red bird spinning away amidst a haze of fiery explosions. Han Sen had a closer look, and he found that the giant spear had been formed from the monster's smaller tentacles. After the hit that the little red bird had taken, its fires seemed to be weaker. It screamed in rage, and when it screamed, the strength and vigor of its flames returned. It hurled itself back into the fight with the monster. The monster moved its silk tentacles, letting them writhe together. Many wings formed around the monster's body, and those wings began to beat in tandem to make the body of the creature fly very quickly. It was no slower than the little red bird. The monster and the little red bird chased each other through the air. The silk tentacles on the monster seemed innumerable, and they could take on any shape. They could form shields and weapons if they wished to. The little red bird's fire could drive back the tentacles for a while, but no lasting damage was ever done. A lot of the weird snakes were still headed for the island, and the white tiger remained there to deal with them. But there were still too many of them, and it didn't matter how many were killed, as more and more would show up. They refused to retreat from the island. "Whoever is king class or above should go out there and help," Hansen said. Then, he summoned his peacock king's soul robe and hastily departed the white whale. Bauer jumped onto Hansen's shoulder to go with him. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon went with him, too. The Extreme King Knights and pirates also went out to fight. They knew this was a matter of life and death, and so nobody thought twice about going out there to fight. Hansen didn't go after the horde of snakes, though. He was headed for the little red bird and the monster that were still fighting in the sky. His body glowed like a rainbow as he flew toward the monster. The monster reacted to his approach incredibly quickly. It continued to fight the little red bird, but it also spawned many more tentacles that formed a shield to stop the corrosion induced by the rainbow light. While the rainbow light quickly melted through the makeshift shield, the tentacles were able to immediately form a new one. It would continue doing so until the rainbow light cast by Hansen was finished. When Hansen got close to the monster, the tentacles formed a big hammer that tried to strike him. Hansen looped through the air like a phoenix to avoid the hammer. He cast a rainbow light across his body. But the rainbow light was blocked by another shield of tentacles. Although the monster was fighting two enemies, it was dealing with Hansen and the little red bird's attacks with perfect precision. The monster was like a fighting machine. It could rotate 360 degrees in a moment, and it could release tentacles from any part of its body. The tentacles could weave themselves together to create whatever weapon or defense best suited the needs of its fight. The scariest thing about it was that the tentacles were deified class, and the whole composition of the beast had a strong life power. No matter how many times it was struck, it could recompose itself. Facing such an opponent, Hansen and the little red bird weren't sure what to do. Hansen and the bird were attacking the monster together, but they were at a disadvantage. Real deified xenogeneics are scary. Those fake deified xenogeneics in the core area are nothing compared to this. Hansen was shocked. He couldn't think of a way in which they could defeat this foe. An idea occurred to him and he summoned his 6-core snake bow. He didn't have any deified arrows for it, so he had to summon a king-class arrow beast soul. He placed the arrow on the 6-core snake bow and pulled the string. Whoosh! The moment Hansen let the arrow fly, the 6-core snake bow's 6 wheels spun. The arrow was imbued with a strange power, and it immediately disappeared. When the arrow appeared again, it was in front of the monster. It soared right into the eye upon the monster's forehead. The 6-core snake bow gives space power to the arrows it shoots. Hansen realized with pleasure. That meant every arrow the 6-core snake bow fired would teleport. That was better than Hansen's skill for drilling arrows. When people were shot by an arrow from this bow, they wouldn't be able to trace its path toward them. Plus, Hansen was also able to tell that the arrow could tear through the fabric of space. That was the power the 6-core snake bow could imbue upon the projectiles he used with it. The king-class beast soul arrow received enough of a buff from the 6-core snake bow to pierce through the monster's eye. Half the arrow embedded itself firmly in the eye, and blood sprayed out around it. This is a nice bow, Hansen thought happily. The bow's power was perfect for Hansen. But Hansen didn't stay happy for long. Tentacles grew from the injured monster's eye. The tentacles wrapped around the beast soul arrow and removed the power Hansen had given to the projectile. Then the monster pulled out the beast soul arrow and cracked it. That injured eye was covered by tentacles and swiftly healed. Is the monster's entire body made of silk? Hansen wondered. Quickly, Hansen's guess was confirmed. He used his 6-core snake bow to strike the monster's body. The same result was achieved. No matter where Hansen fired, tentacles would appear and patch up the monster in no time at all. I believe I can kill you. Hansen added his turtle spell to the arrow in a bid to slow the beast down. The turtle skill was applied to the monster. It managed to make the monster's body slower, but Han-san was soon surprised to learn that the monster could shed the parts of its body that contained turtle, that removed the effects of the spell from the greater mass of the beast. Han-san tried to apply the turtle symbol in many different ways, but ultimately it was ineffective. The monster was like a gecko that could keep reproducing its tail. This creature could cut off any part of its body to no negative effect. "This guy is more disgusting than Bar," Han-san said. The little red bird and Han-san didn't know what to do against the monster. The monster kept using its tentacles to form all sorts of different weapons to attack them. Some of its attacks changed weapons unexpectedly at the last moment. Could make knives, spears, swords, and sticks. It could also make shields and fists. The monster was like an invincible killing machine. It was giving Han-san and the little red bird a headache. Gu Qingcheng and the others were helping the white tiger tackle all the smaller snakes. But things weren't going so well for them either. More and more of those weird snakes slithered up onto the island. Their numbers were growing. Whenever the defenders killed one snake, two more took its place. Half the island was now wholly swarmed by the snakes. The white tiger suddenly meowed to the sky. Its cry was directed at Han-san. Han-san didn't understand what the white tiger wanted. The white tiger jumped and drilled into the ground. When it reappeared, it was 100 miles away. Then it called to Han-san again. Han-san now understood. It wanted Han-san to follow it. Although Han-san didn't understand what the white tiger was thinking, he knew that fighting like this was futile. Even if he and the little red bird could survive, Fang Qingyu and the others would likely be killed. "Bauer, you drive. Follow it and let's go." Han-san threw Bauer into the white whale. Bauer dropped through the air. When the ground came near, she flipped and landed softly upon the white whale. She hurried inside and fired it up, then piloted it toward the white tiger. Gu Qingcheng and the others fell back to the white whale as well. Han-san and the little red bird kept fighting as they made their retreat. They wouldn't allow the monster a chance to attack the white whale. The group of snakes was like a black ocean beneath the white whale. They destroyed everything in sight. The fairy tale-like Mushroom Island was turned into a ruined, rocky crag. Han-san and the little red bird flew a great distance away from the monster, but it no longer seemed to be going after them. It started to gorge on the mushrooms now that it could do so uninterrupted. Han-san and the little red bird no longer provoked it. They flew next to the white whale to protect it. And as they did, they all proceeded to follow the white tiger. Their situation was a dire one. Food was now going to be a problem. The scariest thing was that the snakes and the monster were both issues that they had no idea how to solve. The white whale flew over the island. As they moved beyond the snakes, they saw the mushroom forest behind them get consumed. Suddenly, Han-sen's face grew pale as he looked at one snake among the writhing mass. After eating a lot of mushrooms, its body became larger. It swelled to 10 times its previous size, and its body started to grow tentacles. It was like a smaller version of that Goliath monster. They aren't snakes. They're baby versions of that big one. Han-sen and the others now understood. They looked quite glum. One monster was hard enough to deal with. If they all became monsters, it would be disastrous. And as everyone was trying to process the new information, a few more of the snakes grew bigger. They became just like the monster that was covered in tentacles. But their auras didn't reach the horrifying level of the largest one just yet. They were king class, most likely, and almost as good as a half-deified. "Is this a joke?" one the pirates mumbled in shock. No one answered him, and that was because no one knew what it was. The white tiger kept running through the mushroom forest, but if the white whale started to lag, it would stop and roar up at them. It went back to running when they caught up. It was like it was leading them someplace. Han-sen and the others had explored this island many times before. Aside from the mushrooms, there was nothing special to be found. They had searched the broken battleship repeatedly, but nothing important was ever discovered. Where is the white tiger taking us? Is he going to take us away from here somehow? Han-sen wondered, intrigued. But Han-sen was soon disappointed. The white tiger wasn't planning on leaving the island. They came to a giant mushroom that was around 3 stories tall. The tiger walked up to the mushroom and slapped it. The mushroom fell over, revealing an underground cave that was hidden beneath. "There's a cave below here?" Han Sen murmured in surprise. He didn't know what material this island was made of, but the rocks were so hard that not even deified powers could shatter them. Making a cave there would be very difficult. The white tiger disappeared into the cave. After a while it came out. It made some noises in Han Sen's direction, as if it was hurrying him to go in. Han Sen saw that the snakes weren't too far behind them. If they entered the cave now, the snakes might arrive before they had a chance to leave. That would thrust them into the maw of another nasty fight. But as Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized that they had little choice if they wanted to stay on the island. The snakes would be their enemies as long as they remained on the island, and there was little they could do against the snakes in their current state. Everyone disembarked the white whale. Han Sen shrank the white whale and put it away, then dropped into the underground cave. The others couldn't do anything except follow. They had been inside the cave for less than 30 seconds when the snakes arrived, covering the ground like a black blanket. Many of the slithery serpents poked their heads into the cave. Because there weren't any mushrooms, however, the snakes didn't seem to be very interested. After looking around the cave briefly, they crawled back out. Han Sen and the others continued to follow the white tiger. Han Sen soon realized that the cave was a natural formation, not a man-made hollow. That made him feel very relieved. If it was man-made, then whatever made the cave could be very dangerous to them. If it was natural, on the other hand, there was a chance it was just an ordinary cave that could help them avoid disaster. Why would that white tiger be so kind, bringing us to a cave to avoid disaster? Or is this part of a greater conspiracy? One of the pirates asked. Regardless, we need to keep walking. Unless you want to fight those monsters outside the cave, that is, another pirate said. Stop talking. We might as well explore the cave fully. Maybe that is where the white tiger stores its treasure. Who knows? We might be able to get something good out of it. The pirate crew was chattering among themselves when suddenly, they felt something emerge from deeper in the cave. In fact, they did not see anything. They just felt something come forward. The next second, everyone felt a chill. Their clothes billowed as a cold wind rushed up from deeper in the cave. The cold wind wasn't very strong. It was the type of wind that would only make tree leaves flutter gently, so it wasn't harmful to Han Sen's group. However, the wind made everyone feel weirded out. One of the pirates said, "Weird. There is wind underground. Does that mean there is an exit?" Fong Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he said, "We're assuming that we've been in the black hole spider's stomach, right? If the ocean is the creature's stomach, there should be some organs that connect to it. Maybe accessing those organs can lead us to an exit." "Shit! Does that mean the wind was a fart?" a pirate exclaimed, turning green. Fong Qingyu's explanation made the others feel uncomfortable. But more than anything, they were just surprised. If this was true, they had a chance of escaping this hellish place alive. Escaping through the creature's intestines did not sound pleasant, but it would be better than dying. No matter how nasty the trip might be, life was more important. Everyone was full of hope. Their morale was given a big boost, and they followed the tiger at an eager pace. The tunnel twisted and corkscrewed, but in general it was headed down. Some places were wide enough to let a plane fly through. Other places were so narrow that only one person could squeeze their way through at a time. As they traveled, the cool wind continued to blow over them from below. It was a very soft wind at first, but the deeper they went, the stronger it became. The stone walls on either side of them were smooth, which was undoubtedly a result of their exposure to the constant wind. It was like they had been caressed for 1 billion years. And then, they heard another wind-like sound. It came with the noise of distant, rumbling thunder. It was like an endless thunderstorm raging with the echoes of breaking space. The pirates felt as if their eardrums were about to pop. Fortunately, the wind wasn't strong enough to hurt anyone. It was just ominous. This is wrong. If this tunnel leads to the creature's guts, then it cannot keep farting this much. Maybe this black hole spider has an upset stomach? Please use your brains. Even if its stomach was upset, it would still need something to digest. That's what makes you feel sick. We have traveled all this way, and yet we have only found dry rocks. There is nothing. Then what do you think this place is? If I knew, I wouldn't be talking to you about it. The pirates were arguing amongst themselves again. They weren't arguing for fun, but they clearly needed to blow off some steam. They were trying to alleviate the stress of the situation. Han-sen had known early on that these weren't the spider's guts, and in the presence of all the wind made him feel quite strange. If there was no exit down below, then the presence of wind was weird. Han-sen wanted to ask the white tiger, but the white tiger only continued to run forward. It ignored them, so getting information from that creature would be unlikely. Boom, boom, boom. The wind was coming up again. This time it blew against them with greater strength. The force of the wind twisted the faces of the pirates into a variety of odd shapes. The skin of their faces flapped against their skulls with the wind. The Marquis-class Fang Qingyu was almost blown away completely. His body lifted into the air, and Han-sen had to reach out and grab him to keep him from blowing away. The wind is getting stronger here. Should we keep going? The group drifted to a stop and looked at Han-senator. He was their leader. Han-sen was hesitating, too. He didn't know much about the white tiger. Following the white tiger down into this random hole in the ground might not have been such a good idea, after all. If he could go back in time, he would not have led his people down there. As Han-sen pondered their current circumstances, the white tiger noticed they were no longer following. He turned around and rumbled at Han-sen, telling them to hurry. How about this? While the snakes haven't reached us yet, so this seems like a safe place to rest. You guys stay here while I scout ahead, Han-sen said to Fang Qingyu. Han-sen didn't care about the lives of the extreme king knights and pirates, but he did care about Gu Qingcheng and Ningyu. Let us come with you. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon decided to follow, having no interest in staying behind. Don't leave me here. Ningyu jumped forward. She clung to Han-sen's legs, knowing that following Han-sen was better than staying put. There was no getting rid of Ningyu, so Han-sen had to bring her with him. Gu Qingcheng, Elysian Moon, Bauer, and the little red bird also came along. Fang Qingyu decided to stay behind. The further into the depths they went, the scarier the wind became. Whenever the wind blew, not even Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon could keep their balance. They didn't know why the wind was becoming so strong as they went deeper. For there to be so much wind, there had to be a windy exit. But when he looked down, what was seen was a hellish crack. No air could escape. Ningyu was scared, but she was unaffected. The little green sword she wielded kept the scary wind from getting close to her. I wonder what that little green sword is? Its abilities are too scary, Han-sen said with a sigh. As Han-sen was thinking, the white tiger suddenly disappeared. It was like it had just vanished into thin air. Why has the white tiger disappeared? Ningyu shouted in fear. Before Han-sen could answer, the white tiger was there again. It rumbled at Han-sen, and while Han-sen was still reeling from the shock, it disappeared again. Han-sen and the others moved carefully forward and found a hole in the ground. It dropped almost straight down, which was why it looked like the white tiger had disappeared. Due to the angle, Han-sen hadn't noticed the hole until they were right on top of it. They followed the white tiger down, and what they found at the bottom caught Han-sen by surprise. It was a jar-shaped cave. They came in from the side, but there was no other exit. That place was a dead end. The fact that the cave was a dead end wasn't what had caught their attention, though. There was something in the cave. Han-sen didn't recognize the device. Most of it was obscured by the stone that covered it, and only about 1 foot of it could be seen. The device was purple like copper, and there were some strange symbols carved across it. It looked like the handle of something, but it wasn't like the grip of a sword or a knife. That was because this handle was only as thick as a couple of Han-sen's fingers. And even with the little they could see right now, the group knew that it was too long to be a normal handle. Boom! Han-sen and the others were still looking at that purple copper object that was buried by rocks when suddenly, a weird symbol shone with purple light. And right after, a scary storm came out of the purple object. Everyone was blown away by the wind. They bounced around the cave like rubber balls until the wind escaped through the passage they had used to enter. The respite afterward allowed them to get back on their feet. Han Sen and the little red bird had been left rather disheveled by the abrupt gust. The wind was far stronger than what they had experienced before. The wind was comparatively gentle when it entered the tunnel, but inside that cave, they were exposed to the full power of the gusts. What is this? How can it be so powerful? Han Sen looked at the purple copper object with shock. His eyes were glowing. Meow! The white tiger had walked over to stand next to the purple copper object. It used a paw to point at the item, and then it called to Han Sen. You mean, you want me to get it out of there? Han Sen asked. Meow! The white tiger said with a nod. Gu Qingcheng was staring intently at the purple copper object, and she made a guess. Maybe this thing can restrain the monster outside. Meow! The white tiger immediately nodded after hearing Gu Qingcheng speak. Is such a thing possible? Han Sen thought, suddenly excited by the prospect. He had been trying to think of a way they could deal with the monster on the island, but he hadn't yet come up with anything. If this weapon could be used against their enemies, then their crisis would be resolved. And Han Sen would receive another treasure to boot. This was good. Han Sen didn't say anything, and he went straight up to the purple copper object. He used his purple eye butterfly to examine it. The purple eye butterfly spun around in Han Sen's eye like 4 cherry blossoms. Within Han Sen's vision, the history of the purple copper object began to play back like a movie. Han Sen was shocked. While the purple eye butterfly was rewinding, he was able to see what it was. It was a purple copper Jian swordbreaker. The Jian was a very rare weapon. It looked like a sword, but the blade was square. Rather than having a typical blade which focused on sharpness, this weapon was all about strength. Ordinary Jians were used in pairs, so a single Jian was rare. There was only one weapon here, though. There might have been another one lying around somewhere, but if so, Han Sen hadn't seen it yet. For some reason, the Jian had been left behind in the Black Sea. Layers of sediment had accumulated from the Black Sea, slowly building up to form the island they were currently inside. Based on its depth, Han Sen couldn't help but wonder if the weapon had somehow drawn the sediment together to make this entire mushroom island. But that Jian's weird symbols kept releasing storms, so its handle was clear of any rock. Furthermore, it had carved out an entire cave. Based on how well it was hidden, Han Sen had no idea how the white tiger had found it. Han Sen then had a weird thought. That means this island is a stone inside the black hole spider's stomach. The spider should have expelled any substances it couldn't digest over the years. Instead, because of this purple copper Jian, the substances have built up into a solid mass. After billions of years, this entire island has been created. Let me try it, Elysian Moon said. As Han Sen watched, Elysian Moon walked over to the purple copper Jian. She cast a power and wrapped her hands around the exposed portion. Pang! Before Elysian Moon applied any strength to her grip, a frightening gale of wind blasted her body away at lightning speed. Han Sen and the others didn't fare much better. They did not know what the purple copper Jian was, but the fact that it could release such power when no one was even using it was amazing. Not even the little red bird could withstand the wind it summoned. This wasn't an ordinary item, that was for sure. It looks like a deified weapon with a wind element. Is there anyone who is a master of the element of wind? Gu Qingqing said. Everyone swapped glances with each other. No one there really focused on wind. Let's keep trying. Maybe we don't have to be too attuned with the wind element. If we can't pull it out, we can remove the rocks that are surrounding it, Han Sen said. Elysian Moon nodded and drew her paper umbrella. She used it as a sword and slashed at the rocks atop the purple copper Jian. The tip of the umbrella unleashed a raging swordlight that slammed into the rock. That strike was strong enough to cut a hole through an entire planet. But when the light faded, the rocks weren't even scratched. Everyone stared at the undamaged rocks with slack jaws. Elysian Moon was as strong as a king class could be, but her full power attack hadn't even left a mark on the stones. The rock of that place was far sturdier than they could have imagined. "Little red bird," Hansen called. The little red bird understood what Hansen wanted to see from it, so it shot out its phoenix fire to burn the rocks around the purple copper djinn. Surprisingly, it took half an hour of constant flames before the rocks even started to be affected. They began to turn red. If Hansen tried to use the phoenix fire to melt the rocks into molten juice, God only knew how long that might take. Gu Qingcheng looked at the burning rocks and said, "The black hole spider has consumed many planets and stones. The spider must have eaten many high-class metals and special materials over the years, but its digestive system has failed to break down some of them. Anything that cannot be digested has come together to form these stones. If these rocks have withstood the digestive system of the deified black hole spider, it's easy to imagine how frighteningly strong this material might be. An ordinary deified won't have an easy time damaging these deified stones." Elysian Moon nodded to show agreement with what Gu Qingcheng just said. The black hole spider was a deified xenogeneic that was at the butterfly rank. If a monster like the spider couldn't digest a material, then Hansen's people wouldn't be able to break it down either. Fortunately, the little red bird could slowly burn its way through the stones. With effort and patience, a clump of steel could be ground into a needle. Clearly, those were the qualities that they needed here: effort and patience. As the little red bird was still spewing its blazing fires, another gale of wind erupted from the purple copper djinn. That wind scattered the phoenix fire everywhere, blowing it back across Hansen and the others. Many pained screams erupted. The little red bird stopped spewing its phoenix fire, but it was too late. The flames had already left hair and eyebrows blackened and singed. They weren't badly injured, though. They just looked a little haggard now. "This purple copper djinn keeps releasing gales of wind. We can't burn through the rocks to get to it. Is there another way?" Hansen looked at Gu Qingcheng and the others. Everyone swapped glances with each other, but no one could come up with any ideas. "Then we will try to take it one by one," Hansen said. He summoned his Peacock King Soul robe and walked up to the purple copper djinn. A rainbow light covered his hands as he tried to pull out the weapon. The djinn's mysterious patterns glowed with purple light, and then a scary storm flared from the purple copper djinn. It blew everyone away. Hansen held onto the djinn. He lodged his feet against the rocks, and he tried to pull the purple copper djinn free. After trying his hardest, though, he couldn't get it to budge. If anything, the storms of the djinn became even stronger. It made Hansen's feather robe and hair billow. Boom! Hansen could no longer withstand that scary storm, so he was blown away. He bounced off a few rocks, but the wind was so strong that it continued to push him until he was thrown out of the cave. A while later, Hansen flew back in. The storm in the cave had finally calmed down. "Ningyu, give it a try. Maybe you'll have greater success," Hansen said to Ningyu. Ningyu shook her head and retreated a step. She said, "If you guys cannot do it, then I surely cannot. Just give it a shot. If you don't, I'll throw you to the snakes," Hansen threatened. That storm wouldn't hurt anyone. It would toss them around, but it wouldn't kill them. Ningyu had the protection of her green sword. The storm didn't harm her. Perhaps she would be able to truly pull out the purple copper djinn. Ningyu felt awful. She was so scared, but after Hansen's threat, she reluctantly moved forward. Slowly, she placed her hands on the purple copper djinn. Pang! Ningyu only had to touch the djinn for the scary storm to return and blow her away. The power of the green sword didn't protect her this time. Ningyu rolled around for quite some time before coming to a stop. "I told you I didn't want to try, and yet you forced me." Instead of getting up, Ningyu sat where she had landed, her hair a jumbled mess. She almost cried. Hansen felt a headache coming on. No one there was able to pull out the djinn. Normally, if a treasure seemed to be truly unobtainable, Hansen would leave it be. But now, if he didn't take that purple copper djinn, he wouldn't be able to take out the monsters. They would be trapped in this cave. That was a miserable thought. "Dad, do you really want that purple copper djinn?" Bauer asked. tugging on Han Sen's sleeves. Yes, we need that purple copper gem. Do you have any ideas? Han Sen asked Bauer happily. Just pull it out, Bauer said. If we were able to pull it out, we wouldn't be standing here doing nothing, Elysian Moon said. Ningyu cried and said, yes, this thing is so weird. When you touch it, the wind comes and it cannot be repelled. Bauer blinked and jumped toward the purple copper gem. She reached out her hand to grip the gem's handle. As she did, everyone readied themselves to weather the storm. They didn't want to get blown away again. But after Bauer's little hand grabbed the handle, no storm came. Bauer held the purple copper gem tightly and then pulled it out as if she was unearthing a carrot. The purple copper gem hadn't shown any indication that it would move for anyone else, but it slid out easily in Bauer's grip. Ningyu and the others stared with wide eyes, unable to believe Bauer was able to do what she had just done. Bauer pulled out the 1-meter-long purple copper gem completely. Turned out to be taller than her. She delivered it to Han Sen and smiled. There you go, Dad. Bauer, you are so good. Dad will buy you ice cream later. Han Sen took the gem, a wide grin stretching his mouth. Strangely, when the gem was below the rocks, it would unleash storms whenever it was touched. Now that Han Sen was holding in his hand, there were no storms. Han Sen looked at the purple copper gem. It was the same as the one he viewed through his purple eye butterfly. It was 1.2 meters long, its blade was square, and it was crafted out of some sort of purple copper. It was quite heavy. On all 4 sides of the tool there were strange symbols. But those weird symbols were different from the strange symbols on the handle. Han Sen tried putting his power into the purple copper gem to see if he could activate it. It was a surprisingly smooth process. After the power of the Dongxian Sutra entered the purple copper gem, its symbols lit up. Then, it glowed with purple light. Han Sen was pleased to see the light shining from the activated weapon. If he couldn't use it after retrieving it, that would be very frustrating. It seemed as if he had worried too much about it. The purple symbols on the gem lit up. Everyone in the cave could feel that the gem's true power wasn't actually wind. It didn't resemble the power that had been released from its handle, at least. Buzz! The gem's purple light grew stronger, then slowly transformed into purple flames. The purple copper gem became enshrouded in fire, and the intense purple fire followed Han Sen's hand and started to spread across his body. As Han Sen held the purple copper gem, his entire body was bathed in purple light. It was like an infinite number of purple stars were dancing around him. His whole body appeared blurry, as if his form was being obscured by purple clouds. Some strange power was at work, but Han Sen couldn't tell what it was. It felt so mysterious and difficult to understand. I wonder what this does. Han Sen wondered, intrigued. He swung the tool at the stone wall, and the purple starlight struck the rock. But the stone wall didn't move. Not a speck of damage was inflicted, and the purple stars were gone. Everyone looked closely at the stone wall. They thought that some sort of change would happen eventually, but after a while of waiting, the wall looked the same. Is it over? Ningyu asked in disbelief. I think it is over, Han Sen said as he looked at the purple copper gem weirdly. He didn't know what all that had been about. The gem had been brimming with power earlier as it repeatedly blew them to hell. But now, when he swung the gem himself, nothing occurred. It was very strange. It must hold something other than destructive power. It should have another function if we can figure it out. I wonder what element it is associated with, Gu Qingcheng said with a frown. Han Sen thought the same thing, but he couldn't tell what element was associated with the purple copper gem. Han Sen used his Dongxian area and the purple eye butterfly to examine it. He could see the universal cogwheels spinning within the gem, but the universe cogwheels were different from anything that he had seen before. He couldn't discern what element they were. Han Sen tried to use the gem's power a few times, but it didn't seem to do anything. Han Sen's attempts to attack the wall were failures, and when he brought out a book and swung the gem against it, nothing happened there either. How weird. This gem doesn't destroy anything. That is rare, Elysian Moon said. White Tiger, are you sure this gem has the power to destroy the monsters out there? Han Sen asked the white tiger. The white tiger returned a vigorous nod, and then it growled encouragingly at Han Sen. It began to run back up through the tunnels, hurrying Han Sen to slay the monster. Han Sen had his doubts, but he had no choice. Taking the purple copper gem with him, he began to run toward the surface. He would try to kill the monster with it. If he failed, he could escape and return underground with ease. When they saw the white tiger coming, Fang Qingyu and the others were given a shock. They all scattered and tried to run away. But when they saw Han Sen behind the tiger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sen, however, didn't have the time to spare talking to them. He allowed them to stay there while he continued to follow the white tiger up through the tunnels. When they emerged, snakes were everywhere. Their numbers were unimaginable. Han Sen looked around, and he saw that the whole landmass had been swarmed by the snakes. There was a small part of the island that still had a few intact mushrooms, but it looked as if it would not be long before the snakes ate those too. There were already a few smaller snakes turning into monsters. The big monster was still gorging on mushrooms, and its body was starting to change. The black body suddenly looked like a rainbow crystal. The silk-like tentacles shone with refractive clarity. It looked very weird. Han Sen slashed the gen at the snakes upon the ground, and it achieved nothing. When the purple light hit the snakes, it produced the same result as when it hit the stone wall. Nothing happened. Can this thing really deal with the big monster? Han Sen wondered. The white tiger meowed loudly at Han Sen. It was hurrying him to fight the big monster. Han Sen had to try, so he gritted his teeth and summoned his Peacock King's soul robe. Then he flew toward the big monster. Before Han Sen reached the monster, it sensed his approach. It turned around and looked at Han Sen. Its body looked like a transparent crystal silkworm, and its hair-like tentacles were wriggling frantically. The tentacles formed together to create wings and a shell to protect the monster. From within its shielding, the monster kept a wary eye on the purple copper gem in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen saw it and thought, "It looks like this monster is afraid of my purple copper gem. Maybe the gem will finally do something?" Setting aside his hesitation, Han Sen used the gem like he would a knife. He used Fang to slash the monster. The monster didn't use the tentacle shield to block the purple light. Instead, it flapped its wings to evade the strike completely. Han Sen smiled. Before, the monster had felt no need to dodge attacks from him or the little red bird. The enormous creature had simply absorbed their attacks with no ill effects. If it was now putting in the effort to evade the gem, it must have been afraid of the purple light. "You are afraid. This will be easy," Han Sen said as he continued to swing the gem. He used his under-the-sky knife skills, and several purple lights became knife silks that covered the whole monster. The monster was unable to dodge the purple light completely, and it raised its tentacle shield to block the portion of the light that it couldn't evade. When the tentacles came into contact with the purple light, it was like ice being thrown onto smoldering charcoal. The tentacles melted, and the purple light went clean through. When the light touched the monster, it left a deep wound behind. The monster gave a weird, high-pitched scream. Han Sen was surprised to find that where the monster had been hurt by the purple light, the tentacles couldn't come back to patch up the damage. "It works!" Han Sen was exultant. The purple light continued to shine as it headed for the monster. The purple light didn't deal damage to anything except the monster. The monster had once seemed invincible, but now it was defenseless before the purple copper gem. It shrieked as the purple light tore its body apart piece by piece. The monster no longer seemed interested in eating the mushrooms of the island. It turned around, intent on returning to the depths of the Black Sea. Han Sen teleported next to the beast, though, and he continued to strike it with the gem. The monster's form was corroded pretty badly, and as its body started to rot, dead tentacles were strewn over the ground. Through the corroded holes, Han Sen could catch a glimpse of the interior of the monster's body. There was a transparent crystal core inside. It looked like a soft, transparent version of a human head. Han Sen waved the gem, and the purple light struck the crystal core. The crystal core broke and oozed some sort of sticky liquid. Pang! When the crystal core broke, the monster's body exploded. The body and the tentacles liquefied instantly. Hansen froze. He hadn't heard the hunting announcement. He didn't hear a single word about a xenogenic gene nor anything about a beast's soul. The snakes never dropped any items, either. Hansen had thought they were a part of the big monster and that killing the big monster would yield a xenogenic gene and beast soul. However, destroying the big monster had given him nothing. The big monster died, and afterward, the hordes of snakes departed like a receding tide. They all slithered back into the Black Sea, retreating far more quickly than they had attacked. In moments, they had completely disappeared. What were those things? Hansen's heart was confused. He looked at the purple copper gem. The gem was so weird. It only seemed to be capable of affecting the monster he had defeated. There must have been some sort of problem with it. When Hansen first saw the big monster surrounded by the smaller snakes, he had theorized that they were essentially the same being. If that was true, then the purple copper gem should have been able to damage the snakes as well as the larger monsters. But Hansen had tried to strike the snakes many times, and they completely ignored the purple light. Something strange was going on. Hansen looked at the white tiger. It was likely that only the tiger knew the secrets of the purple copper gem. But the white tiger had no interest in talking with Hansen, in addition to the fact that it couldn't talk. Anyway, as this was going on, the white tiger began to chase the remaining snakes off of the island. And as it moved, it released a mushroom rain. When the mushroom spores landed on the snakes, mushrooms would grow on their bodies, sucking the moisture out of the snakes and leaving them as desiccated husks. Although he didn't completely understand what had happened, Hansen knew that killing the big monster had been a good thing for them. Plus, he had gotten the weird purple copper gem out of the deal. Once they were rid of the snakes, Hansen tried talking to the white tiger on numerous occasions. He wanted to know if there was a way out, but he also wanted to learn more about the purple copper gem. The white tiger would only ever meow twice and shake its head in response. Hansen couldn't speak the tiger's language, but he understood that the tiger wasn't going to help. Does he not know? Or does he just not want to spill the beans? Hansen looked at the white tiger and frowned. After that, though, the white tiger was never hostile toward them. It had no intention of harming them now. It would sometimes draw near and listen to whatever they were talking about. Hansen noticed that the white tiger seemed to be spying on him in particular. It wasn't hostile, but the way its eyes followed him around was quite weird. Hansen couldn't guess what the white tiger wanted, though. The creature's gaze was neither hostile nor friendly. The way the tiger looked at Hansen was familiar, but he couldn't tell what was familiar about it. Whatever, as long as he doesn't provoke me. Hansen put the white tiger out of his mind, and after everything that had happened, he was exhausted. So he teleported back home. Holding Ji Yenran in his arms, he slept until morning. Arg! Before Hansen woke up, he heard a scream. It shocked him out of his slumber. He looked at Ji Yenran and nervously said, "Darling, what happened? Is there an enemy?" You? Ji Yenran stammered, standing on the bed and pointing at Hansen with her eyes wide. She said "you" 3 times, but she couldn't say anything more. What happened? Hansen was shocked, so he quickly looked down at his body. Hansen was wearing shorts and he was topless. His muscles were like wet steel. His body was perfect. What's the problem with perfection? My body is still super fit. Did the fact that I've become even more handsome scare you? Hansen posed before her, flexing cockily. Your head. Ji Yenran pointed at Hansen's head with her eyes wide open. I told you before, when we were in Black Hole Spider's belly, mushrooms grew on our heads. I removed it before I came back. Has it come back already? Hansen asked, and then he touched his head. He froze, his hand still on his head. What is this? Hansen felt something very soft under his fingers. Hansen thought of something bad. He teleported in front of Ji Yenran's dressing table and looked at himself. Hansen stared at his reflection, thunderstruck. There was no mushroom on his head, but instead he was sporting purple fox ears. What the hell are these? Hansen asked aloud with shock. Han Sen quickly tried to pull the ears off, but pain lanced through his head as he tugged at them. The purple ears seemed to be a part of him. Arg! You're back! Ji Yanran screamed. Her eyes were now focused lower on Han Sen's body. Han Sen was given another fright, and so he looked behind himself. There he saw a hairy purple tail. It looked very soft. What the hell is happening? Han Sen used his Dongxian area to check out his body. There was nothing wrong with him as far as he could tell. It was like his ears and tail were now a part of his body. Ji Yanran's eyes opened wide, and she approached Han Senator. She looked frozen as she stared at him. Don't be afraid, my darling. This is just a small problem. Don't worry. I'll sort it out right now. Han Sen comforted Ji Yanran. It's so cute. Ji Yanran screamed happily. She hugged him and fondled his fox ears. Linger heard the commotion, and she rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Han Sen, she looked so happy. She jumped atop Han Sen's back and grabbed one of his fox ears while she said, Daddy, it's so cute. Cute, my ass. Han Sen felt humiliated. He put Linger in Ji Yanran's arms and turned his attention back to finding out what was going on. He had only just gone to sleep, and he had woken up this way. Han Sen used all sorts of powers to try to learn more about this issue. But no matter what method he tried, the fox ears and tail weren't a part of his body. There was no way to remove them. With his fitness and recovery powers, even if he tore them off by force, they would grow back. Honey, if you can't get rid of them, it's okay to keep them, Ji Yanran said with a smile. Yes, you can. Linger agreed fervently. Holding her bottle as she looked at Han Senator, she kept nodding as she sipped from her bottle. Honey, you shouldn't hurt your body. Just keep it like this, Ji Yanran said. Yes, keep them. Linger followed with a nod. Your parents gave you this body, so you should cherish it. Yes, don't do anything stupid. No matter what you become, we will both love you. You should stop touching them. Yes, we love you. The two of them kept smiling as they tried to convince Han Sen, who was currently feeling as if he was in a very dire situation. The Jian. It must be the purple copper Jian. I was fine before, and this only happened when I retrieved this thing. Han Sen pulled the purple copper Jian from Destiny's Tower. There was nothing weird about it, though. The weapon rested quietly in Han Sen's hands. The symbols didn't react in any way. But Han Sen noticed something unusual. His fox ears and tail were the same purple color as the Jian. 1. This must be happening because of the Jian. Han Sen gritted his teeth. But no matter how long he spent trying to find out what the precise problem was, he couldn't figure it out. That made Han Sen feel very unsettled. Most of Han Sen's discomfort was because of what had happened to Ningyu. The man had been ruined by the green sword that he found. What happened to him was scary, and Han Sen was now worried that the purple copper Jian would ruin him as well. Ningyu's personality and body had been wholly changed. He now seemed almost entirely like a woman. Han Sen was afraid he would end up transformed into a purple fox or something. He wasn't going to let that happen. Han Sen suddenly thought of the white tiger's face and why it looked so familiar. He realized that he had recognized the expression. The white tiger looked at him in the same way he looked at Ningyu. That damn tiger knew something like this was going to happen. Han Sen felt so angry. Han Sen couldn't figure out a solution to this dilemma, though. Han Sen then used his super god spirit body. He wanted to use the invincible powers of the super god spirit body to rid himself of any debilitating effects. After Han Sen used his super god spirit body, the fox ears and tail suddenly burned away. It made Han Sen let out a big sigh of relief. It is lucky I have a super god spirit body. I won't end up like Ningyu with this, Han Sen said, pounding his chest. When Ji Yanran and Linger saw that Han Sen's foxtail and ears were gone, they looked disappointed. It was like they had lost their favorite toy. Han Sen didn't care about their disappointment, though. He didn't like looking weird. After deactivating the super god spirit body, he stroked his head and touched his behind. Everything was okay now. He felt much safer. But Han Sen's joy was short-lived. When he went for a walk with Linger later that day, the people in the streets started pointing at him. One girl giggled hysterically. A worried sensation began to gnaw at Han Sen's stomach. He touched his head, and he realized that the fox ears had suddenly grown back. The tail was back as well, lifting his clothes awkwardly. Han Sen's face changed. Linger, on the other hand, was happy. She sat on Han Sen's shoulder, playing with the ears with one in each hand. She kept rubbing them, looking delighted. Han Sen quickly flew to a place with no one around. And then he teleported home. He used his super god spirit body to rid himself of the queer physical attributes. Without hesitation, Han Sen immediately teleported back to the Geno universe. He threw the purple copper gem into the Black Sea. Once he made sure that the purple copper gem had sunk below the waves, he returned to the sanctuaries. Not long after, Han Sen noticed that the purple copper gem was attached to the belt on his waist. How is that possible? Han Sen was shocked. He was now in the sanctuaries, and yet the purple copper gem had somehow reappeared next to him. It was unbelievable. The purple copper gem had only been with him for a matter of seconds, and already his ears and tail were growing again. Han Sen tried to get rid of the gem many times. However, even if he placed the weapon on a planet inside the core area, he wouldn't be rid of it for long. In a short amount of time, it would reappear next to him. Now Han Sen knew he had suffered a misfortune that was similar to Ning Yu's. A weird weapon was stuck with him, and there was nothing he could do to get rid of it. Now Han Sen regretted his recent choices. He shouldn't have taken the purple copper gem. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have allowed Gu Qingchang or Elysian Moon to take and wield it. It was more acceptable for a woman to have fox ears and a tail. It was too late to think of that now, though. When they saw Han Sen, Gu Qingchang and Elysian Moon tried their best not to laugh. They pretended there was nothing amiss, but Han Sen could sense that they were laughing incredibly hard on the inside. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" Han Sen asked, throwing the purple copper gem in front of the white tiger. "Meow," the white tiger said. It smiled with its moon-like eyes. Han Sen didn't speak the language of beasts, but he could tell it was laughing. "Fuck you. Tell me now, what is this? Tell me how to get rid of it. If you don't, I'll skin you alive." Han Sen threatened the white tiger, grabbing it angrily. The white tiger mewed a little, but Han Sen didn't understand what it was trying to tell him. When Han Sen let the creature go, it hurriedly disappeared amidst the rocks. Han Sen couldn't do anything. He made many attempts to separate himself from the weapon, but he couldn't be free of it. But fortunately, the situation didn't become any worse. Aside from the fox ears on his head and the fox tail on his butt, there was nothing else wrong with him. The only silver lining in all this was that the head mushrooms were no longer an issue for Han Senator when the foxtail and ears grew. The mushroom on his head didn't. The mushrooms are gone, but now I have the ears to contend with. What do these things think my brain is? A hotel? Han Sen was very angry, but he had no way of resolving the matter. "Dad, you look good like this." Bauer tilted her head to look at Han Sen. "I look good, my ass." Han Sen grumbled, but he had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't keep on using his super god spirit body every 5 minutes. "You'll get used to it." "That is what happened to me," Ningyu said quietly. Han Sen looked over at Ningyu's girly appearance. He felt a chill as he thought, "No way. I must get rid of this crap. I can't end up like Ningyu." Despite Han Sen's determination, reality seemed set on disappointing him. The real world was cruel. Han Sen used many methods to try to free himself from the fox ears and tail, but nothing seemed to work. That day, Han Sen ransacked his mind for ideas on how to get rid of his fox-like features. Suddenly, he saw a strong shift in the fabric of space. A scary purple knife air broke through the mist and cut through the air around him. "Teeth power. Is that?" Seeing that knife air, Han Sen was shocked. Only one other person could use teeth power in such a frightening way. A second after the display of knife air, Han Sen saw someone drop through the air to land on the island. That person was clad in purple armor. It was Isha, and as she landed in a crouch, she looked like a badass. "Teacher." Han Sen was so happy. He never expected to see Isha there. "There is no time. "Follow me," Isha said coldly. Her face didn't show much in the way of emotion. But Han-sen knew that it must have taken a lot of effort for Isha to come all the way to get him. Han-sen could even see that Isha's armor was riddled with many cuts and dents. He was so touched. Isha was his teacher, but not many teachers would be willing to break into the black hole spider's belly to save their students. Han-sen quickly gathered his people to board the white whale. Then he followed Isha through the mist. Isha's expression remained impassive. Her knife unleashed teeth powers that spread through the endless mist. Isha was bringing Han-sen and the others with her. They followed the crack in space that teeth knife created. When everyone saw the skies of the systems of chaos, they all looked happy. Han-sen looked around as they emerged, but he couldn't see a black hole spider anywhere. The space crack they had just exited hung like a rift in the sky. Once they fully left the rift, a short knife flew out behind them. That knife was shaped like a dagger that was only 1 foot long. It was curved like a crescent moon and white like a fong. Space distorted around the small weapon as it moved. Isha was holding a curved scabbard. When the fong-like knife reached her, she slid it into the scabbard and attached the scabbard to her waist. The space crack lost the support of her teeth knife, and in seconds, it had collapsed and disappeared entirely. "Master, what kind of knife is that? Why is its presence so familiar to me?" Han-sen couldn't help but ask Isha. That moon-like teeth knife had teeth powers, and they certainly weren't ordinary teeth powers. "This is the knife that belonged to my race's alpha. It is called break space teeth. If I hadn't had this knife to open the space tunnel to get to you, it would have been impossible for me to get into the black hole spider's belly to save you," Isha said, her face impassive. "Teacher, how did you know we were inside the black hole spider's belly?" Han-sen had been wondering this since she first appeared. Even though she had break space teeth which could open a space tunnel, Isha would have needed to know where Han-sen was before she could jump to him. How could she have so accurately leaped into the black hole spider's stomach to save him? If she had made the tiniest mistake, such as opening a space tunnel inside the gruesome flesh of the black hole spider and alerting the gross fiend, Isha would have probably met a grisly end. She wouldn't have been saving anybody. "While no one else knows of your return, let us head to Sky Palace," Isha said simply. She didn't answer Han-sen's question. If Isha wasn't going to answer, then there was no point in Han-sen asking her again. He continued to follow Isha as she traveled through the systems of chaos. With Isha there, leading the way, their path was much safer. Han-sen had unlocked the 9th tier of his Bloodpulse Sutra during his time inside the black hole spider's belly. The story of genes had been leveled up, too. It was just as Han-sen expected. As the story of genes area increased, the strength of his body increased along with it. His connection with the black crystal armor had also become clearer and more defined. "If I become half-deified, will I be able to manually activate the black crystal armor?" Han-sen wondered. The white tiger followed them out. It flew along with them, not looking as if it wanted to leave. It was weird. When they left the black hole spider's belly, the mushrooms on their heads died and didn't grow back. But the white tiger's head still had a mushroom on it, and that mushroom showed no signs of dying. Everyone else, however, was quite pleased to see their mushrooms shrivel and fall away. It was as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders as a grand crisis was resolved. But Isha looked at the white tiger and said, "Inside the black hole spider's belly, nothing below the rank of deified can survive. If you all survived this long, you should be thanking the mushrooms you were given." Han-sen and the others were shocked. They had viewed their mushrooms as something of a curse. They had never realized that the mushrooms were protecting them. They looked at Isha with a gaze of disbelief. "You think it's that easy to live inside the black hole spider's belly?" Isha asked sternly. "There are scary powers in there that you couldn't even see. The powers in that place are like viruses that can invade the bodies of anything. They break down entire creatures into nothing but raw nutrients to feed the black hole spider. Without a deified body, it is impossible to withstand or even notice those powers before it is too late. Even with a deified body, survival is not guaranteed. The mushrooms that the big white cat placed on your heads are the only reason you guys were able to survive there for the duration you did. When Han Sen heard Isha say this, he suddenly had a flashback to the information he discovered inside the broken battleship. He thought to himself, when that woman conducted the tests that we saw, was it to allow the white cat to survive there? If what Isha says is true, then it seems pretty likely. The mushroom on the white cat was probably invented by that woman. It was a vaccine to resist the viruses that would have otherwise ravaged the white tiger's body. We were saved by it. Han Sen wasn't sure if vaccine was the right word to describe a mushroom with magical healing powers, but he decided to go with it. So, ever since we first arrived in that place, the white tiger was sustaining our lives. Without it, even if I survived, everyone else would have died. But how did that woman get inside the black hole spider's belly in the first place? And why did she leave by herself, leaving the white tiger behind? Han Sen really wanted to find that woman and ask her, but he had no clue where she might be found. Ever since they parted ways in Two World Mountains, he never heard from her again. What is up with you? Isha asked, looking at Han Sen's head. Bauer was sitting on Han Sen's shoulders, playing idly with Han Sen's fox ears. She kept squeezing them. She seemed to be having a lot of fun with them. Han Sen told Isha about what had happened in the tunnels under the island, and when Isha heard what he said, she looked stunned. Let me see the gem. Han Sen brought out the purple copper gem to show Isha. Isha didn't take it into her hands, but after a while, she nodded and said, That's it. That is the fox's race weapon. It's a race weapon? Han Sen didn't understand. He had never heard that term before. Isha sighed and said, Right now, not many know about race weapons. In ancient times, all the races that lit up a geno-lantern were able to make a gene weapon with the fire of the lantern. That race weapon would be fused with the genes of the race that forged it. It would gain incredible power and become a very special weapon. Some strong race weapons are like true god-level deified weapons. They might even be stronger, but each gene lantern can only ever forge one race weapon. The first person that lights up the lantern receives the weapon. If they light up the gene lantern again, they won't get another. Stealing a race weapon is the only way to get a second one. So, right now, not many creatures know about race weapons. Even if they encountered one, most people would just think it was a powerful deified weapon. After a brief pause, Isha said, The fox's race weapon is called 9-Spin Destiny Mirror, but from what I know, it was a race weapon that the foxes stole. It didn't originally belong to them. I have heard that their real race weapon, the one they received when they lit their lantern, is the purple copper gem. I've never seen it myself, but I think that might be it. Han Sen was thrilled to hear that, because the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror was also in his hands. He just didn't know how to use the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror. He heard from Fox Queen that the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror only worked for foxes who became deified. He didn't know if that was the truth. Teacher, is there a way to remove this ailment of mine? Han Sen looked at Isha, his eyes full of hope. She knew where the purple copper gem came from, so she must have known a way to fix it. Race weapons are deified as soon as they are created, Isha said, shaking her head. They are smarter than the average deified weapon. They are stronger, too. If the weapon was used by a creature from the race that created it, the weapon would be incredibly beneficial to them. There wouldn't be any such side effects. If it was activated by someone of another race, however, they would adopt the traits and powers of the race the weapon belongs to. Their bodies would be invaded by the race's genes, which would turn them into something weird. Unless you gain enough power to overwhelm the race weapon, you won't be able to hold off its effects. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked with depression. Well, I can't say with certainty that there isn't some way to be rid of its influence. If there was an elite that could use force to suppress the power of the race weapon and erase the fox genes within it, perhaps your genes could be placed in the weapon instead. You could probably get rid of the gene weapon side effects that way. It is like the fox's 9-Spin Destiny Mirror. A scary fox elite erased the original genes inside the mirror and replaced them with his own. That way, it became a race weapon of the fox. Isha paused and said, But the genes of the foxes are very good. I have heard that when they lit up their gene lantern, their ranking was quite high. This purple copper gen's power might indeed be true god class. Unless you can find a true god class elite that is willing to spend some energy wanting to help you, there is no other way. Does that mean I'm done for? Han Sen looked as if he was going to cry. He didn't have a true god deified to help him. He didn't know of any to begin with. Even if he did, there was no reason for someone else to expend so much effort erasing the fox genes inside the purple copper gen on his behalf. You look quite good the way you are, Isha said. Then, she continued flying. It took a while for Han Sen to wake up from his disheartened daze. Han Sen equipped glasses to hide his face, then used the item to inspect Isha's genes. The numbers on the display kept cycling. It took a while for her details to be produced. The rebate wasn't a very rich race, but Isha's gene potential was at 8 stars. If the potential is 8 stars, then that means she can become a butterfly. If she wants to become a true god, a grand opportunity will need to come her way and offer her a boost. It is a shame my Bloodpulse Sutra is only king class right now. I can't boost the genes of a deified. If I could, I'd definitely help Isha perfect her genes. That way, she would have a greater chance of becoming a true god. Han Sen thought to himself. Before, Han Sen had tried to use the power of the Bloodpulse Sutra on the little red bird, but it didn't work. His king-class Bloodpulse Sutra was unable to push the self-cogwheel of a deified being. Han Sen looked at the white tiger. He noticed that its potential was the same as the small crocodile god. It was 9 stars. Han Sen asked Isha to look at Ning's used little green sword. She was unable to determine what sort of weapon it was, but judging from what had happened to him, it was likely a race weapon. Which race exactly? She didn't know. The white whale had almost fully recovered. Han Sen invited Isha to ride inside the white whale, and it was an offer she didn't refuse. The group rode inside the white whale for the remainder of their journey to Sky Palace. They didn't see elites from any other races as they traveled through the systems of chaos. They often encountered space xenogeneics, though, and luckily, Isha was there to help them in such engagements. With Han Sen and the little red bird's deified powers, they were in no danger. That white tiger slept inside the ship day and night. It didn't lend them any power or look as if it was willing to lift a finger to help out. The white whale was flying forward as it usually did when suddenly, a group of ships appeared. The sight made Han Sen and the others feel a chill. Spring rain, Han Sen said when he recognized the symbols on the battleships. It was Spring Rain, the group of agents that Miss Mirror commanded. Of course, when those battleships surrounded the white whale, a man and a woman came out of the lead ship. The woman was Miss Mirror. The man was the 4th uncle Meng Lai. We just exited the black hole spider not too long ago. Why are they already here? Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen, do you want to come with us peacefully? Or are we going to have to drag you back? Meng Lai asked with a laugh. Han Sen remained silent. Although they had 3 deifieds in their midst for combat, they were each of the lowest class. They were primitive deifieds. Miss Mirror was a primitive deified, but she had been deified for longer. Her powers were weird, and she would be hard to deal with. Meng Lai could certainly be a transmutation deified. Even Lando, who became deified, had been unable to defeat him. Fighting him would be harder than dealing with Miss Mirror. But Han Sen had no choice now. He put on his Peacock King Soul robe, equipped his 6-core snake bow, and exited alongside the little red bird. Isha came out as well. She quietly stood next to Han Sen. Miss Mirror looked at Isha and said, "Knife Queen, the rebate have always sided with the Extreme King. You aren't going to destroy our long-standing relationship merely for Han Sen, are you? The rebate already has an alliance with Sky Palace," Isha said flatly. "I'm willing to be friendly with the Extreme King, but if you people keep trying to get in my way, then I have no other choice." When Han Sen first went on the run, Isha was slow to act because she was dealing with the politics of the rebate. She couldn't get the whole of the rebate involved simply to save Han Sen. Now, though the rebate had entered an alliance with Sky Palace, they had the protection of Sky Palace. It would be troublesome for the Extreme King to dare touch them. "Knife Queen, you need to rethink this. Is all of this worth it?" Is it worth betraying us on behalf of your student? You know how traitors to the Extreme King are dealt with. Meng Lai frowned. If I cannot protect my student, then what use is there for the rebate to even exist? Isha growled. I would like to see what benefits Sky Palace offered that have given you the courage to flat out deny the will of the Extreme King. Miss Mirror's face was hard as she raised her hand and moved to attack Isha. Isha didn't move, but she pulled out her short-teeth knife to attack Miss Mirror. Meng Lai sighed. His body turned to gold, and then, he pressed his hands down on the lion mount he rode upon. The gold color dyed the lion. The next second, Meng Lai waved his hand. The golden lion rose, turning into a golden knife that resembled the head of a lion. I didn't want to kill you, but you just won't stay put. Meng Lai lifted the knife that looked like the head of a lion and approached Han Senator. Each step he took was like he was crushing the whole world. It felt like the whole galaxy had become smaller in his presence. Meng Lai was coming like a golden god. The little red bird shrieked at him as a phoenix fire blazed across it. It became a beautiful fire burning next to Han Sen, and it unleashed a scary sea of flames. The sky was full of fire, and it was all headed for Meng Lai. Meng Lai swung his knife, and the sea of fire parted like it had been cut with a pair of scissors. The fire fell away to either side of the man and faded. A cold, golden knife light suddenly flew toward the little red bird. If the little red bird hadn't dodged the attack in time, it would have been cut in half. Meng Lai is so powerful. His gold soldier body is very strong. Han Sen couldn't help but compliment his opponent. Meng Lai was a transmutation deified, and when he turned another deified xenogeneic into a soldier, his strength had grown. A primitive deified would have a hard time taking him down. Han Sen's body shone with rainbow light. Between his fingers, he held an arrow that was infused with rainbow light. He pulled back the string of the six-core snake bow and fired the arrow at Meng Lai. The moment the rainbow light arrow left Han Sen's fingers, it disappeared. When it appeared again, Meng Lai's golden lion head knife hit the arrow of rainbow light. It broke the light arrow with ease, which shocked Han Sen. Meng Lai had somehow seen the arrow as it teleported. He had broken the arrow easily. A power like that was terrifying. Transmutation class powers are that scary? Then how strong must a true god be? Han Sen sighed. Meng Lai came slashing at Han Sen like a golden god spirit that was dominating the whole sky. That knife consumed all of space. It made Han Sen feel as if he couldn't dodge. If Han Sen practiced the real god's wander, he could teleport anywhere he wished to. He could have teleported far away from that golden knife light. But with his current skills, such techniques were beyond him. His eyes were like lightning as he pulled out his purple copper gem. He used a stance that would allow him to blow up the sky. Pang! A knife silk was broken by the scary golden god light. Han Sen and the purple copper gem flew away. The purple copper gem shook violently, and Han Sen's arms were almost cut off. The muscles in his hands were delivered a deep laceration, and his bones could be seen through the wound. Huh? You blocked my knife and didn't shatter. That is quite a good deified weapon. How many deified weapons do you possess? Meng Lai looked at the purple copper gem in Han Sen's hand with complete surprise. Han Sen didn't answer him. He frowned and looked at the purple copper gem. Does this guy's power only work against enemies in the black hole spider's stomach? The purple copper gem was a race weapon. It was as good as a weapon of the true god rank, but now the purple copper gem seemed a little underwhelming. Han Sen expected this, though. He hadn't yet figured out what sort of power the purple copper gem possessed, so its real power hadn't yet been displayed. In addition, Han Sen's power was simply too weak. He couldn't use the gem's full power to block Meng Lai's strike, and it didn't even look like the fourth uncle had been trying all that hard. Han Sen, you should know that my first strike was just me going easy on you. If you still don't understand, then the next attack won't be so gentle, Meng Lai said, word by word, as he approached Han Sen. Everything that existed trembled under the booming of his voice. Even Han Sen's body shook a little. Han Sen wasn't shaking because he was afraid, though. It was his natural reaction to facing a strong enemy. He was so hyped in the middle of combat that it released all of his hidden power, building more and more energy within him. This was the biggest fight he'd had in years, and his only choice was to win. Losing wasn't an option. If he lost, then all the people following him would be killed, too. Han Sen looked at Meng Lai, who had come forward like a god. His purple-eye butterfly spun like mad. Before Meng Lai attacked again, Glasses was bringing up the man's test results. Target: Extreme King Male. Gene age calculation: 12,300 years. Gene level: Transmutation deified. Gene potential: 8 stars. Han Sen was shocked. It seemed as if the gene potential level was trickier than he had expected. Even an extreme king transmutation deified only had 8 stars. The stars of a lower race were bound to be lower. So, Isha's 8 stars were actually quite impressive. Right now, though, Han Sen didn't care how many stars Meng Lai had. The man's potential wasn't something that mattered right now. At the moment, Meng Lai was simply a transmutation deified enemy that he had to get rid of. Target: Lion Male. Gene age calculation: 163,000 years. Gene level: Primitive deified. Gene potential: 6 stars. This was the data of the deified xenogeneic that had been turned into a knife that resembled the head of a gold lion. This data didn't mean anything, though. Under the influence of Meng Lai's gold soldier body, the xenogeneic had been transformed into a knife and gained more power than ever before. BZZT. Another strike was on its way. The gold sword light tore through the universe, effortlessly cutting through the fabric of space. Han Sen's eyes flashed red, and his whole body turned red as well. The moment the golden knife light landed, it disappeared. Meng Lai frowned. He didn't look around, though. He knew exactly where Han Sen was. He used his left hand to gouge his own eye. Pang! Meng Lai's eye exploded. It was a self-inflicted blow, and a stream of golden, godlike blood gushed out. Han Sen fell out with it. Han Sen had made use of his blood eye evil god's power to fire himself into Meng Lai's eye. He hadn't realized that Meng Lai would be so brutally efficient. He was happy to poke and obliterate his eye, which sent Han Sen rolling out. Han Sen, spare me these tricks. They won't work on the likes of me. Meng Lai's eye was still bleeding golden blood, but the flow of blood had been reduced dramatically. The wound wasn't healed, however, which prevented Han Sen from re-entering the eye with his blood eye evil god. He had been blinded, but Meng Lai was still able to watch Han Senator. It was like he could see every move that Han Sen made. He moved the gold lion head knife, and the gold knife light that could destroy the most ancient things surged toward Han Senator. It was so suppressive. It was like the whole galaxy was going to snap. The Peacock King robe had its wings open. A rainbow substance chain surrounded Han Senator. It connected with the purple copper gem, which Han Sen then used as an arrow with the 6-core snake bow. Facing the scary gold knife light, Han Sen pulled back the string of the 6-core snake bow. He fired the purple copper gem. The purple copper gem disappeared in a hazy rainbow light. When it reappeared, it slammed into the scary gold knife light. Han Sen wasn't worried about the purple copper gem breaking. Race weapons weren't that easy to break after all. And even if it did break, Han Sen wouldn't be very upset about that. He didn't want his new ears or tail anyway. Pang! The purple copper gem and the gold god light collided. It was like a sun had just exploded, created a scary shockwave that destroyed everything around them. Han Sen watched that grand explosion. The purple copper gem came back, spinning like a flaming wheel. Han Sen grabbed it, and he marveled at how there wasn't a single scratch on it. Meng Lai stared at the purple copper gem, his eyes blank with shock. He had used so much power that time, but even so, that boring-looking purple copper gem had blown up his knife light without incurring any damage. That was unbelievable. Is this another deified weapon like the shield of the Medusa's gaze? Meng Lai looked at Han Sen's purple copper gem. Han Sen looked at his mint-condition purple copper gem with joy. I don't know what the true power of the purple copper gem is, but it seems pretty good. It can block Meng Lai's knife lights. As Han Sen thought this, He put the purple copper gem back against the string of the 6-core snake bow and aimed at Meng Lai. Han Sen fired the purple copper gem like an arrow once more. This time he put even more power into it. The moment the gem left the string of the 6-core snake bow, it teleported and disappeared. Teleportation won't work against me unless you can teleport without causing a ripple in the fabric of space, Meng Lai said coldly. And then he reached his hand out into the air. The purple copper gem emerged from space and appeared right where Meng Lai had placed his hand. He grabbed it. This time, Meng Lai didn't use the lion head knife to try to break it. He used his hand to clutch the purple copper gem. He wanted to hold it and get a better look at what sort of deified weapon it was. But when Meng Lai's hand was just about to close around the purple copper gem, the purple copper gem managed to leave its flight path and vanish from Meng Lai's vision once more. When Meng Lai saw the purple copper gem again, the weapon was protruding from his chest. That arrow wasn't bad, Meng Lai said, completely unconcerned about the blow that had landed on him. Based on how Han Sen's arrow interacted with his gold knife light, Meng Lai was confident that it wouldn't damage his gold soldier body. But after he finished talking, Meng Lai's face changed. He looked down and saw that the purple copper gem had perforated his heart. Golden god blood slowly dribbled out of his body. How is that possible? Meng Lai couldn't believe his eyes. It shouldn't be possible to hurt his gold soldier body with an ordinary deified weapon, and on top of that, Han Sen was only king class. Even if Han Sen used a deified weapon, he shouldn't have been able to break Meng Lai's gold soldier body. The pain that stemmed from the wound in his chest told the extreme king that his injury was real, not some sort of illusion. Unless a possibility crossed Meng Lai's mind. His eyelids flickered. Instead of trying to fight back, he grabbed the handle of the purple copper gem. Unless this is a butterfly deified weapon, and that was how he was able to break my gold soldier body. Meng Lai's eyes burned brightly. He pulled the purple copper gem out of his chest. When the purple copper gem slid free, the wound in his chest healed. He recovered swiftly, and no mark remained. When Han Sen watched the purple copper gem puncture Meng Lai's heart, he was happy. But his optimism was short-lived, and watching this next bit made him frown. He had to marvel at just how strong these deified elites really were. Thank you for giving me a powerful deified weapon. If you are being this generous, how about you give me the shield of the Medusa's gaze, too? Meng Lai held the purple copper gem and erupted with a gold god light. Waves of gold energy enveloped the purple copper gem, dyeing the purple copper gem a gold color. The gold soldier king body could turn deified beings into gold weapons. The skill worked on deified weapons, too. Couldn't change the element of deified weapons, but Meng Lai was able to claim and use many different kinds of deified weapons. As the purple copper gem was turning gold, Meng Lai's face suddenly changed. He saw that the purple copper gem was no longer changing. Instead, it was reverting to purple. The mysterious engravings upon the gem suddenly lit up and blasted Meng Lai's hand away. How is that possible? Is this a true god weapon? Meng Lai looked at his hand. The portion of his flesh that had touched the purple copper gem was no longer gleaming gold. It was just his skin. A deified weapon, which no one was controlling, had destroyed a section of his gold soldier power. It was unbelievable. Meng Lai raised his head. His fiery eyes were locked on the purple copper gem in Han Sen's hand. He smiled and said, "A true god weapon. It is a true god weapon. Han Sen, you are a man of great luck. You have 2 true god weapons. Many deified elites would weep and beg for just one. You are only a king, and yet you have 2. If you know that I have great luck, why must you insist on troubling me all the time? Isn't what you're doing against the will of the gods?" Han Sen asked coldly as he lifted the purple copper gem. Meng Lai laughed. The gold god light was bright in his hands. He spread his gold power back over the hand whose light had been extinguished, laughed, and said, "The path to evolution has us all fighting against the sky. Everyone's evolution is built on the broken bones of their opponents. What you eat and what you use comes from the creatures of lesser fortunate universal beings. If you don't try to fight your way higher, you will be shit on the road for other creatures to consume. If things were not like that, why would I be afraid of the things that hold me back? You have good luck. In that case, I will steal your luck for my benefit. With these two true god weapons, the Extreme King will grow even more powerful in the future. That is my luck, and the Extreme King's luck. Meng Lai continued to cast his gold god light. The entire system turned to gold. Even the system rang with a godly hymn, and the world kept trembling without reprieve. It was like the world was answering what he had just said. Although Han Sen was Meng Lai's enemy, he had to admit that the man was quite right. In that universe, a blade of grass, a log of wood, a stone, a drop of water, all of them held life. Whether you were an extreme king or a human, if you wanted to live, you would have to do it by standing on the blood and bones of others. If success was merely a matter of luck, then fighting to better yourself would be pointless. You might as well dig a hole and bury yourself. You are right. Han Sen's eyes looked clear. The purple copper gem was on the 6-core snake bow again. Han Sen pushed his Jadeskin Bloodpool Sutra and the Peacock King Soul robe to the max. The flesh of Han Sen's whole body seemed to vibrate with strength. Blood surged and roared through his vessels, and his heart was like a generator that could not stop spinning. His body began to swell, and he looked very excited. The feather robe gleamed with rainbow light, which spread to cover the purple copper gem. The purple copper gem's marks seemed to brighten under its touch. It was like they were turning into mysterious symbols of light that surrounded the purple copper gem. Even the ears on Han Sen's head and the tail on his back glowed with a purple light. Seeing Han Sen and the purple copper gem, Meng Lai's excitement was through the roof. He shouted, "Now I understand. I finally understand. That weapon belongs to the foxes. It is Cupid's gem. No wonder it was able to damage my gold soldier body." Cupid's gem? What on earth? Han Sen thought that name was so weird. Meng Lai laughed and said, "Cupid's gem is also called the Charming God's gem. I thought it was destroyed when the Fox Elder went to the Geno Hall. I cannot believe it still exists, and it is now in your possession. God is helping the Extreme King on this day. With the Charming God gem, the reputation of the Extreme King will only increase." Meng Lai was so excited. He looked at the purple copper gem with his blinded eye and summoned gold light. "It sounds like you know something about the Charming God's gem, but do you know what power it has?" Han Sen's heart leaped at the possibility. Meng Lai might be able to tell him the type of power the purple copper gem possessed. Meng Lai looked at Han Sen as if he knew what he was thinking, but he still said, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The Charming God's gem is the strongest race weapon in existence, and it is also the weakest race weapon in existence. It is strong because it has the power to supercharge a person's charm. The Fox Alpha used it to attract everyone. If it was used well, it could make 1,000 races obey that alpha. I also say it is weak because its powers of simple destruction are bad. It won't help you now. So, you are saying it has no attack power? And therefore it is useless." Han Sen didn't believe him. He fired at Meng Lai. A shockwave was created in space, and with it the purple copper gem disappeared. When Han Sen had used the purple copper gem to defeat the monster in the black hole spider's belly, it had revealed its true strength. Han Sen didn't believe it lacked destructive powers. Pang! When Han Sen's attack reappeared, Meng Lai slashed at the gem. His strike came against the purple copper gem. Han Sen's face changed. Both of his hands moved to grab the purple copper gem, but the weapon's power was still active. Han Sen tried his hardest to hold its grip, but the purple copper gem struck his chest. He was sent flying like an asteroid striking a planet. He was pinned to a mountain. Han Sen lowered his head and looked at the purple copper gem in his chest. That gem had previously pierced through Meng Lai's chest, but he didn't expect karma would repay the same strike so soon. Han Sen clutched the handle of the gem and tried to pull it out. But before he could use any strength, Meng Lai's godly body appeared. He attacked with his gold lion head knife. His scary gold knife light looked like it was going to cut the planet in half. The little red bird screeched like a phoenix. The fire in its mouth became a sea of angry flames that rained down on Meng Lai. It tried to stop Meng Lai casting that knife light to destroy Han Sen. But the little red bird was still only primitive, and the knife in Meng Lai's right hand had the same level of power. His right hand turned that power into a shield that covered the sky. It extinguished the little red bird's fire. Seeing this, Miss Mirror sighed. In the end, Han Sen still needs to die. It would have been okay if he had just killed Bai Yi. He might have still been allowed to live. But now that he has the true god shield of the Medusa's gaze and the race weapon of the fox, he must die. Boom! A scary gold knife light appeared, and the whole planet exploded. The destruction caused by the gold knife light was so bright that the entire galaxy shone with its radiance. Shockwaves washed through the system. Han Senior Isha was engaged with Miss Mirror, so she couldn't go and help. When she saw that explosion of power, her face fell. Captain, it is all over. Far away, inside the white whale, all of the pirates were shocked. Their faces looked cold. Even a deified would have died if they were hit by that much power. Plus, Han Sen wasn't deified. He only used treasures of that class. The pirates were thinking about whether or not they should kneel and beg. If they did, they might be permitted to live. On the other hand, the captured Extreme King Knights inside the White Whale were delighted. Han Sen is dead. You guys are next. One of the Extreme King Knights said menacingly to a pirate. Aina. Slap. The Extreme King Knight who said that was smacked to the floor. Bauer then went to clean her hand, as if she had touched something dirty. The Extreme King Knight was rolling around on the floor, clutching his injured face. His teeth had been broken and his jaw had been shattered. The other Extreme King Knights didn't say anything more. They had almost forgotten that the little demon was still on board the ship. Bauer looked at the Extreme King Knights. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. My dad won't die, Bauer said with disdain. Then, she looked back out into space. The Extreme King Knights didn't say anything to the contrary, but they thought to themselves, Han Sen only has a few deified weapons. How could he possibly compete with Meng Lai? He will be dead. And up next will be you little demon. After a while, the power shining around the wreckage of the planet began to dim. And then, Fang Qingyu suddenly shouted, Han Sen isn't dead. The pirates and the Extreme King Knights looked over there. They couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Han Sen suspended in space, holding a shield that had protected his body. Due to the fact that the planet had exploded, his armor and feathers were a little blackened. But he hadn't been badly wounded. The worst wound he had was the wound delivered by the purple copper gem, which was in his chest. I forgot you have the shield of the Medusa's gaze, but the Medusa's gaze isn't a race weapon. It isn't smart enough. It won't follow your orders, and you cannot use it like the charming god's Jin. It would be annoying if it did. Meng Lai's eyes were on fire as he looked down at the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen coughed, and a trickle of blood spilled over his lips. He looked at Meng Lai coldly and said, Are you sure I cannot use it? The shield of the Medusa's gaze was the true god weapon of the Alpha of the Ghana, Meng Lai said with a sneer. Back then, it was a deified weapon that was in the top 10 in existence. Its power was comparable to the Ghana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven. But there is a big difference between true god weapons and race weapons. Race weapons are their own life forms, in a way. They can think for themselves and make judgments. If they approve of a user, then the user can still activate their power, even if the creature's level is low. But true god weapons are different. Without true god powers, you cannot make use of a true god weapon's power. If a low-level deified has the same element as the true god weapon, they can use a little of its power. But you aren't deified, and your power isn't compatible with the shield of the Medusa's gaze. So you cannot activate its power. You cannot tap into January 10th, 000th of its power. You can only use it as an ordinary shield. It is a shame that the shield of the Medusa's gaze is a shield. Despite that, its power doesn't lie in defense. Meng Lai said all of this, and then he generated a scary gold power. The gold lion head knife now possessed a god light that shocked the whole world. It was like the universe was going to be cut in half by this god light. Seeing that Meng Lai was going to unleash that knife light, Han Sen's face didn't change. He still held the shield of the Medusa's gaze tight. As he watched that seemingly all-powerful knife light form, the power in his body madly rushed into the shield of the Medusa's gaze. There was a weird, pretty-looking woman carved atop the shield. Suddenly, a light appeared in her closed eyes. Impossible! Meng Lai's face changed as he saw the eyes of the woman atop Han Sen's shield begin to glow. His face grew pale. When the Ghana entered the Geno Hall long ago, they hadn't needed to fight in order to light a lantern. At that point in history, there were many Geno lanterns that remained unlit. But that didn't mean that the Ghana weren't strong. Later, the Ghana Alpha used Purgatory Heaven and the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze, both of which were deified weapons, to control the world. Very few could fight them. People like Ancient Water God couldn't even enter the door to the Geno Hall, but the Ghana Alpha had fought inside the hall for a few days before she fell. That proved how strong she was. For ordinary races, the strongest deified weapon would be their race weapon. The Ghana Alpha had the Ghana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven, but her strongest deified weapon was the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. Because of this weapon, she was able to control most creatures in the world and fight them. Meng Lai heard about how powerful the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze was, but he had never seen it himself. If he had been able to choose, he would have opted to never lay eyes on the terrifying power of the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. And the last thing he would ever hope for would be to end up as its target. Die! Meng Lai roared, gnashing his teeth. He sent all his power into his Gold Soldier King body. A scary knife light fell with incredible power. He wanted to kill Han Sen before he activated the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. Meng Lai couldn't allow that ancient weapon to fully activate. The gold knife light was like a cosmic aurora that could break the sky and destroy the ground. It wasn't something a mere shield could block. That scary power was everywhere. Han Sen would be killed even if he hid behind the shield. Han Sen had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and poured all of his power into the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. He used his power for a final gambit. The people in the White Whale were in shock. The power Meng Lai unleashed was too scary to behold. The amount of energy he had placed in his attack was enough to devastate an entire race. It was like a punishment from God that couldn't be resisted. Mr. Meng Lai is too strong. He earns his reputation as a deified of the Extreme King. He is much better than the deified elites of lesser races. Of course, our royal uncle is very special. The Extreme King Knights were also happy. They hoped Meng Lai's destroying the sky and breaking the Gru Nd attack could kill Han Sen, and save them from Han Sen's people. The pirates and Fong Qing, you were all scared. Even if there had been 1,000,000 of them, that strike had enough power to reduce all of them to dust. They couldn't comprehend the amount of power that was being unleashed. The pirates had traveled around the galaxy for years, and they had never seen this sort of power before. Their legs all quivered, and they thought, "It is over. It is over. It looks like the captain is going to die here." The captain was quite nice. He didn't mistreat us. If we end up under the Extreme King's thumb, it's hard to tell what will become of us. I don't know if we will be permitted to live. Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked ill. That power was stronger than they knew. Ningyu was holding Bauer, and she was crying. Is he going to kill us, too? I don't want to die. The little red bird's mouth continued to spew out its phoenix flames. Its fire became a sea of flames that tried to subdue the gold knife light. But the sea of fire couldn't stop the gold knife light. The flames would explode like fireworks when the light touched them, and the light showed no sign of slowing down. Isha's expression hardened. The teeth knife in her left hand swung through the air, and a space crack headed in Han Sen's direction. A rift appeared next to Han Sen. If Han Sen went through that rift, he could avoid Meng Lai's wrath. But Han Sen didn't see the space crack. His eyes were red. They were too red. It was so scary. He stared at Meng Lai. Han Sen didn't remain immobile because he didn't want to escape. He simply couldn't. All the power in Han Sen's body was being sucked up by the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. The moment the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze lit up, Han Sen felt as if his power was a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It went thundering into the shield of the Medusa's gaze. His body seemed to have been sucked dry. The power from his 4 Geno arts drained out of him within a second. Han Sen suddenly became emaciated. He looked like a skeleton. It was like some which had consumed all of his blood until he was nothing but a bloodless husk. His muscles were dying, and his skin was tight against his bones. He had become a dried-up human. Even the light of the peacock soul robe dimmed. The rainbow light extinguished, and the peacock king beast's soul almost died. The eyes of the woman on the shield of the Medusa's gaze opened a little. It was like she was half awake and half asleep, with her heavy eyelids barely parted. As those eyes opened, 2 weird purple lights emerged. They shone on the gold knife light that could destroy the universe. In the future, onlookers would have a very difficult time describing what happened next. The strange light from the Medusa's eyes met the terrifying gold knife light, and the knife light froze in place. That it wasn't just the gold knife light, either. Wherever that weird light shone on, everything froze. Even Meng Lai, who had previously seemed like an untouchable god. Both he and his gold lion head knife were motionless, still caught in mid-slash like a freeze frame from a movie. The purple light continued to shine. It wasn't just Meng Lai beneath that weird light. The purple color was spreading so fast, and many asteroids and planets were caught within it. They were frozen, and still the light spread. If this continued, perhaps the whole system would be frozen. Blurg. Han Sen coughed up some blood. He separated himself from the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The moment Han Sen moved away from the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the eyes of the weird woman on the shield shut. The weird purple light vanished. But that region of space was still frozen in a purple hue. Meng Lai, the gold lion head knife, and the scary knife light hung in space like statues. And the nearby planets had once been spinning, but now they were purple and still. The scene was surreal and unsettling, something that shouldn't have been able to exist. The whole system looked dead. Everyone who could see this stared with open mouths. No one made a sound. The sight before them was too frightening for them to think about, and too strange to understand. They didn't even know how to respond. Miss Mirror waved her hands, and a mirror appeared. She stepped into it and disappeared. Let's go. Han Sen returned to the white whale and allowed Bauer to fly the white whale away. He felt terrible. The energy in his body was all gone, and his flesh was about to collapse. Even his Peacock King soul robe had been drained. If he hadn't used the super god spirit body to separate himself from the shield of the Medusa's gaze, he and the Peacock King's soul robe would have been reduced to ash. Too scary, Han Sen thought, still reeling from what had happened. The price of using the shield of the Medusa's gaze was far greater than he could willingly accept. Furthermore, the eyes of the woman on the shield of the Medusa's gaze had only opened a little. Who could fathom how much power would be required to open both of her eyes completely? Until he became deified, Han Sen was no longer going to use it. It would kill him. Fortunately, after what happened, no one bothered to hunt him down. Aside from a few space xenogeneics, nothing living bothered him. It wasn't like the Extreme King or other races couldn't find Han Sen. They simply didn't dare to. Meng Lai hung in space like a purple ice sculpture. The people who wanted to chase Han Sen down witnessed everything, and they decided that going after Han Sen was no longer worth it. The Extreme King paid a high price to remove Meng Lai from space. Han Sen could use the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Every race thought this was unbelievable. It was a true god weapon, and ordinary deifieds couldn't touch it. Han Sen was only a king, yet he had somehow accessed the weapon's horrifying power. It made every race fear him. Until Han Sen figured out how far he could go with the shield of the Medusa's gaze, no one dared to trouble him. If Han Sen was able to activate the entire power contained within the shield of the Medusa's gaze, no one would be able to defeat him aside from a true god deified. Now that no one was interfering with his travel, Han Sen and his people traveled through the remainder of the systems of chaos in safety. They reached Sky Palace without further danger. But Han Sen's situation wasn't good. The shield of the Medusa's gaze had sucked his body dry. After a month, Han Sen had yet to recover. The strength of his body had been drastically reduced. His legs were soft when he walked. It would take him another 2 or 3 years to fully recover. Fortunately, no one from the outside was aware of what had happened to him. They were in Sky Palace now as well, so there was no need to worry about security. Sky Palace sent a few elders to welcome Han Sen and Isha. They weren't showing such respect because of Isha and the rebate, though. They had come because Han Sen was a very important individual. Han Sen was able to bless deifies, and he owned the charming god's Jian and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Those things made Han Sen more valuable to them than the entire race of the rebate. It made Sky Palace treat him seriously. If they knew Han Sen also had the 9-spin destiny mirror and the Gana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven, who knew what they would think? Han Sen rested in Sky Palace. Sky Palace sent many powerful deified elites skilled in healing to treat him, but they didn't achieve very good results. Han Sen wasn't just injured. He had exhausted his genes, and recovery wouldn't come easy. They were there for a few days when Isha told Han Sen that Han Menger was there. It made Han Sen very happy. Han Sen thought that Narrow Moon might have been affected because of what he had done. It was good that Han Menger and the others were allowed into Sky Palace. But Han Sen hadn't seen Han Menger and the others just yet. Isha smiled and didn't explain. She invited Han Sen to come with her. They left the xenogenic space of Sky Palace and headed to a nearby system that was also owned by Sky Palace. Sky Palace owned many systems, and this was an important one within their domain. As Han Sen flew alongside Isha, he noticed that his surroundings weren't as he remembered. There used to be many stars in this area of space, but now it was empty. There wasn't even an asteroid. Did a big fight take place here? Did the people of the Extreme King come? Han Sen asked Isha with confusion. Isha laughed and didn't say a word. She looked out across space. Han Sen followed her gaze. There, he saw many stars. It was nothing special. But soon after, Han Sen heard the sound of thunder echo through space. Even the vacuum couldn't stop that sound from being transmitted. Han Sen looked in the direction that the sound had come from, and then, his mouth dropped open in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was looking at Narrow Moon. All the planets of Narrow Moon moving toward him, heading for the empty section of space that he and Isha hovered in. The scene was extremely shocking. A scary elite of Sky Palace was behind the star. He had a whip. Every time he swung the whip, the crack of thunder sounded. The cluster of stars were like many fat sheep. They were slowly being pushed forward. The very large Narrow Moon was being whipped forward into this place. This can actually happen. Han Sen had no idea how to process what he was seeing. He never dreamed of something like this being possible. Isha smiled and said, "If I wasn't prepared, I would never have allowed the people of the rebate to be put at risk. This is a deified weapon of Sky Palace. It is the Chase Star Whip, and it can make stars listen to its commands. I invited Sky Palace's leader to help me move Narrow Moon to this area. That is why we have allied with Sky Palace." Han Sen watched the whole of Narrow Moon be moved into an empty region of space. He assumed that the old system must have been moved elsewhere to keep that region open for Narrow Moon. After Narrow Moon came to rest in its new home, Isha took Han Sen over to thank the Sky Palace elder. The elder smiled and said, "This is only me doing what I should. There is no need to thank me." The elder took the Chase Star Whip with him when he left. Han Sen couldn't wait to enter Narrow Moon. He flew straight to Planet Eclipse and saw Han Menger. He was so happy. The rebate were talking about the deal that allowed them to join up with Sky Palace, but the part that included Han Sen was still something that had to be discussed. Because Han Sen was worth more than the whole of the rebate, Isha only negotiated terms for the rebate themselves. She didn't include Han Sen in the discussions. Sky Palace had come up with many plans, but Han Sen decided to join Sky Palace as a member of the rebate. He didn't join Sky Palace as just himself. By doing that, he lost many of the benefits he could have earned. But Isha had risked so much in the systems of chaos to save him. She moved the whole of the rebate because of it, and she had made enemies of the Extreme King in the process. That was a big favor. Han Sen couldn't abandon the rebate and join Sky Palace alone. Han Sen was a part of the rebate now. But he was a very prestigious individual in Sky Palace, and he could come and go as he pleased. He was treated like one of the people of Sky Palace, as if he shared a direct lineage with them. Han Sen even had an island for himself in Sky Palace. It was the Little Jade Island he used to occupy. Little Silver and Little Star were registered to occupy the Little Jade Island as well. Han Sen wanted to use his Blood Pulse Sutra power on them to make their blood stronger. But his body had yet to recover, and so, he could no longer do it. Little Silver tried to heal Han Sen's damaged body using his healing powers, in all of their electrifying glory. His attempt did have a positive effect, but it was fairly minuscule. Han Sen gave the Thunder God Spike to Little Silver. Little Silver and the Thunder God Spike's power could benefit each other, so it would be good for his evolution. He used glasses to examine all the creatures around him. They all had a 5-star potential. And in regards to their real potential, he would find that out once they became deified. One day, Han Sen was on his island sunbathing. Bauer was sitting nearby, still nibbling her purple ginseng. It wasn't getting any smaller, despite her constant gnawing. Little Angel and Zero were preparing lunch. Han Menger was holding the 6-core snake bow, and she was practicing archery. Little Silver and Little Star were lying on the ground quietly. There was a little beast that was like a white snowball scurrying around. Snowball was a creature from the sanctuaries. It was very special, as it could shield itself inside a white orb that couldn't be broken. Han Sen had brought the little creature to the Geno universe back when he was on planet Eclipse. Snowball had a good relationship with Xie King, and it had spent most of its time in the universe following him about. When Narrow Moon was first brought to Sky Palace, Snowball wasn't there. It had been with Xie King. Han Sen was wondering why Xie King had sent Snowball to him instead of just calling him on the phone. When Han Sen saw the item Snowball had come to deliver, he realized with shock that Xie King's overbearing President Love Luov had been made into a movie that was going to be on air soon. Snowball's delivery of a ticket of admission was a roundabout way of showing off. Han Sen searched the internet of the universe and found that Xie King's overbearing President Love Luov was insanely popular. His title was Teacher Xie. Han Sen tried to find out how many copies of overbearing President Love Luov had been sold so far, and there were many zeros. There were at least 1 billion, Han Sen thought. Good grief! How much did Xie King earn? Han Sen was frozen. No matter how much Han Sen fought or all the deified weapons he earned, he hadn't made as much money as Xie King and his drawings. Should I start drawing something too? Han Sen was interested in the concept, but he realized that his drawing abilities were more than lacking. So he shelved the idea. Sky Palace was going to be screening the movie too. Han Sen brought Han Menger with him to watch it. It was just going to be them so they could have the entire theater exclusively for themselves. When they went to the theater, Han Sen encountered Yun Sui, Yun Sushang, and Thousand Feather Crane. They were all king class now. They had progressed just as quickly as Han Sen. In fact, Han Sen's progress hadn't been all that fast. He was slowed by his need to fulfill the requirements of 4 separate Geno arts. If he only practiced one, and it wasn't the story of genes, he would have likely been deified by now. Brother Han, are you all right? Yun Sui asked, looking at Han Sen. They had wanted to visit the Little Jade Island to see Han Sen a while ago, but Sky Palace forbade ordinary people from visiting there. So, this was the first time they had seen Han Sen in a long time. Han Sen didn't look so good. His body was all dry like a piece of smoked meat. It took Thousand Feather Crane a minute to recognize him. Much better. I'm almost okay. I was going to visit you guys a few days ago, but Elder Yun wouldn't let me leave the Little Jade Island until now, Han Sen explained. We know. We were told the same thing, or we would have already visited you on the Little Jade Island, Thousand Feather Crane said. The movie is going to start. Let's go in, Yun Sushang said with a smile. Han Sen bought the whole theater. There was a lot of space, so he invited them there to watch it all together. Due to Han Sen already knowing what happened in the story, he wasn't too caught up in the movie. He was surprised to see Yun Sui and Yun Sushang like it as much as they did. They were very excited. They would laugh at times, and at other times weep and cry their eyes out. In the end, the main character rescued a female character. When they kissed, Yoon Sui and Yoon Sushang were so touched, their eyes almost turned into the shape of little hearts. It doesn't matter how strong a woman might be, they all have the same heart. Han Sen couldn't help but sigh. After the movie finished, Han Sen invited the three of them to have dinner. They talked comfortably together as they headed back. How come I never hear about Lone Bamboo anymore? Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane. He had asked other people about Lone Bamboo, but they were all so dodgy about the subject that he never really received an answer. Thousand Feather Crane hesitated, but Yoon Sui said angrily, "It is because of that exquisite." Exquisite? Han Sen was shocked. He knew the name, but he didn't think exquisite would have anything to do with Lone Bamboo. Sui, stop talking. Thousand Feather Crane frowned. Is this something I'm not allowed to know about? Han Sen asked, glancing at Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, "Not exactly, but this incident cannot be helped. Even if you know, there is nothing you can do. If it isn't taboo, then why don't you just tell me?" Han Sen said. Thousand Feather Crane still hesitated. Yoon Sui had practically told Han Sen the whole story. Anyway, there was a good connection between Sky Palace and the Very High. People often believed Sky Palace was the mouthpiece for the Very High. Although Sky Palace wasn't one of the three highest races, the Extreme King were quite scared of Sky Palace as well. In fact, Sky Palace depended on the power of the Very High. So, Exquisite and the other Very High came to Sky Palace. They asked Lone Bamboo and Yushanshin to join the Very High, and it was a request that Sky Palace couldn't refuse. Yushanshin agreed, whereas Lone Bamboo refused Exquisite's offer. This created some tension and a widening rift between Sky Palace and the Very High. The Very High didn't relent in their request, though, and Lone Bamboo didn't waver or give in to their demands. So, the leader of Sky Palace locked Lone Bamboo up. Couldn't Lone Bamboo refuse to join the Very High? Han Sen asked with a frown. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head with a wry smile. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Very High is very complicated. It seems as if there was some sort of agreement in place. Our leader is in hot water right now. He cannot refuse the demands of the Very High. If Lone Bamboo is locked up, does that mean that they've dropped their demand? Han Sen asked with a frown. Thousand Feather Crane chuckled and said, "Were it so easy, the Very High haven't said anything. They haven't yet said whether or not Lone Bamboo has to go. If they haven't cancelled their request, we have to respond somehow. We cannot sweep this matter under the rug." Han Sen didn't have many ideas on how to resolve the matter. If two armies were fighting and Lone Bamboo was in danger, he would gladly join the fight. But right now, Lone Bamboo was incarcerated by the powers presiding over Sky Palace. Furthermore, they weren't at war with the Very High. Therefore, Han Sen had no way of helping. This is a hard situation to deal with. The Very High didn't want Lone Bamboo to join them permanently. It was supposed to be a temporary thing. Plus, they would have given Lone Bamboo a lot of resources. Others would beg for the benefits he would have been given for free. I don't know why Lone Bamboo would so firmly decide against going, Thousand Feather Crane said with a sigh. Han Sen thought that he understood what Lone Bamboo was thinking, but he hadn't spoken to the man in person yet. Therefore, he didn't know if his guesses were accurate. The next day, Han Sen went to ask the 10th elder, Yoon Chongkong, about being allowed to see Lone Bamboo. Yoon Chongkong was Yoon Sui and Yoon Sushang's father, and he was Thousand Feather Crane's teacher. He had a good relationship with Han Sen, and he didn't deny his request. "Maybe you can convince Lone Bamboo that joining the Very High isn't so bad," Yoon Chongkong said to Han Sen. Han Sen agreed. Then Yoon Chongkong asked people to take Han Sen to the prison. Han Sen thought Sky Palace was just putting on a show. But when he went to the prison, he learned things weren't as simple as he initially believed. 12 suppressed demon locks were pierced through Lone Bamboo's body. They pinned him to a suppressed demon stone. He was covered in blood. Even his collar bones had been punctured. Han Sen was shocked. "You are here." Lone Bamboo's limbs were locked painfully against the suppressed demon stone. And while he was in bad shape, he was still able to smile. It would have been impossible for anyone to look good under the circumstances, though. Those 12 suppressed demon locks had 12 different powers. There was water, fire, thunder, lightning, and 8 other powers that attacked his body continually. Even deified elites might not last very long under these conditions. It wasn't like it would kill him, but being tortured like this day and night was a fate that was worse than death. Is treating you this poorly really necessary? Han Sen demanded, growing a little angry as he looked at Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo was a student of the leader of the Sky Palace. He had the blood of Sky Palace's people, and yet, he was treated in this manner. There wasn't an ounce of sympathy being shown for him, and so the sight would give anyone a nasty chill. Don't be mad at them. This is all my own doing. Lone Bamboo chuckled bitterly. Han Sen brought out a bottle he had smuggled in. He gave Lone Bamboo a few sips of the beverage. After swallowing some himself, he asked, "Why do you refuse to join the Very High?" Lone Bamboo licked the wine on his lips and said, "Joining the Very High would be very good for me. If I don't go, it might take me a decade or 2 to become deified. If I go to the Very High, I could become deified in only 3 years. If you understand that, then why don't you go?" Han Sen asked, looking at Lone Bamboo. He knew that the man must have his reasons. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen and didn't answer his question. He asked, "You like running naked?" I guess I don't." Han Sen didn't know what Lone Bamboo meant, and so his answer was uncertain. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, "I don't like it, either. So, no matter how many benefits the Very High offer me or how much punishment I must endure, I'm not going to the Very High." "What do you mean? Are you saying the Very High like to run naked? You must take off all your clothes while you're there." Han Sen imagined Exquisite and Likir frolicking naked. It was an image that made him smile. Of course, Han Sen was just joking. He knew the Very High wouldn't be that creepy. The Very High's very high sense can sense anything in the world. If you are chosen by them, you become a medium for them to feel the world. They can feel everything you do. If you eat, they can taste the saltiness, sweetness, sourness, or spiciness of your food. When you shower, they will know if it is hot or cold. Your emotions, your hobbies, or even your feelings when you sleep with a woman. The Very High will get to experience everything. If you were in my position, would you go? Lone Bamboo asked, looking at Han Sen. Are the Very High that sick? Han Sen's eyes were wide. This is merely my perspective. Of course, they might not be interested in which woman you sleep with, but regardless, you have no way of shutting off their power to feel whatever you do. Once you are plugged into their ability, there is no cancellation. They will always have their hooks in you, and I doubt they would ever willingly sever such a connection, Lone Bamboo said. Are you sure that's how this works? Han Sen asked seriously. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, if there is a race in this universe that can understand the Very High the most, it would be us, the Sky. Although there is no real evidence, many generations of the Sky have worked for the Very High. This is a 90% accurate hypothesis. If things are like that, then I wouldn't go no matter what, Han Sen said with a nod. Han Sen held the bottle of wine up for Lone Bamboo to have a few more sips. He asked, but if you continue to refuse, will the Very High let you go? I don't know, Lone Bamboo admitted with a shake of his head. Han Sen didn't ask anything further. He chatted with Lone Bamboo for a bit longer, and after he finished his wine, he left the prison. Han Sen was walking away, and as he did, he thought to himself, why would the Very High want Lone Bamboo so badly? There must be a way I can help him. He left the restricted area and saw a man sitting on a white crane. The man was smiling at Han Sen. Uncle Yu. Han Sen raised his eyebrows at the sight of Yu Shanshin. Yu Shanshin had gone to the lands occupied by the dragons to save Han Sen once before. So, Han Sen was very polite whenever he saw the man. Yu Shanshin smiled and said, we should walk together. Assuming that is okay with you. Are you coming for Lone Bamboo? Han Sen asked Yu Shanshin as he followed him. No, I'm here for you, Yu Shanshin answered. That surprised Han Sen. Before Han Sen said anything, Yu Shanshin went on to say, Sky Palace made a deal with the Very High. So, whoever the Very High selects must go. If Lone Bamboo doesn't go, then we must find a worthy replacement. That person you are suggesting can't be me, can it? Hansen smiled wryly. Aside from Lone Bamboo, the only other one of this generation that can impress the Very High is you, Yu Shanshin said with a smile. I can't do it either, Hansen said with a vigorous shake of his head. He didn't like running around naked any more than Lone Bamboo. Yu Shanshin had expected Hansen to react this way, and so he coldly said, I'm sure Lone Bamboo filled you in on what the Very High are like. I waited until now to see you so that I wouldn't have to waste my breath. Uncle Yu, you don't need to try to convince me. My thoughts on the matter are the same as Lone Bamboo's. I would rather go to prison than go to the Very High, Hansen said with a shake of his head. Yu Shanshin's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest after hearing Hansen's speech. He asked calmly, Have you heard the tale of the Sky Alpha known as Suppressed Demon? No, Hansen wasn't in the mood for a story, but if someone like Yu Shanshin wanted to talk, then Hansen would listen. Yu Shanshin's smooth voice remained just loud enough for Hansen to hear him. In ancient times, before the interstellar area, the sky lived on a planet where a demon also resided. It ate people. The demon would eat one person every day. But the demon didn't have its own body. If it wanted to eat someone, it would have to possess the body of one sky to devour the body of another. Because they were unable to prevent the demon from possessing them, the sky had many incidents involving fathers eating their sons, wives eating husbands, or even children eating their grandparents. Those things continued to happen until our Alpha rose to the challenge. He offered himself to the demon and allowed the demon to assume control of his body. And, did the Sky Alpha somehow imprison the demon? Hansen was curious. No, our Alpha's power wasn't vastly superior to that of the average Sky. The demon gained control of his body, too. The demon used him to eat many Sky, Yu Shanshin said flatly. That answer wasn't what Hansen had expected. Yu Shanshin looked at Hansen and went on to say, although our Alpha was controlled by the demon, he managed to accomplish something more than most possessed Sky. Other Sky, when they were controlled by the demon, still had their will. But they didn't hate the demon. They were scared of it like a tiger. Even if they pretended not to be, they couldn't lie to the demon. That was because when the demon possessed a Sky, it could peer into their thoughts. No matter what that person did, they couldn't lie to the demon. So, it didn't matter what they said or did. The demon would still see into their thoughts. The demon would control them and force them to kill themselves. The Alpha was the only exception to this. What did he do? Hansen had become very curious. He didn't do anything. He befriended the demon, Yu Shanshin said. I thought you said the demon could see through the thoughts of the Sky. How could the Alpha trick a demon like that? Hansen asked with confusion. The Sky's Alpha must have hated the demon. Yu Shanshin laughed and said, that is why Master Alpha was different. He faced an enemy that he hated the most, yet he was able to let go of that anger and treat the demon so kindly. It was as if he considered the demon to be his own son, and no matter how much the demon did wrong, he still forgave it. That was a care that came from the heart. In this universe, aside from my Alpha, I have yet to see anyone be able to do the same thing. Are you saying the kindness of Master Alpha touched that demon? Hansen couldn't guess the ending of this story, so this was his best attempt. Yes, Master Alpha's kindness had an impact on the demon. That demon was only supposed to possess someone for a single day before disposing of the host. But when it entered the Alpha's body, it remained there. It never left him, until Master Alpha found a weakness inside the demon and killed it. He ended the nightmare that had plagued the Sky for as long as my people could remember, Yu Shanshin said. Hansen was blown away by this story. The Alpha had used love to earn the trust of a demon that could read people's minds, and then killed the demon he had grown to love. Hansen didn't know what sort of person could do that. If he had been in the Alpha's place, Hansen didn't think he could have achieved the same. Teacher Yu, your Alpha is a real saint. I'm just a normal man. Do you want me to go feed a demon? I can't do it. I would be angered by the Very High, and I would likely end up dead. Han Sen understood what Yu Shanshin meant by telling him the story, but he knew that he couldn't do it. Understanding didn't matter. It's okay if you can't do it. I can help you, Yu Shanshin said with a smile. Really? You can help with this? Han Sen asked skeptically. He thought Yu Shanshin must have been yanking his chain. Yu Shanshin laughed and said, Do you know why my name is Yu Shanshin? How am I supposed to know something like that? Han Sen thought to himself. But what he said was, I have heard your temper got better when you received this name, Mr. Yu. Was it to make you think more positive things? Yu Shanshin smiled and said, I thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I don't really have positive thoughts. The reason why I am called Yu Shanshin is to tell myself that no matter what happens, I should never give up on myself. It doesn't matter if I become evil or commit a crime no one else can accept. It doesn't matter how much I am hated. At the very least, I can avoid hating myself. I need a good heart to love myself with. Han Sen was frozen. This was the first time he had ever heard someone explain their good heart to someone else. The Geno arts I practice are based on evil powers. If I think of evil things, they will be more powerful. When I was younger, the reason I came to Sky Palace to kill the elders was precisely because of this. But the stronger this Geno art becomes, the more it claims me. I didn't practice the skills of killing. I trained the mental fortitude of not allowing myself to ever be claimed by evil. Only I can control myself in this world. No one else can use me. Not even God. Yu Shanshin was speaking so quietly, but Han Sen could feel the overbearing weight of the man's words. But Han Sen didn't understand how this conversation had anything to do with the very high. Yu Shanshin looked at Han Sen and smiled. The extreme evil path I have practiced doesn't have a sensing power like the very high, but it does contain a unique ability. I can use my evil to possess you, and when the very high use their senses to invade your mind, they will only touch the evil of my mind. And so all they will feel are my feelings. It will mean that they cannot feel anything about you. That way you won't have to worry about their invasive senses. You can enjoy all the benefits of the very high without having to worry about being watched. Would you reject a swathe of benefits like that? You can really do that? Han Sen didn't doubt what Yu Shanshin was saying, despite how far-fetched it seemed. Still, he felt compelled to ask. If you don't believe me, we can conduct a test. Meet Exquisite from the very high, and then you can find out if I'm telling the truth or not, Yu Shanshin said with a smile. Han Sen didn't believe him, but he hadn't yet tried the test that Yu Shanshin had suggested. He wanted to help Lone Bamboo, but he wasn't going to the very high on his friend's behalf. Seeing Han Sen leave, Yu Shanshin smiled. He did not get mad at Han Sen's rejection. Back on the small jade island, Han Sen continued to absorb King Genes. He wanted to get the story of Genes to the 9th tier as soon as he could. Han Sen called Gu Qingqing over to discuss the matter of Lone Bamboo. Gu Qingqing listened to his tale and said to him, Yu Shanshin is correct. It doesn't matter who ends up going. But Sky Palace will need to send someone else to the very high. Their demand cannot be ignored. Sky Palace has many people. Is it necessary for me to go? Han Sen said. Gu Qingqing shook her head. It isn't that simple. If it was, Sky Palace wouldn't have put their beloved son in jail. I don't think Sky Palace can choose which individual goes. They will need a person that interests the very high. Otherwise, a swap won't work. And that is why Yu Shanshin is trying to convince you. I'm not stupid. I won't go even if they personally invite me. And he wants me to beg before the very high like I'm a slave. Han Sen said with a lift of his lips. It isn't like that. To normal people, going to the very high is a grand opportunity. They are the ones who want to do the begging. You and Lone Bamboo are special. If you weren't special, I don't think the very high would care as much as they do now. Gu Qingqing smiled as she spoke. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked. That would depend on Sky Palace. If they don't want to enter a disagreement with the very high, they will have to send someone no matter what. The two of them discussed the matter a little more, but they were unable to come up with any ideas. Their power wouldn't be nearly enough to go against the very high. Whatever they tried would be ineffective. If Lone Bamboo hasn't been taken away, That means there is room for negotiation. We will find a way to navigate through this. Han Sen kept trying to think of a way to help Lone Bamboo as he practiced. Brother Han, there is a meeting with the Very High. Are you joining? Yun Sui asked with a look of anger. She had come over to visit the little Jade Island. What meeting? Han Sen asked with confusion. He had been recovering there for some time, so he hadn't heard a thing about a meeting. Yun Sui explained. The younger Very High and Sky will be exchanging Geno arts. They said there is to be a discussion, but it is more like the Very High will talk and we will just sit there listening. What will they talk about? Han Sen asked with curiosity. The Geno arts of the Very High are very expansive. They know the Geno arts of many races, so they can talk about anything. They're really that good? Maybe I should go and listen. Then, Han Sen didn't really want to go and listen to Geno arts. He just wanted to confirm that this exquisite was the same exquisite he had encountered in the core area. He established a time with Yun Sui. The next night, Han Sen took Bauer and Gu Qingqing with him. He met up with Yun Sui and some other people from Sky Palace. Together, they joined the meeting. The meeting was taking place on Thousand Lake Island. That island was strange. Its center was a lake, and the lake's water constantly spilled onto the lower levels of the island. The whole island was like a sloped collection of lakes. The Very High held their meeting at the center of the lake. There was a lotus platform that was around the size of a soccer pitch. It was floating in the center of the lake, and there were pavilions scattered around it. When Han Sen arrived, the meeting area was full of Sky Palace students. Most of the students could only listen from their pavilions. Some of the higher-class students were able to sit on the lotus platform itself to talk directly with the Very High. They said they were going to occupy the same tables as everyone else, but the Very High were actually occupying the primary seats. The Sky Palace students could only sit to the side. And it was usually the Sky Palace students that had to ask questions. The Very High were always the ones answering. They were like teachers answering their students. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters brought Han Sen and Gu Qingqing to the lotus platform. The Sky Palace students knew all about Han Senator. They greeted him and immediately allowed him to take the finest seats. Han Sen only wanted to find someplace random to sit down. But the people there were excited. The Sky Palace students kept pushing him forward, and so he couldn't refuse them. He had to sit down someplace more distinguished. It wasn't like the students of Sky Palace forced him deliberately. Everyone knew about Han Sen fighting Meng Lai in the Systems of Chaos. There wasn't a person in Sky Palace who hadn't heard the story. He was a king class that could defeat Meng Lai. He deserved to take the number 1 seat, above the Sky Palace kings and half-deifieds. Plus, Han Sen was quite famous in Sky Palace. He and Lone Bamboo were called the Knife and Sword Masters. They had become teachers. If Lone Bamboo wasn't there, then it was natural for Han Sen to sit in the most respected position. Not long after, both sides of the lotus platform were full of Sky Palace students. But the center seats were still empty. Do the Very High really think so highly of themselves? A Sky Palace student asked coldly. It was because of Lone Bamboo that the Sky Palace students disliked the Very High. That meeting wasn't going to be as cordial as previous ones. But while everyone discussed the Very High, a white jade carriage flew toward them. The jade beasts that pulled the carriage were like tigers of some sort. They looked almost like a mascot. They were obviously special. When Han Sen looked the creatures over, he was surprised. He didn't recognize what species the jade beasts belonged to, but when he felt their presence, he could immediately tell they were deifieds. There were 6 of those jade beasts pulling the carriage. That power was something even Sky Palace's leader could appreciate. Han Sen was surprised by how strong these Very High must be when he saw their mode of transportation. But Han Sen's initial assumption that the carriage belonged to Exquisite was wrong. It was for the use of Very High who were visiting other races. Many Very High used it, so it didn't belong to anyone in particular. The beast carriage drove over to the lotus platform. There, the beautiful jade car's door opened. A man and a woman emerged. Just as Han Sen thought, that woman was Li Qir's third sister, Exquisite. But this time, it wasn't Li Qir who was accompanying her. It was a man. The man and the woman walked to the primary seats and bowed before everyone. The man said airily, "I am sorry to have kept you guys waiting. If there are no other matters to discuss, let us get on with it. If you have questions, ask them. My sister and I will try to answer every question we are posed." He sounds way too cocky. He said this was an exchange, but it sounds more like a teacher talking to children. Hansen thought to himself. While they were talking, Exquisite and the very high man took a seat. The man looked at the Sky Palace students on both sides. He saw Hansen occupying the first seat with Gu Qingqing next to him. When the man looked at Gu Qingqing's face, his own face froze. He stared at her a little and then pulled his gaze away. Gu Qingqing's face was breathtakingly pretty. Even those who were close with her, like Hansen, would find themselves staring at her ethereal beauty now and again. The very high man had only looked at her for a moment or two before turning away. He had an impressive amount of self-control. Exquisite looked at her as well, but her vision paused on Hansen for longer. After all, he was seated in a place of honor. That meeting had no deifies. All the attendees were young elites, but if someone was sitting in the first seat, it had to mean that they were someone of prestige and importance to the Sky Palace. But at that moment, Hansen wasn't looking good. He looked dry and thin, like a refugee that had spent too long without food. He was only skin and bones. "How might I refer to you?" Exquisite asked, looking at Han's senator. She had seen Hansen's videos, but that was before he incurred his most recent injuries. He looked completely different right now, so she didn't recognize him. "I am Hansen," Hansen answered truthfully. Upon hearing Hansen's name, that very high man couldn't help but turn to look at him. He clearly knew about Hansen and what he had accomplished. "You are the one who owns the charming god's Jian and the shield of the Medusa's gaze? It is no wonder you look so special," Exquisite said emotionlessly. By special, she was referring to his physical appearance. She wasn't really complimenting him. From what she could see, Hansen had simply lucked out by collecting 2 true god treasures. He was lucky and nothing more. That was her general conclusion. She believed the true merit of his power was nothing substantial. Hansen's face looked sour. He didn't respond. He knew that Exquisite wasn't actually complimenting him. "If no one has any questions, I will start first. Let's talk about phenomenon," the man said calmly. After the man said this, the expressions on the faces of the students of the Sky Palace looked somewhat strained. Phenomenon was a secret Sky Palace Geno art, although it wasn't as special as the textless book. When the man said he wanted to talk about phenomenon, it was his way of saying, "The way you practice Geno arts is bad. Allow me to show you how it is done." The way the man spoke made many of the Sky Palace students upset. But they were seated before one of the very high, and so no one did anything. The Sky Palace students stared at the man, waiting to hear what he was going to tell them. Hansen could tell the man had selected this Geno art on purpose. He wanted to use this opportunity to build up his image before the young people of the Sky Palace. That was why he spoke in such a condescending way. Hansen wanted to listen to him, too. That very high man was called Bishi, and Hansen was keen to hear what input he could provide on phenomenon. Phenomenon refers to the universe's phenomena. Phenomenon is the reason for life existing. But people are stupid, and they cannot see through things without phenomena. People require clear signs to clarify the unknowable. The Sky students who heard this weren't impressed. It was an ordinary speech that didn't mean much to them. If they were required to speak, they would have said the same thing. It seemed as if the man knew what everyone was thinking, and so he coldly went on to say, "I am one of those people too. I cannot get rid of this foolishness. I cannot see through things without phenomena. So, there is a saying, and it goes like this: only if you go into phenomena and feel the phenomena and experience what is inside, do you have the chance to understand. That is the so-called Taoism. When I practiced phenomenon, the teacher talked about this the first day. Mr. Bishi doesn't need to explain this, so just get to the point." A Sky Palace student said hurriedly. Bishi didn't speak, and his face was unreadable. Since he first met her, Hansen thought Exquisite merely pretended to be detached. But now, seeing Bishi, he noticed this emotionless expression was the only one they were capable of. This wasn't a pretense. Everyone knows Taoism, but in regards to how they know it, everyone has a different saying. There is no correct answer, Bishi said. Taoism is natural. Everyone has their own way of learning it. An answer isn't required, a student of Sky Palace said. I just said that a moment ago, Bishi replied. Phenomenon refers to the phenomena of the universe. If there are phenomena, there are rules. If there are no rules, there would be no reasons. Then, you would not need to learn it. The Sky Palace student fell quiet. He continued listening in silence. Bishi set something down on a table in front of him. Everyone looked at it. It was a square and transparent box that looked to have been made of crystal. It was 12 centimeters wide. Within the box, they could see a crystalline ladybug. It sort of looked like a beetle. It was fairly cute. Bishi opened the crystal box, and the ladybug climbed out of it slowly. Then he said, every living creature has a path to follow, but understanding the reason for each path isn't easy. This is a beetle xenogeneic called God Spirit Touch. It is a very rare xenogeneic. Through this, we can understand some of the rules and reasons here. After that, Bishi reached out his finger. He sliced his finger and pushed out a drop of his own blood onto the ladybug. The ladybug opened its mouth and drank that droplet of blood. And then it stopped and remained still. It no longer moved. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what Bishi was doing. As they watched in confused silence, the ladybug that had sucked up Bishi's blood began to show some weird changes. The ladybug was changing its skin. As it did so, its face contorted, pulled its new body forward, leaving a perfect shell behind. And the process wasn't over either. After changing a layer of its shell, the ladybug started twisting its body again. It quickly left a second, smaller shell behind. The fist-sized ladybug kept changing its skin. Every time it shed a skin, its body became smaller, and the shells it left behind were like perfect crystal beetle art. Each discarded shell was smaller than the last. As everyone watched, that beetle swapped its skin 9 times. Its body was eventually reduced to the size of a small coin. After that, it stopped moving. It just laid down where it was, looking very tired. Everyone looked at Bishi, waiting for his explanation. They had seen bugs change their skin before, but they didn't know what it had to do with what Bishi had been telling them. The God Spirit Touch is born very sensitive to blood, and it can tell you the quality of your birth genes. The stronger the gene blood, the more effect it will have on the beetle. Ordinarily, the genes of low-tier creatures can enable a beetle to swap its skin once or twice. If someone has high-class genes, the beetle can swap its skin 8 to 10 times. With my very high experience, I can tell you that if someone can make the God Spirit Touch shed its shell 10 times, that means the person conducting the test has genes that are strong enough to see them one day become a true god, Bishi said factually.